This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hey, EMEA! What's good and welcome to the BSC. We're over here in Europe, the Middle East, and the Africa region. And I'm F. I'm joined here by Trav and, of course, my man Kenny. Trav, how you been, mate?
I've been amazing. It's really nice to be back in my home region once again. This time I've been out European there. I've got two Americans with me. I'm being overwhelmed in my own region.
We're surrounding like a good game of Risk. Kenny, no risk having you here. Always reliable, man. How you doing, bud?
Doing great. Good to get some EMEA action. Ark was pretty sick of the guy on my left right here, so they had to call in the big guns to try and bring him down a little bit.
You're so mean, Trav. I love you. In fact, you're the one I'm going to ask about last month because we're now really deep into our season. A lot of points have been accumulated, and so if you've missed some of the last couple of months, why don't you catch everybody up, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, the last month, to be honest with you, it was a bit of a wild one. Let's take a little bit of a look at the format just before that, though. Obviously, as always, power match, 8 teams come into it, single elimination bracket, and a best of 5 all the way through. We'll only be showing 2 of those quarterfinals on our A stream, though. And then all the way down to the grand finals from the semifinals onwards will be shown on the stream. So it's really, the norm, the bans, the picks, everything is usual. But about that recap, let's take a little bit of a look at what we had through that past month, because it was an absolute banger last month. Some extremely unexpected things happened. In the quarterfinals, it was 3 3-0s, and then we had this brilliant match, that 3-2 with SK Gaming and ZETA Division, where SK Gaming did manage to come out on top against the 2023 World Champions, so massive stuff for them. They then came up against Eclipsar, who surprised the entire world by taking a win over SK Gaming. Some great gameplay from Eclipsar all the way through last month. It ended up bringing them all the way to that 2nd place finish, which nobody saw coming, nobody expected, and look how much it meant to Gugu specifically, but also to OP facing his old team wearing, one of his teammates was wearing that SK jacket. I'm not sure what that was, to be honest with you, but, we'll allow any kind of celebration here in the BSC. Then we saw in the other semi-final, Humble against Reply Totem, which was another really close 3-2. It did end up with Reply Totem coming out on top, and then Reply Totem beat Eclipsar in the grand finals.
I mean, that was last month. Reply Totem, we'll get to it, but I don't think they're beating anybody. Right now, SK Gaming is the team to beat. 268, they're number 1 overall. Humble and ZETA Division, you can tell by the gold trophy markers. They're the ones slated to go at the moment to the big show. Of course, things still shuffling in. We've got to play our games today, and that will change our points for sure. I think, Kenny, we look at SK, we look at Humble, we look at ZETA. All of these teams can find themselves number 1, and I don't think anybody would, number 1 this finals for this month, I should say, and I don't think anybody would be surprised.
Absolutely true, and multiple of them at least to clinch LCQ opportunities, specifically those top 3 teams that you mentioned. Unfortunately, it's going to be a huge blessing for them, but not for Reply Totem. Missing this month entirely, being down 2 points to ZETA Division. They were so set up for success after last month's victory, and now, I mean, honestly in trouble just for something like LCQ, considering Eclipsar's in this month. Team Ogre Cheeky are around. Heck, even Pirates Foot are in the mix. This is going to be really tough for them, and this is our 2nd to last month. I mean, it is crunch time right now.
That's exactly where I was going. Throw up the bracket real quick because I want to show you this is a rare sight. For the first time in over 2 years, we do not see Reply Totem here in the quarterfinals of our monthly finals. Yes, 2 years. And while that is a bad news for Reply Totem, that's great news for everybody else because obviously they're not here, meaning they're getting 0 points for this month. So all of these matchups are going to be a much bigger deal than if Joker and the boys were here. So you've got SK Gaming and Foot are going to be on our stream, and then we're going to take a look at Eclipsar Esport versus Zeta Division. Eclipsar coming in hot off of their second place performance last month. Humble and Pirates, Team Ogrechi, and Pale Fox Esports. Shout out to them, first time on our stage here. They'll be showing up on the B stream. Shout out to our friends over there, Teddy and Nighttime. So definitely going to be a fun-filled day. Check out all this stuff. Trav, we look at these 4 matchups in our quarterfinals. Which one drags your eyesight?
I mean, I think it's going to be that second one. Obviously, Eclipsar had a great qualifying run, and they were punished by giving Zeta, which is it's always a good punishment for doing well, isn't it? Coming against one of the favorites in the quarterfinals. But it's sad to see them come against Zeta because, you know, one of them's going to be going out. It's second place of last month against the world champions of 2023. It's a huge, huge matchup.
Cutthroat format. You know, you just have to play every single month. And you guys can play as well. Event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can go ahead and plug in your own predictions, kind of play alongside the players. And also us up here, we kind of toss our predictions into the mix. And I think a lot of these, listen, there are some expected outcomes, but you mentioned this second one. Trav mentioned this second one, Kenny. This Zeta Eclipsar matchup. Listen, I think Zeta is, I'm not going to dog you guys for picking Zeta. I think that's the smart choice, in all honesty, Ken. But when it comes down to it, you know, this is a team trending upwards. They came in second place last month to Reply. And then in qualifiers, the reason Reply Totem isn't here is because Eclipsar took them down 2-0. So I'm putting my chips on Eclipsar here, Kenny, and I don't think I'm too crazy to do so.
I don't think it's crazy either. I mean, all things considered, they were the winners of, or second place last month, obviously. No Reply Totem. I mean, it's the only team that beat them last month that's not here. I mean, there's some good facts and logic in that. For me, I think it just kind of comes down to these other third-party events, which isn't everything, but I think since that qualifiers run, I haven't been as impressed. I don't think they've been playing up to par with what we saw in that last month. We've seen the ceiling from them, right? They've gotten second place in a monthly finals. That doesn't go underestimated in this region. For me, though, it's just really difficult to bet against Zeta Division. They haven't been the most consistent this year either, in all fairness, but it's the 2023 world champs. In a quarterfinal, I'm going to have to go with them.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. We've got a game before that game, though, so, you know, we'll get ready for that for sure. SK Gaming is starting us off. They're going up against Foot right here. Both of these teams have been pretty strong. Foot seeing some changes recently. We'll focus on the SK boys over here. Joker, Yoshi, and Lana coming through. And this is a strong team for sure. When we look at the big picture, obviously they're number 1 on the leaderboard. I mean, Trav, what can we say about this squad that's been a staple of the EMEA scene?
I mean, it's just such a great, great team. You look at these 3 names, and there's barely any bigger names in Brawl Stars, never mind just in Europe. Joker, Yoshi, and Lenny, obviously 3 absolutely incredible players. And, you know, this matchup, SK and Foot, it's just such a massive, massive matchup. Obviously, the 2 driving forces in that through last year, Drage and Ope, on neither of these rosters now, obviously, Foot has kind of parted ways with Drage, so it's a little less fire in this rivalry, which is quite sad to see because it was really exciting to see all the way through last year, but still a huge game nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how Foot is going to come through and kind of change things up because, as we said, this is a little bit of a different roster. No Drage on here, and Drage going over to Angel Boy's team of Ogre Cheeky. So they've got OG, Rom, and Enraged on this squad here. Kenny, give me the dossier.
I mean, to be honest with you, this is nearly completely different than where they started this year. Sure, it's the same organization, and to Trav's point as well, this was a huge rivalry last year. It feels different, though. It's a new set of faces, and all really good in their own right. Enraged is a fellow grinder. He has been digging deep in scrims. I know that's a reason that OG mentioned that they ended up going with the Sky when they moved on from Drage. I respect that. They still have a lot to prove, though. They're chasing. They're an 8th right now in the region. They need a big month. You only got 2 opportunities left. It's this month and next month. That's it. And at best, I feel like LCQ is only thing they can really get. I mean, jumping from 8th to something like a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd for Worlds would be crazy. And that starts right here against one of the best teams in this region. That is not an easy task.
I like Rom there showing a little bit of the love to the rest of the scene. It's kind of traditional in big sports to go ahead and do the jersey exchange. He's got the Bobby t-shirt. He's got the MMA jersey up there as well. So, you know, I just like to see as we get deeper and deeper into our sport, you know, how the culture kind of expands. And of course, SK at their home base over in Cologne, getting things ready. This is also the support that we've seen out of the SK organization over the years has been really, really strong. And you want to talk about support, you got to talk about the coach here, Trav. Such a big part of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro's been here since the start of SK and Brawl Stars, and that just kind of goes to show how much of a valuable, piece of the puzzle he is at this organization. He's here, year in, year out, ready to build new rosters when things change, and ready to kind of battle with them month by month as well. Really does help them out hugely, whether that's through draft occasionally or if that's just through the pure mentality that he brings to the team.
Well, great stuff. We'll return to the desk after this one. Kenny and I grab the mic, and 87% of y'all out there in TV land say that SK Gaming have the upper hand. Something I always like to point out, Kenny, is that this is not indicative of the win percentage, of how much tilted in the favor that this is. I don't think SK Gaming are this drastically above Foot. Realistically, though, Kenny, where do you think this matchup lies?
I mean, 80-20 for me, to be honest with you. I really think it's that far off, if I'm honest. I feel like Foot, for me, haven't shown up quite yet as much as something like an SK Gaming. I think Foot's really good. Obviously, if you were to power rank the teams in Europe, I think they're fairly in that top 8 consideration. But these guys are coming together a little bit. They're still finding their footing. It's new guys coming into the fray as well, and that's a really difficult thing to do halfway through the year. This is an SK Gaming roster that's won a monthly finals, that we've seen a huge performance from on multiple occasions. I don't think Foot's a bad team by any means. I think SK Gaming have just had that consistency throughout the entire year and have been really good at that.
We'll jump right in here to our draft, and right away we see Draco. It's early in the monthly finals. I expect Draco to be absurd, and this might be the game that we see him played, and then every other one banned out. Over in APAC earlier today, Kenny, we saw a lot of Draco ban. He's just so strong in so many different situations that first pick overall for Foot, yeah, that makes sense to me.
I agree. I think, honestly, removing the Shelly pick, too, makes a lot of sense. People are still figuring out a little bit how to deal with this guy, right? I mean, to your point, he has been absolutely insane. He was the most banned brawler in APAC, just by a smidge. Melody right there with him. But I think it's a brawler that's really difficult to deal with right now. He's got a gadget that literally makes him indestructible. And now they remove one of the counters into him that I imagine is going to be on the better end. And they add one of the best support and one of the easiest ways to heal him up and keep him alive even longer. Even though Angelo and Buster on the other side, that's a powerhouse of a composition.
Yeah, pretty insane here composition-wise for Foot. I mean, one of the cool things about our game is how it's always changing. You always got new brawlers in here, so almost a 70% win rate for Angelo on the left-hand side, but that's a win rate in a world without Draco on the server, so definitely going to change things as we jump on in here with this matchup. Angelo teamed up with Buster and Cordelius on the other side. I mean, Cordelius is sort of tried and true when it comes to brawlers like this, just Draco being a problem. Take Draco out of the equation. That winds up being a good way to solve for X.
I think that's a great point. And honestly, Draco, as good as he is in APAC, did go 0 for 3. In all fairness, at least we're able to figure it out a little bit. I still think Draco's insane. I think it's safe.
Small sample size.
Has been playing on the ladder. They know what this guy can do. I don't blame OG and the team for going for this. We'll just have to see how it plays out. I think it's a really strong comp for SK2.
Well, first blood goes the way of Rom. Draco doesn't even really come through that much. It's all just Byron bolts. Now here comes Enraged, busting through the wall. Nice attack onto Draco. Looked like OG wanted to go all in, and SK Gaming made sure to say absolutely not to that. That said, they dropped everything on the Draco, leaving the other two members of Foot to just clean up, and it's 6 gems in the pocket for our red team.
Huge start here for the red roster, and now OG going to be running down this left-hand in. It gets pulled, but does have a gadget and more heals available.
Oh
it's
my.
Impossible to deal with.
Bro.
The healer-Draco combination, just deadly.
I mean, what? Do we need casters for this? Here comes OG doing his thing, coming on in, and he's just 1v2ing these players. No help from the support, doesn't need it. Last stand extends his life just long enough, and Foot's gonna start the countdown.
I mean, at this point, how on earth are we not banning Draco? I think we've gotten a great demonstration of that. 12 on the shot clock, and once again, OG just running it down, popping an indestructible gadget. Joker somehow dies in that scenario, and Rage cleans things up, and Foot come away unscathed. This brawler is unbelievable, F-Dot.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the very first engagement we see, Draco honestly gets handled, but Foot's opponents used all of their resources to handle Draco, leaving the other two members to just take over. And then after the fact, like I said, we saw on the left-hand side, that last stand gadget keeps him alive at 1 HP, and you can't do anything with it. God forbid he's got to heal on the other side from Byron. I mean, what do you do? OG just walked to 2 players and called it a day. It's a little rough. Getting isolated like that, though, not the best plan. SK Gaming first on the boards, 4 gems.
OG with another takedown, and with Cordelius going down so early there, it's really difficult to remove OG from the equation, right? You have to at least put him in the Shadow Realm, do something to get him out of the picture, and they just can't find a way to do so. Good news for SK Gaming is they're dominating the gym count at least. They have to hold on to this lead, and that's without positioning here. They're going to be locked out of the fort, so to say, in the mid here. They're going to have to find a way back in, and there's a dragon waiting on the other end.
OG on the left side looking for Yashi, but it's going to be Lana that he walks into and falls over at. Curious target prioritization as Yoshi's starting to walk people down. And that's the aggression that you're going to want out of SK Gaming for sure. Draco wants to play over aggressively, and I guess you fight fire with fire. So far it's working out. 9 gems for SK, make it 10, and we count down from 15.
Joker trying
Never mind.
to back off here, but OG's in his face. They've got every one of them now, too. The heals going through, the gadgets, the supers, all of the utility being used. They drag him down, do get a reset, but there's plenty of gems still in Foot's pocket.
Oh, tough stuff here. Yashi on the right side. Everybody sees him now out of the bushes. OG trying to deal with it and gone to the Shadow Realm and gone all the way out. 3 is where we stop the countdown. And SK Gaming are walking back home. Lana is not safe here.
Difficult situation. Going coast to coast with all these gyms right now, and they have to find another way. There goes that indestructible gadget. Doesn't last long enough, though. Lanan with a major play for his team. Somehow SK Gaming survive, and this is all tied up.
Really, really well done. And I mean, I guess this is what we are going to have to expect with respects to Draco, is that he's going to play extremely aggressive. Everything about him tells us that he wants to go aggressive, right? The idea that the super is going to give him a bunch of healing, the idea that last stand is there. Obviously, you've got a Byron in the back line to really assist that. He wants to hit that pedal to the metal and not look backwards. And so how do you deal with that? You have to be just as aggressive. That's at least what SK is saying as Yashi jumps over the wall, looks for OG, and there it is. Buster gets the last hit. SK Gaming are staring directly at the Draco player.
That was an excellent counterplay, and that's a big change from what we saw in game number 1, where Foot just ran away with it. We've got Shadow Realms popped early. OG no longer able to take on Joker and Lanan. They have to be good with the comms here because OG's lurking. They do end up going down, but nonetheless, Joker is able to survive, and once again, they're going to start with a strong lead.
Important kill there from Rom. If Rom's not able to take that player down, then we wind up in a much different scenario with SK Gaming kind of waterfalling over and over. But OG being kept at bay this time around, no longer going 1v2 like he did in the first game, now looking specifically for a single player. And Yashi's kind of forcing me into that situation over and over again with the super. Joker finds Enrage on the backside. It's 7-2 SK Gaming.
All 3 members going to be encircling OG, who pops a gadget, will survive a little bit longer, finally falls. Joker with 8 in his pocket. Foot slowly clawing their way back up, and the long-range Angelo, still a brawler that can't go underestimated, right? This is one of the most insane ones that we've had in a while as well. It's just maybe overshadowed by Draco's prowess a little bit. And he's right back in action here. Dragon inbound, flamethrower going out, and there's Yashi taking him in. OG doing his best, but Joker still surviving. Foot Esports have to claim this positioning and hold for a long time if they want to win this.
Yeah, they've got 6 now, so down by 2 as they increase to 7. But mid control for the first time this game. Well, now on the right-hand side, relatively low, and Enraged gonna look for him on that side, but Joker threatens, so it forces Enraged back. OG again focused by Cordelius. Well done. Yashi focusing this player so hard, and it's keeping Draco at bay.
I couldn't tell, but I thought Shelly just blasted into that Buster Super. Hard to tell, but either way goes down. Low HP for both ends. Joker, 11 gems, Enraged, moving and trying to shoot the Super. Can't quite do it, though. Joker lands the connection here. The Dragon rushing down the middle. Has to close this gap fast. Does get in the face of Joker. Just off the pull goes through. SK Gaming prevail. What a set from them.
Oh, beautiful play against Draco. I mean, this is, thanks, SK, for giving us exactly what we want here in the broadcast booth. We get to see the brawler that, in my opinion, is pretty busted, and then we get the chance to see the brawler do the thing, right? Draco farmed in game 1, and then game 2 and 3, it was just SK showing, no. This is how you handle Draco. And we pointed out the Cordelius interaction early on, that Cordelius in general can deal with these individual brawlers like this, but it was the follow-up, not just the Shadow Realm coming out from Cordelius, but everything else, the target prioritization. That's how you deal with Draco. I'm not sure I want to let him through on the draft all the time, Kenny, but that's how you deal with him.
I mean, if that's how the set had ended up going, if we got another game 1, I think that would have been my first note, is how do you let Draco slide here? It's not something that's new, but to be honest with you, credit to them. They handled it super well in games 2 and 3. Still close calls, right? We went coast to coast in game number 2. We had Foot nearly get this. Just incredible plays from SK Gaming, and this is the reason why I have so much faith in these guys. They're constantly making big plays happen. Lenon, one of the most mechanically great players in this region, always awesome to see what he can do, and just with these aggressive tank brawlers, Yashi combining with that, going with Discord, putting him in the Shadow Realm, getting aggressive early, taking a stand, and just posturing against this Foot squad with the newest best brawler in the game right now. A lot of respect for that, and honestly giving us hope as ladder warriors that we can one day take down Draco too.
Yeah, that might be pushing it. We're not all on SK Gaming, but 7 takedowns here for Joker, 364. I also wanted to bring up, Joker, for my money, and maybe this is personal bias shining through, but when I look at SK Gaming, Joker is just one of the most spotlight players I can think of. And on SK Gaming, even with names like Lenon Yashi, he really doesn't falter. He's still kind of like the lead singer, so to speak. But the Buster and the Cordelius were the stars of that first set. Joker was just in the back line, charging his shot forever, and then finally finding the shot exactly when it mattered. I always kind of focus on the interpersonal, the communication side of the game, Kenny, and I think that, the way Joker has joined this SK Gaming team for this entire year has been really, really fun to watch, and fun to watch develop as well, and I think we're coming into that good stuff.
No doubt, these guys with more months of practice too are only going to get better and better. We're going to move forward over to Flaring at Phoenix, though. This one's been a little spicy as well. This is where the kit combinations can start to come in. If you're one of those ladder warriors that I mentioned, I'm sure you've met Kit and Draco. That is something that cannot be allowed. It is absolutely insane. Having a pseudo thrower with Draco is just a crazy duo of brawlers. But there's a lot of other ones that come through too. We saw on the band stage last time somebody like Gene go through. Buster, another one that shows up here a lot. We get some throwers in the mix as well, and of course we have to remember those brawlers that we've had at the top of the ban list for the past couple months, F-Dot, Melody and Angelo.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny that Melody and Angelo, two opposite characters, right? Melody wants to get up close and personal, and Angelo wants the absolute opposite of that. Kit banned out, thank you. Hey, I'm just going to say, I say this every single time, but Knockout is a game mode that you want to kill all 3 players, and Kit removes a player from the target that you're allowed to... Yeah, all right. Banner out, 71% agree with me. And Enraged, first pick overall going to be Shelly. So really setting a tone for this draft, saying, all right, we got a tank counter. Do what you will.
Believe it or not, Shelly actually the most picked brawler here the last 3 weeks or so in scrims for EMEA from these top teams.
Oh, I believe it.
Interesting choice there too. I mean, it also, you know, band stage included. We've got brawlers like Gene, Angelo, all that out of the equation. So somebody has to get picked. I feel like Shelly just is kind of a mix of both at a professional level. You get that aggression up in your face, no tanks allowed kind of stance, but you also get the sharpshooter capabilities with that gadget in those closing scenarios too, with those little indestructible walls up close in the middle of the map. When all that fog starts to close in, there's arguably no better brawler than having just a shotgun to the face.
All right, and Mandy's selection. Not every day that we see Mandy over here. I do know that OG kind of likes this brawler, so might be a little bit of a lean on there. Anything particular in the meta that has brought her up the tier list, so to speak, or is this just long range and OG's good at her?
I think Mandy's kind of always been looming. It sometimes depends on the band stage as well. The super is just, I feel like, the biggest standout for knockout. When it comes down to one life a game, you know, when you pop a Mandy super across the map, limitless range, I think it goes without saying that it's just something that's very, very difficult to predict and dodge, especially in all that grass too. So I think this might be Foot's choice. It's still a lot of pro players' choices as well. We've kind of, you know, deviated a little bit from that meta we had earlier towards the year where Bell, Piper would have been those kinds of choices. I don't have any problem with this. I actually think Meg might be a pretty good response, though. It's something in knockout that's deceptively good.
Yeah, I really like the Meg selection over here. You know, when we look at SK Gaming's composition, they're looking kind of in between. Tick is always going to be sort of like a control brawler, especially in that mid zone. But when we look towards Meg, you know, she can either lean towards that defensive, we're going to wait for the gas, or she can go all in. Whereas we look at on the other side for Foot, I think a lot of it's going to lean on them trying to get those supers available, so potentially being a little bit more aggressive. We'll keep our eyes on it as Joker is going to be piloting that Meg right in the mid, and OG starts this battle off half HP.
Gonna have to drop a turret instantly there too, or at least a little extra gadget just to block things out. I think that could be helpful into the sharpshooters, and to somebody like Rama, not going to make too much of a difference as we get this little thrower battle on the left. Rama might have overstepped those. Going to be there for the assistance. That was a huge mistake.
Yeah, that was very, you know, just extremely out of position. Two players are able to coalesce on him, and OG does the same thing. Now Joker's behind enemy lines, though. The basic attack from the big side comes through, and, well, there's Lana. So SK Gaming just kind of punished obvious mistakes out of Foot. It's not often that it's black and white here, Kenny, but Foot just has to play better.
I think they just immediately identified the mistake they made. I think OG just getting really aggressive. Move on, let it be behind you. Just uncharacteristic from Rama. He's a great player, but that was a pretty obvious one, I think, of just way overstepping. Joker, just heavy fire from that giant mech that Meg has. So I don't know about that one. Just a lapse in judgment, I think. And they just got to move on into another round, too. Things getting more and more serious here as well. Foot need to get on the board.
Well, thrower v thrower on the left-hand side, and Larry and Laurie playing a lot more metered than last time around. Rom not going to make the same mistake twice if he has his way. Joker, though, steps up a little too far, loses the mech for it. And Foot kind of... Now they have to deal with Meg out of the mech, but the gas creeping on in here.
Some great heals coming in from that gadget, though. Joker, so much on his end and has a second life. That's why Meg can be so powerful. Rama has to deal with this. The Tickhead connects, though, in rage. Has an entire super to face off against Lenon when he returns. That's not going to be enough of a gadget there. Two brawlers going to stuff him into the fog. And now it's a tie one here in game number 1.
I do like Joker's move there. Gets back into the mech and then uses the HP bar to go and wade through the gas to get that left flank. Foot wasn't, it's not that they weren't expecting it. You can't go there. But with that, the whole mech to kind of deal with, I saw the vision there from Joker. Unfortunately, he gets divided and not going to be able to find it. So we are on our game-winning round here. And yeah, for as fast as the first round went, I think Foot learned their problem and have definitely hit the brakes.
They've also revealed a little bit of enemy positioning too. They've got a little less grass on that other end to work with, and visibility is so important on a map like this where it's really dictated by grass. You know, Rama's got the reverbing shot, but nobody on this end is really going to be able to do great scouting reports and reconnaissance work. So Joker, I think, is just going to take 7,400 HP, a heavy machine gun, just go with this. That looked like a deadly mark too. Yes, it did end up connecting. It was a little hard to tell at the bottom of the screen there, but this is where all the action goes down, F-Dot.
Yeah, unfortunately, the long range not going to be able to confirm, and so it's Joker that gets surrounded, and he's taken down. 2 players alive, make it 1. And that said, the 1v1, Lana versus Enrage, the pushback out of Shelly, but Lana gets the kill from inside the gas. That's SK Gaming taking the round and the game.
That was cruel. That should have been all Foot. We see a hypercharged Shelly Super ready to go with the fog closing in, and such a pivotal play. That really should have gone Foot's way, but that gadget decision, so good for those in-game scenarios. Honestly, such a smart tech choice too. Something I really didn't think about in the draft setting, but Lana making a great heads-up play there, just keeping himself alive long enough to out-survive and heal in that final scenario, even with a shotgun blast to the face.
Well, now we've got a new round, a new game to go for. SK Gaming obviously on the board, but they're the first one off as well. Enrage falls down, and, well, this round kind of already over. But Fu responding, man, I mean, that was not... Round 1 took me by surprise again. This time, not just a straight-up ROM mistake, though, at least.
Now, I think just a huge confidence booster for SK Gaming, coming away and beating Draco, one of the seemingly best brawlers who has yet to win, I might add, this week, and still 0-4. So we gotta get our opinions in check a little bit, but nonetheless, still a great brawler. And now they walk into a scenario where game 1 shouldn't have gone their way. They've gotten the round of game number 2. They're this close to taking a second here and going up 2-0. And you're seeing the protestos come out of Rama. They need a W here for the mental F-Dot.
Joker all set and ready to go. OG has that super, but we saw him wait for later in the stage to kind of use it. I think I prefer it as a finisher, not an opener. I don't know that Food actually capitalized off of the Mandy super last time. This time it's just going to whiff. Joker's half HP in mid. Rom's walking forward as the gas creeps in. Rom in trouble. Yashi's not. No problems at all. Pushes him back. Rom falls down. SK Gaming clean and happy. And that's going to be their second game as well.
These fellas are just moving right now. After set 1, had a little bit of adversity with that Draco, obviously. Set 2, smooth sailing outside of a little bit of a rocky game 1, but nonetheless, just keep making these great plays. Just veteran, clearly pro player caliber type stuff. I mean, the Charlie gadget. I think some unfortunate stuff there for Foot too. We saw several missed supers there at the end. That's a big thing with Mandy. If you're not connecting those, it can be really hard to capitalize. But Foot honestly had a leg in that one too. Obviously, game 2 didn't go their way as much, but certainly game number 1, they were still in it. They were competitive in set 1. Just knocking down these games enough to take a set. Now they're facing a 2-0 deficit, a reverse sweep. Looking pretty unlikely into a team like this.
You know, I mean, Kenny, we usually agree on a lot, but Food having a leg in that one, I mean, they were on crutches. They were dragging that leg. I don't think they really had they looked outclassed in this knockout, in my opinion. And, you know, much love to the Food guys, but yeah, I got to call it how I see it. And I'm not even focusing on the ROM mistake. You know, I think that sometimes we see mistakes like that are so egregious that those are the ones I don't count against our professional teams, because anybody can oops. But when I watched, I mean, just right here, the duel on the left-hand side with Yashi, watching him play that one, watching how Joker was able to kind of utilize it, this was just SK up and down. And the numbers, I mean, I guess the numbers don't really tell the story, but Joker, 6 kills overall in that mid lane Meg, certainly bringing it home.
I mean, kills and knockout, obviously a huge deal. You know, it doesn't look like a lot, but throughout the duration of a set, you know, 6 kills and knockout, that's essentially 2 round victories.
Yep.
The Joker. That's pretty wild. OG, Rama, and Rage, all kind of even across the board. I still feel like Foot, at least in that first game, a couple mistakes away. We see the Shelly play at the end where Charlie just has a great heads-up decision with that gadget. We see Rama make a big mistake. Obviously, in game number 2, I'm right there with you, though. Just didn't look like an equal caliber team compared to the likes of SK Gaming. I'm sure that's a lot due to mechanics. I'm not sure if it's entirely due to draft. I'll let the pros decide that. But now Foot have to take a stand. This is a big deal for them. They are in 8th place in this region, F. They need a victory over an old-time rival of last year. Otherwise, LCQ hopes and dreams are looking more and more bleak.
Well, Brawl Ball is going to be the place where we try to find a light in the darkness for our Foot team. We jump on the center stage. No Nita, no Sandy, no Rosas, yet pretty much the standard bans as I would expect. Nita's been very, very strong in Brawl Ball this year. Sandy is Sandy, and that's how she goes. And as we jump onto center stage, you definitely want to look for some of those wider attacks. And so Draco is going to be one of those wider attacks, at least on the Dino. And first pick overall again for Foot. It didn't go their way first time. Maybe Brawl Ball is something different.
I mean, Draco, all things considered, it's hard to believe he's a first pick considering Hank's got a better win rate than him this week.
All right,
Draco
stop. Okay, stop. Stop with the Hank. Stop. I'm not buying it.
Just saying. I'm not making it up. I'm just facts are facts, F.
Did a shrimp write this? Absolutely not. I'm not interested. I'm interested in the old man though. Joker, I think I love control when it comes to Brawl Ball. And I think that when we look at Joker's choice and then Cordelius as well, these are control brawlers. And so I'm definitely curious who's going to round out the draft here, Kenny. But I love the amount of control that SK is bringing.
Great control, and honestly, 2 brawlers that are going to be very solid in this map, and most importantly, very good into Draco. Draco's got an uphill battle, I would say. I think Gale probably one of the better ways to deal with this. However, Angelo's going to do really well at outranging, outdamaging. No introduction needed for Angelo, right? This brawler is unbelievable. I'm curious what they pair this with. Sometimes we'll see things like Griff or Colonel Ruffs go alongside this. For my old-timey Brawl esports watchers, the old times we would have Wall Break combined with B. Nowadays, since Angelo is so good, it's Angelo a lot of the times. I'm sure with Draco, they don't necessarily want to disrupt that grass too much, but having a flamethrower on your side, the second one in this game, probably not a bad call.
Yeah, you know, I like the Angelo selection for my personal bias. Oh, I think he's one of the I think he's the most attractive long range sharpshooter, and so I would have liked to. Interesting. I would have liked to see him round out this SK draft with Gale and the Mushroom Man. You've got a lot of control and just like open up the world for that long range play style. But this is the opposite. This is that up close and personal play style. Of course, Buzz can also sort of like Spider-Man himself up the map, so that's certainly something to think about. But SK Gaming coming in with a ton of control, and Foot trying to fight that with pure aggression out of the Draco, Rom from a distance, and enraged, medium range, I suppose. Amber getting it done, taking down Buzz before he even reaches it as well. And so 3 quick kills, but Yashi's going to respawn quick enough to defend the shot.
Great start for Foot. And that's part of having Draco on your side. You get an early lead. It's hard to take him down. Now he's riding a dragon, gonna have a flamethrower in the face of Yashi. Doesn't matter how much they slow him down. He's got an indestructible gadget. There he goes. Joker jumping in now, trying to take care of Enrage. Lenon just forced to grab this ball, either super or run away with it. And I think he knows he can kind of just hold this. He's the one with the stun in his hands. And OG, though, has one better. He's got that gadget.
Surviving one more time on the dinosaur. Lana goes for it again and wins the duel this time. Rom takes the ball back to Foot's side of the field. Joker trying to deal. Meanwhile, Enraged dealing with 2 separate SK players in mid. Down goes the Amber. Lana jumping on OG, ignores him, scores it from the left-hand side.
Another instance of SK Gaming just being unbelievable. That was a situation where Foot Esports starts strong, have a near team wipe, are nearly getting a goal. Instead, it's SK Gaming going the other way. I don't know about this time, though. 3 brawlers standing tall right now for the red roster. They dropped the Gale NATO, the pushback as well. Unbelievable defense, and now a hypercharge from Lenon. Coast to coast for Buzz. Swing his way the other way, grabs the ball, puts it in the net. Unreal.
Oh my God, listen, that is, I often come through and give credit to the entire team. And yeah, we're gonna highlight that Gale defense because that's what the old man does. But sometimes you gotta give it to the individual. Both goals coming out of the hands of Lenon. Fantastic performance from Lenon on the Buzz. That's gotta be a play of the year contender.
Gotta think it's play of the day so far, and I'm not liking Draco's odds of getting a win here when SK Gaming are the one piloting the other side. Enraged looking for another takedown. Rama creeping forward. A nice snipe coming in, though. They need some big plays right now. A good dive away. Still possession for Foot, but now Lenon has that ball, and he is a scary playmaker.
I mean, we just saw what he can do. And there's going to be the jump on into OG. Last stand, not even needed. Okay, 80 health left on the Draco player. Passes it over to Joker and backs up. Everybody low on food, but they are high on the field. Here comes the Dragon, and down goes. No, Lena can't deal. Last stand is there again, and the Gadget makes it happen. Rom, scared, has an opening, finds the back of the net. Food on the board for the first time this contest.
Foot got to play near perfect if they want to come back in this one. They're facing a match point. They've got a great team on the other end that's outclassed them so far, and they are facing off with a Draco. At least they've got that in their back pocket. Joker with a super available, connects to Enrage. Yashi, one of the greatest goalkeepers in Brawl Stars in his hands. He's got Gale, who's got a pushback, a twister. That's part of the reason we saw Lenon be able to make such big plays, and now he's got the ball in his hands once again.
Goes ahead, finds a single player, not going to be able to follow up. Man, that waterfall moment, I'm still thinking about that play. Like, I'm still on that one. I'm sure Foot are as well, as they're paying a lot of attention to this buzz on the right-hand side. Joker's got to fall back.
A mid-presence for Foot. Looking like they're going to try and play some strong defense here before the shot clock goes down. Lenon generating some offense, though. Hypercharge available. Connects. There's one. Going for a second here. Gadget for Enraged will shut him down, but it's a 2v1. There's Rama with a piercing blow. They're going to be able to keep this in the top right-hand side for now. SK Gaming going to have one more opportunity, maybe, at this.
Huge play for Rom. He's really coming through in the clutch. Obviously, his team is trailing, but big plays have been coming out from the Angelo player. Lena shows up, dives deep, bops hard, and that's going to be the goal that ties us up. 1-1. We're headed to OT.
OT is an interesting prowess for sure. We've got Angelo and Amber on the other end. I would say advantage Foot for sure, right?
Yeah.
No range really available on this SK side, but Joker still making some connections here. Yashi with a super shot available. Not going to be able to deliver. Lenon's just going to be forced to dribble. Knows he has the super. This time, though, not hitting the mark. It's going to be Foot who are safe and sound with that ball.
Enraged here on the left side. Respawns are coming in, though. So the old man Gale going to be here. Rom needs to land a shot in order to open the window. Half a minute to go, and the ball moving up for Foot. OG leading the charge, being the tank in front. Gale pushes on back. Pass over to Enraged. Doesn't need it. Goal for OG. Well done in overtime, but it's just one game for Foot Esports.
I saw a little bit of what looked to be an eye roll from Rama. I think maybe just a sigh of relief. They got a game. They avoided losing the match. They're still facing another match point, though. He knows this is a long uphill climb. He's very familiar with facing off against SK Gaming. He had a phenomenal year last year with his previous roster, now joining with OG and Enraged. They know how close they are. They know how badly they need this win. They've got a long road ahead of them, but hey, one's good at least for now.
Yeah, Draco with that big HP bar, able to just kind of tank everything in that last one. 2-on-1 OG. And Rom's going to look to finish off a player on the right. OG finishes off a player on the left. And OG clowning on him right in the middle. Well done by Foot. Extremely well done in that one.
Pressure's off a little bit, too. They get this early goal. They can start to play defense. SK Gaming, outside of Buzz, aren't necessarily the most aggressive comp in the world. They've got the old man, and they've got Cordelius. This isn't necessarily going to be the most up-in-your-face great team, and they've still got Draco and Angelo and Amber, an excellent control brawler here. Lenon, I don't know if that's what he was connecting for. If it was, maybe just a Giga Brain play, but I think Foot are going to try and end this right here, right now. Yashi going to stay alive, give them a little extra opportunity. That's just enough time for a respawn, so Foot's still going to have to fight on defense a little bit.
Yeah, I like Yashi. It looked like he's being a little crazy, being that aggressive, but it forces Foot to kind of look at him. We're not dealing with OG. Again, the last stand comes out. Again, the Draco wins as a result. 3-on-2. Yashi in trouble, and Joker dealing with it, though. Puts one in the Shadow Realm, gets put down himself after the fact. And it's back to mid.
Great kill from Yashi, and honestly a great way to neutralize that Buzz hypercharge. Those are the moments that if you can whittle the storm, get a better chance at winning. This is the most offense we've seen out of SK Gaming. Finally, that ball crosses the midfield mark, but here comes the flamethrower. A stun going through just enough to get that kill, and now Joker's removed another chess piece on this board. They have an opportunity, and without that super pass away, that probably would have been a bucket.
Yeah, very interesting choice there. I guess just off the mark for Rom. Now Food have to play defense. OG already half dead. Popped, and he's full dead. Joker's looking for the left-hand side. Walks past Angelo. Brings it home 1-1 with 22 seconds on the clock.
A little bit of mind games there as well. Cortelius had a super available. He could have just removed him if he really wanted. Instead, they get to save that. Lenan with the stun. Yashi, dribble right-hand side. Rama going on the other end. He's just walking forward. He knows he has enough in the tank, and SK Gaming send them a dagger in the back of the net. They'll be moving on to our semifinals.
Well done for SK Gaming. Fantastic performance out of these vets. And I like this response too. Listen, they know that this one was kind of just clock in, clock out. They had to handle business the way that they are handling it right here, right now. And Lana, I got, again, this Brawl Ball performance, listen, it's always a team game, right? Yeah, even on the play that I'm going to talk about, Amber helped out on the left-hand side. Absolutely. But sometimes you just want to give the man his flowers. And that guy deserves a bouquet. What a game, dude.
That's some unbelievable playmaking there from Lenan. It's something that I've had the privilege of watching for something like the Brawl Ball League, and he still delivers with Buzz every single time. Play of the day, maybe play of the year in terms of excitement. It's such a fun brawler to watch, too. I think ones like Buzz, Carl, a lot of those brawlers that are kind of sneaky in the meta right now. Just so many opportunities. Even that one, already a good start here, but this defensive effort from Yashi is what allowed this to happen. A great pushback as well. That super was enough to grab them a kill, and then here comes Lenan swinging his way down the map just enough to put it in the net. No way they were going to stop him there, and it would have been a crying shame if they lost that set after such a good play.
Oh man, Lenan Morales coming through and just scoring it. What an incredible play. And I'm glad you mentioned the Yashi, the Gale defense there. That's exactly why you select this brawler in this situation. That's exactly why you get it done like that. And provided what his team needed. 10 takedowns in total for the Dino Boy. Buzz coming through with 273 DPS as well. Worth noting, all of the numbers for SK lower than the aggressive numbers out of Foot, but we highlighted the difference between these two approaches earlier on. The numbers for OG Ramen Enraged should be higher than SK Gaming's because you've got unbridled aggression on the right-hand side, and you've got, well, I mean, I know we just saw Buzz kind of like pedal to the metal, but the composition is more based around control for sure.
Your point, absolutely correct. I think between Cordelius and Gale, we would not expect some lobby top frags from these guys. They are here to take a stand, to hold the line, and then they're going to let Buzz do their thing. I kind of love how SK Gaming throughout all three of these sets, everybody kind of had their own role, right? Very different each time round. Sometimes it was Angelo making a big play because of Joker. Sometimes it was Buzz just popping off, and it's hard to argue when you make such a good play why Lenan wouldn't be the MVP, but honestly, all three members of this squad looking fierce, looking strong, and looking to make a run here as the day progresses.
Completely agree with that, but I'm not as nice. If you didn't vote for Lenan for MVP, you're just wrong. My bad. Also, like, this is one of the teams that I have, like, I have straight up just said that Joker is, like, my favorite player in the league. But when Lenan does that stuff, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Now they're watching the monthly finals. They're watching themselves. I mean, just getting ready for the next match. They're calm. They're sitting on the couch. That's a big deal. They just walked through Foot, and now they're going to be waiting on their semifinal opponent. Phenomenal squad, and I think a big reason why they had so much of the poll prediction, right? Foot, a great team. I mean, again, if we were to power rank all the teams, they're probably in that top 8 mix. Doesn't look like they're quite enough for LCQ at this moment, though. And now with this loss, hopes of that looking at very bleak as we go to next month.
Also, Draco played again. Draco still no wins.
Nada.
Maybe we'll see some more Draco after the break. We'll be right back with the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're right back with the BSC. Told you it'd be a quick break. Trav, welcome back, dude. You see that one? That little SK Gaming win? See it?
Yeah, it was a little one as well. It was a little one because it was quite fast. A nice little 3-0 there for SK Gaming. I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased about how they came off the mark today. Was just some really incredible plays. Bit of pushback in a couple of the sets. Obviously, Foot started strong. They started to kind of end strong as well, but just couldn't quite get going against such a fierce opponent like SK.
Yeah, I mean, SK have just proven time and time again that they're coming in here. And one of the things that really impressed me was that Draco, dummies on the ladder, I'm dummies, like, just seems ridiculous. How do you deal with it? OMG, OMG. But both times, enemy first pick, no Draco ban. SK came into this monthly finals 100% understanding how to deal with that brawler. And I think that shows a level of professionalism, Kenny, that like we have to come to expect out of SK Gaming.
And it's a draft setting as well, which maybe changes things up a little bit, right? In the randomness of ladder, you don't get to choose your opponents. You just get the matchup that you're dealt. And I think pros have really shown, so far he's 0 for 5, still plenty of context left that we got from the rest of the weekend, but there's ways to counter him. There's ways to deal with him. People have figured out ways to address it, especially if you take Draco early. That's how tanks work in this meta, right? If you take a tank early, you're gonna have opportunities for anti-tank later. That's something you gotta live with every time you pick Draco.
Very, very true. Got to keep your eyes on that. Keep your eyes on the bracket real quick as Humble 3-1's Pirates on our B stream. Shout out to Teddy, a Nighttime Clasher, who are handling the business over there. And then Team Ogre Cheeky and Pale Fox Esports will also be playing on our sister stream. So go check out Angel Boy and the guys take on the new friends as we deal with Eclipsar Esport versus ZETA Division. Now, SK Gaming is going to be the reward for whoever winds up winning this matchup. Reward is the word I'm going to go with for sure. Now, Eclipsar trending upwards. They are going to the moon, question mark. Gugu and the guys found themselves second place overall last month to Reply Totem, who aren't here. So transitive property, mathematics, I don't know, I'm not good at trigonometry, but coming on through, these guys have their finger on the trigger and they have absolutely, Trav, improved over recent months.
They really have. Like, last month was, I think, the peak that they've ever played at, getting second place in that monthly final. I do feel like they've been on a bit of a downtrend since then in the third-party tournaments over the past month. You know, ECP Andorra and also the Brawl Ball League as well. They haven't been doing the best, and I think that's, you know, it's either they're just, you know, just full focus on monthly finals, full focus on Worlds and the LCQ, or they've just been having a bit of a tough month and they're going to have to bounce back very, very heavily because they've got a huge opponent against them here.
Yeah, ZETA, certainly no slouches here. Kenny, when we talk about ZETA Division, this is a team that has really been showing up. You know, the Polish squad, Garo, Navi, and Meow certainly have put people on notice.
Absolutely. And honestly, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag, at least in the monthly finals this year. The 2023 world champions obviously deserve their flowers, deserve their credit, but they've gotten some really good results and some really early exits. It's kind of been one or the other for the most part. I think this team is still really capable. I think they are obviously have the ceiling of literally being a world champion. It's really hard for me to bet against that in predictions if I'm just straight up picking a winner. I think to your point though, F-Dot, Eclipsar have been better, at least in the BSC. I think the question still remains, is that the new norm for them, what we saw last month, or was that a one-off?
Completely agree. That is what I am looking at. I want to see, like, listen, everybody that winds up making it to the monthly finals is, you know, better than you and your friends at Brawl. They're that good. The worst team up here is, you know, better than, sure. But consistency is a different thing, and lightning always strikes a couple of times. It's Eclipsar's job now to capture that lightning. That said, against a team like ZETA Division, this might be the one to really, this might be their ideal opponent, because ZETA has been, like you said, up and down and up and down. You can never dismiss a world championship team, but a couple of months ago they weren't even here, so certainly something to think about, and might be, Trav, Eclipsar's spot to really climb the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game. I don't think either of these teams, like, it's hard to say that ZETA Division are consistent, right? But they either go out in the quarters or they win the entire thing. And I'm not sure if that's complete consistency or the complete opposite. I'm not sure what I'd really put that down to. You know, it's you either win it all or go out in the quarterfinals. You're getting points either way. But Eclipsar, they've got a point to prove. And I think ZETA are a team who they can prove their point against. They're extremely capable of winning this matchup. ZETA have definitely been on a downswing since obviously winning the World Finals, which is as big as an achievement as you can get in Brawl Stars. But since then, they haven't felt the same.
I guess the question really is just how much does momentum mean, right? We always hear, you know, sports is 90% mental or this, that, or a third. When we look at it, ZETA have downward momentum and Eclipsar have upward momentum. Is it that simple, Kenny? Is it really just that Eclipsar are trending upwards, so they should come in here favored, or do you think it's deeper than that?
I think it's deeper than that. I think ZETA Division still deserve to be favorites here. They're, in all fairness, still a little bit ahead of Eclipsar, but don't want to go underestimating them either. They are 4th in this region after some really good performances. Their best, obviously, getting 2nd last month. ZETA Division at least have won one. But to Trav's point, so far it's been a big win or an early exit. 90% feels pretty heavy.
Well, 90% is where most of the audience leaning towards ZETA Division. I think that the hardware certainly comes into play with that one. Me and Trav on the call for this quarterfinals matchup. As we jump into dueling beetles, we see a lot of the usual suspects banned, and that seems to be my line a lot of the times coming into these bans, Trav, is that like there seems to be a really understood ban phase for a lot of these teams, and we're seeing a lot of what quote-unquote should be banned most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. You know, Sandy being the top of those brawler ban rates, 70% is absolutely huge. And Eclipsar did ban now, which, yeah, therefore, as we see, ZETA Division have that first pick. But the other two still very much available. And there's one of them. Melody is picked up early on by Eclipsar here. And obviously the other one being Jesse as well. Extremely good at kind of focusing down on this point because, you know, occasionally there's 3 brawlers on the point. Spawnables there as well. Bouncing those shots off them does so much work. But we'll see if that does get picked later on down the line. But Eclipsar, I like what they've got here. They're starting strong. And yeah, Jesse comes up shortly after.
Jesse showing up here. The question, I guess, is, because I always like to see Pam on maps like this, does Jesse dissuade you from going something with a deployable?
Yeah, I'm with you. I love Pam on this, but yeah, Jesse is just one of those things that deals with those spawners so well. And, you know, you can play a defensive turret, but if you're in that grass, you know, if you get hit by Jesse, it's still bouncing on your turret no matter what. So it's really difficult to play against Jesse when the spawners come in, and it also kind of deters, you know, something like a Charlie as well, which could come on later down the line. But it's going to be Sam as that final pick from ZETA Division. A lot of aggression coming out of them there. Obviously, they've got the Amber as well to burn down some of this mid-bush and just kind of have that controlling brawler whilst having that aggression of the Sam. But Eclipsar not in a bad spot to deal with it, especially with this last pick. They have the Jesse already to be able to slow and use the turrets against it, and they're going to go for the Surge, which is going to be provided a lot of high levels by the Sam.
And I like this. I like the Surge selection a lot because of Sam wants to come up. Basically, Sam and Melody want to slam their helmets against each other, right? Like it just big old American football run into each other. And Surge is going to be able to disrupt some of that, right? If he jumps on top of the Sam, that's the split second that Eclipsar need to kind of take advantage of him. The Amber on the other side, like you mentioned, will deal with some of the places to hide for Melody in this middle section if they so choose. So Gugu is going to start here on the mid. I think that's predictable, but Melody trying to fight her way up should have some trouble here.
Well, Gugu just sitting on the mid here, just getting the percentage ticking up, and now he eventually goes aggressive. And Gugu's actually going to go for the jump over the top of him. Not sure if that was really intentional or not, but maybe it's going to clean up what he couldn't finish off. And Gero forced to jump out, places that super down now as well, which should allow OP to burn down. Actually, didn't cook that shot enough for that to finish him off. But we do see an early ECP lead. Now ZETA bouncing straight back into it, but maybe is continuing this aggressive stance, and Gugu up to level 3. Make that 4 as he gets that extra super.
Yeah, uses the super to find safety for a moment. Just a moment. And it's ZETA Division stepping forward, looking up at 35, but quickly climbing.
Gugu's going to burn down once more. Really good shots coming in from Gero, and it's actually the lead for ZETA Division now. Super available from OP as well. Should be able to push them out of this position, especially if he's going to throw that slow down along with it as well. Might be able to get a couple of them. There's now he's slowed down, should fall too. We see an aggressive jump from Gugu once more, extending it to level 3. And now maybe it's going to come in, force the jump out of Gero. Should be able to pick that up and make it a 3v1 matchup here. Need another aggressive turret placed behind this wall from OP if they're going to be able to hold it. But a great super from him there to keep OP low. Still not able to score the kill. And Eclipsar start this comeback.
Meow not really finding a lot of these shots. Needs to build up a little bit of super, and the 2-on-1 in the backside is great. Mebius falls down, and now it's just about tied. Both teams stepping forward. ZETA team wipe, but Mebius spawns as soon as it happens and gets the 2v1.
I mean, that was wonderful from Naui to get 2 of them, but they couldn't keep up with Mebius just going aggressive straight after, and it is Eclipsar in the lead now. Naui going forwards again, wastes that little gadget there, but not without his team backing him up and helping him out a little bit along the way. Oil spill on the right-hand side, and Gero just trying to get some heals off of his super here, but a good place turret there from OP. It is Eclipsar still in the lead. Mebius going to pick up another one as well. Now he forced into a 3v1 situation, and he's not coming out of that alive. 3 of them locking down this zone and taking game number 1.
The Melody versus Sam matchup here is just going in Melody's favor. Seems to be they're both playing the melee aggressive guy, and Melody just seems to be executing better. I might even say that the kit leans itself that way. Sam has a little bit of sustain, but Melody's just going to kill you, especially if she's, using all that tech. So right now, worked out in Eclipsar's favor. That's the matchup I'm looking at the most here, Trav. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is that kind of vital one, but on this left-hand side, just kind of spamming out supers in, not really going to be doing too much for him, but, something to do whilst he waits for someone to step out of line and make a mistake. But Mebius is going to be that brawler to start going quite aggressive, and another good start for ECP, but no levels so far for Gugu, and this aggression coming out, and now he wastes that gadget for him, waits out on the shot, and a team wipe for ZETA, much better start.
Yeah, now he just not going for the Melody, letting his teammates deal with her as he chases down the players that he has the upper hand on, so to speak. Gugu already level 2 though, so something to keep an eye at. A third done for ZETA, and here comes Naui being aggressive. Gets traded out, but traded out, so it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, well, Meow gives Gugu all of his shots back there thanks to the gadget help, but he can't get in range of anybody, and Gero's going to be able to clean him up quite quickly. Aggression comes out of Mebius now, looking for a shot in from Gero, but he jumps away from that little lean in, the lunge from Mebius with his super. OP coming back up, now he just trying to out-heal them, but not able to do that at all. Gugu with another jump, but he keeps on doing this, levels up, and then gets capped by Gero.
Yeah, surrounded there by Mebius and Op, so able to finish them off, but 57 and climbing to Eclipsar's just about 40%. So ZETA's got the upper hand and mid control. Melody rushes out of base, brings Naui down half HP, but not full. Eclipsar, with that pressure, able to step forward. Got to keep an eye on the Sam, though. Gugu relatively low. Great shot to take down Naui. Ope and Gugu combine, and that should tie us up.
Well, it's the same story as last game, a really good kind of mid-portion of the game for ZETA Vision. Their Eclipsar just catch up and take the lead when they start to get a bit more established. Mebius goes aggressive, but no notes around him until he gets into that position. Another super back and a jump from Gugu there will finish off that kill as well. Damage gear activated on Naui, but it's just not going to be enough. This should be an ECP game and an ECP set as they clean up all 3. And it's just Meow ready to fight, but it's too little, too late for ZETA Division.
Really well done. Easy peasy for ECP right here. That was just prowess. I think these drafts were 50-50. I liked both drafts, Trav. I think that Eclipsar just came out and played better Brawl Stars. I think the Melody outperformed the Sam, and that's exactly what they wanted to happen. I also want to note, these jerseys are dope, by the way. These are very cool jerseys.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I'm just not sure on that Sam pick. I'm not sure I can justify it at all, to be honest with you. Especially not as the 6th, especially not as, like, I think it was the 5th pick, right? So it flips back to ECP to have that counter. And already against a Jesse who's going to have that slow with the turret, going to have those spawnables to be able to deal with it. It had good plays. It had a bit of aggression. But I don't think you can really pick that kind of brawler unless you take it as the 6th and final. It's their final pick. But with ECP having something in the hand to be able to counter it, I feel like you've just got to question it a little bit.
Who do you think? I didn't hate it at first, but now that you break it down, I'm kind of seeing the glaring defects. What kind of brawler would you have rather seen?
I don't know. I feel like you've got to go control, especially when you don't know what's coming. Yes, it could mean that they take a tank and something like that, but even if you do take, I think it was the Surge that was last picked right by Gugu. If you take like something that out of the hands, it covers multiple bases. It can be that control. It can deal with tanks, as we've literally just witnessed, and it was played really, really well by I believe it was Gugu on it. Yeah, 9 kills. Really, really nice.
It's funny. I wanted to kind of bring attention to Meow. I feel like the Amber wasn't she wasn't a slouch, but I feel like Amber wasn't able to find enough oil. There just wasn't enough Amber out of Amber, and what she brings usually is that area denial, but because of the pressure from Eclipsar, I mean, I wasn't even able to really bring that pressure. The numbers kind of tell a different story, but watching that one, I feel like we could have gotten more out of the flamethrower.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree with you on that one. Definitely felt like we could have seen some more from that brawler. But obviously Gem Grab and Hard Rock Mine is where we head next. A little bit more control. I feel like this is kind of a bit more Zeta speed. Obviously Hot Zone is kind of the only comparable one in terms of control, but if they can get a different draft, play it a little bit differently, I feel like they can definitely manage this one a little bit more. Because Eclipsar is still, you've got to realize it's still relatively new team for a lot of these players to be facing. So we'll see if they're able to handle this one a bit better. Ban-wise, they're going to get rid of the Sandy again, going to get rid of the Melody this time. Don't want to be facing off against that. Ruff's also going to be on the Eclipsar side of the bans. The Max, Sprout, and Melody over the other side as well. And this is Zeta first pick.
Angelo first overall. Not surprising, again, he's been so dominant, such a large amount of damage being able to come. Anytime you've got long range and the ability to play a sharpshooter, I think Angelo is kind of where these teams have been going. Response, the world is here, and so Gene is going to be selected. Always a nice look on Hard Rock Mine, nothing to really shake your head at, but now you're looking for damage on the other side, and so I'm probably looking for a long-range sharpshooter as well.
Yeah, well, it's quite tough to go for a long range when you've already got that Gene who's pretty solidified in the mid, can't really pivot onto it, pivot a Gene onto a lane. And it's quite hard to play a sharpshooter down one of the lanes, I feel, here against some brawlers that'll just stay out of the way or, you know, pick their opportune moment. The Charlie I do like, though. I think it's a very, very solid shout, especially, you know, even if you have to Gene pull in and you don't have that DPS to back you up, you can always Cocoon and it drops the gems anyway. Nita on the flip side for Zeta Vision. That is one of those aggressive brawlers I do really like on this map. If you can get control with the Nita, start cycling those bears, it can do absolute wonders.
Yeah, I like the choice of the Charlie. You're getting that medium to long range, but also a little bit of the control, and then rounding out Zeta's draft is the Buster. And so you've got so much front line out of the Nita Bear and the Buster business that you just have giant shields in front of you while looking for the mid, while you're looking for mid control. And so on the other side, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some big old damage. Gugu played this fantastically last set around, and so this is a composition that I like out of Eclipsar. I might like Zeta's a little bit more. Kind of classic frontline backline type deal. Meow sits behind the giant bear and the giant shield. How are you feeling about the draft?
I mean, it does seem like Gene and Charlie have got some relatively low win rate. Shout out to our stats guy in the background, Nighttime Clash for that. Just not really the highest win rate, and obviously the aggression coming out of Meow and Nowie down these sides. If they get pinned in spawn, it's going to be a huge issue, and it looks like Nowie's already making it to that kind of situation, just going to run in a straight line towards Mebius and instantly pick up the kill. Equal on the gems, but control all in the hands of Zeta at the moment.
Meow here, stepping forward right side. Garo half HP, has to watch it. I think the downside to Angelo is that you spend so much time charging your shot that you rarely actually get to heal up some of that poke damage. So now we behind enemy lines in some trouble. Mid relatively being voided as all three players are staring at Nowie. And it's Zeta that winds up on top. Nowie from the backside, assisted off of Meow. And a shot from Garo. Zeta Division take the gems, and they're poised to take this game.
Yeah, let's just take a little bit of a look at OP here. I'm not sure if he's kind of, you know, I was going to say he's landed 3 shots the entire game. He's just got to level 2. But does go down. Oh, Gene pull low from Gugu, and that's what he needed to see. Huge turnaround from an absolute dream position for Zeta to now Eclipsar being in control.
And I was just in my mind thinking that Gene has been a little bit of a letdown here. And that was the one pull that they needed to turn the course of the game. Nowie and Meow pushing up mid at Mebius and Gugu, but Ope has the left-hand flank. Angelo threatening from mid, prevents Ope from going too hard, though. So Meow now in the corner versus Gugu. Nowie here as well. No super available. Does have the gadget, though. Slow-mo is the difference maker here for Zeta Division. 9 gems in the pocket for Eclipsar, 8 for Zeta, and now Eclipsar looking for mid. Meow low, toasted, so a 3-on-2.
Garo's going to place the super down, needs to try and find some connecting shots. Now he's done that. Jump still available, does get away, but Ope takes a shot to the face along the way too. Has that level 4 ready to roll, which means he should be able to pick up this side against Anita, but the gem is going to spawn on ZETA Vision's side, and that's the one required. Pull going to be missed, and they need this one now. They need a kill, but they've got the super just in time and drops it straight onto the Buster, who drops 4 gems along the way. Places up that slow-mo now for the bounce back, but it's just not going to be enough. 16 in hand, and make that all of them in Eclipsar's hands as the Gene Pull does it again. And I mean, the Cocoon cleans up the second one, but it all started from that Gene Pull reset off the start.
Gene had two plays out of 100 in this matchup. And those 2 plays were exactly what his team needed to find the victory. At both times, it was exactly when, where, and how Eclipsar needed Gene to perform. And so just like that, they go ahead and take game number 1, put themselves on a set point. And Garo starting things off in the mid with the long-range Mosquito. Early spiders from Mebius. I guess trying to avoid some of the Garo stuff, but seems to be relatively inconsequential. ZETA with mid control, 4-0.
I mean, OP's playing this one really well, does get taken down regardless, and just ECP in the backline straight away again, but we know this exact same thing happened in the previous game.
Look at that.
Turned around by just a singular Gene Pull. I mean, it's just total lockdown from ZETA eventually getting a kill, but even with that, it's 7 gems to 0, and Eclipsar haven't even had a look in.
I mean, look at that Nita play on the right-hand side. That's what I mean. You just drop a shield in front of you while you walk somebody down. Now we in some trouble here by Gugu and the rest. Meow's going to get jumped on as well. So ZETA Division coming back in game 2 with a vengeance here. Now we taking shots from everybody. Mebius and Ope able to find it off of a last hit from Gugu, actually. The bear comes out and ZETA steps forward. 8 gems turns to 9 if they grab this next one. They will, but there's everything in Anawi, taking down Mebius and Gugu to go.
I mean, much better from ZETA Vision. Not that they weren't good at the start of the last one, but I don't think there's much chance of a turnaround at this point. Cocoon on the right-hand side there, and Meow going to throw down a bear in the back lines, but 2 of them versus just Angelo here might be able to do it. Heals placed down, 2 hypercharges just popped. They're going to go for it, but the jump to the right-hand side, a little bit of tanking along the way, is going to be able to secure it. The hypercharge Gene Pull will not be able to turn it around this time, and it's even in gem grab.
What a fantastic play there from the Angelo player. Jumping backwards behind his teammate that just respawned with the spawn protection. Knew they had just a hair to go, and Angelo extremely susceptible to the rushdown. So fantastic quick thinking coming out from ZETA Division there. Garo really piloting this mid lane sharpshooter to the nth degree. So as you said, ZETA with the second game. Next one wins the set. Careful play this time.
Yeah, nice little jump back there as well from the Angelo. Good kill on the left-hand side. Much better coming out of ECP now. Need to bear place down. Going to head over to the right-hand side. Faux Fur going to be used as well, tanking some of these Ope shots. But Gugu will come across. He'll help out a little bit. Don't really want to let him get into these back lines once more. And Ope level 2 already. Vengeful Spirit's used again. Gene Pull available. Cocoon going to be placed down onto the Buster and should surround this. Might want to get this Surge Super in there as well. They just shoot out 4 shots and miss all of them, I will say, just beforehand, but eventually cleaned up. But mistakes like that cost lives, and that's exactly what it did.
Pull gets a kill. That said, you gotta... They already had the 2-on-1. Not going to question the players' choice, but... 6-4 here. Just above 2 minutes on the clock, and Meow on the right side as Garo gets forced back by the surround from Ope. The Eclipsar have the upper hand again. Level 4 for the Surge. Big deal.
Well, a little hypercharge pull quite a long way here, I'll tell you that. But this Nita in the backlines is really making things hard to execute. Cocoon up top, but it's not really going to do a lot. It's just going to delay the inevitable, keep him alive. And now the push comes on from Naui, and he does get the kill there as well. Nita flanking round. Gem's going to start. Countdown is hit. OP not able to get this round side just yet. Meow's going to throw down a bear. Hypercharge is activated. Do get the kill, but a bear will be flanking in behind them, locking them in. And I mean, maybe it's just going to try and shoot this down for the exit route. Hypercharge not there anymore. The pull's going to hit the barrier, and that's going to be a ZETA Division set. Beautiful stuff from them to hold on to it. Eclipsar had some resistance. It had some good plays here and there, but this one goes ZETA's way.
Montage coming through in the clutch. That's exactly why you picked the Buster. Just provide that shield. Nita Bear really showing up as well. So the draft definitely bringing it home here for ZETA Division. Really, not just intelligently picked, because we say that a lot, like, oh, you won the draft, but they played to their draft well. They kept Garo in the back, and they put their frontliners up front and just did exactly what they needed their draft to do. Brings them the win. We're tied at 1 as we jump into Gold Arm Gulch.
That's the thing, it did just work really well, you know, these kind of positions, and instantly it's reflected in the replays, you know, how good of a position ZETA just held for the majority of it. There was always a Nita in the backlines, there was always a Buster in the backlines, one of them was always there, keeping pressure on the gem carrier, so even if that gene pull was hit, you know, it worked in the first, but the second one it just didn't. I mean, that was a really nice play there. He did get the pull in, but a cocoon makes all the gems drop to the floor. Which is definitely a bit unfortunate for Naui in that circumstance. Pull there was missed as well, and it was just, you know, it's plays like that that do cost you the games. You can't really blame him for it. You've got to make the Hail Mary there and just go for it. But it just didn't work out in the end, and I feel like that was just the story for ECP in this one. Just didn't really work out with what they had, and yeah, I mean, Charlie, we came into it saying it had low win rate, same as the Gene, and 1 kill is all that Maybe has managed to get.
Yeah, rough. You know, I like the Charlie despite the win rate. I see what they were drafting up here. I got the idea. Perhaps a little bit more damage. What do you think fixes the Eclipsar draft?
I don't know really. They just don't have much to be able to deal with the Nita Bear, right? They don't have any you know, heavy hitting single shot brawlers, or it's the same with the Buster. Too much HP for them to deal with, regardless of them having Surge. I feel like the Surge was over on the Nita quite a bit, which, you know, is tough matchups because one of them's going to have to take the Nita and neither of them are going to thank themselves for taking it. But overall, I do just think the ZETA Division matchup was just a little bit too good. Not sure if I'd have gone for the Surge really, but you know,
the Surge was the one with the 10 takedowns.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, it's kind of like majority of them were pinches and in the backlines and stuff.
True.
I don't like the Surge or the Charlie at the end of the day, but if you know, it was a last pick, I don't know if Surge would be my 6th and final. Yeah. A little bit more Damahe needed there, and ZETA ties this one up 1-all. Fantastic performance out of ZETA. I really liked how they brought that one. But we move on to Gold Arm Gulch, and then big picture here. This should be an interesting one because a very different pace from what we just saw. Gugu and the guys trending upwards coming into this one, but ZETA kind of bringing reality back here and showing just why they've been so successful overall and hoping to carry that into Knockout. I think Knockout's a game mode that you really need to keep your composure. One player goes down and, well, you're probably going to lose, but you're not definitely going to lose. And that right there is such an important thing to remember for sure. And Eclipsar coming in a little bit less experienced, so to speak. I don't know if that's fair to say, but ZETA has more experience on the winning side. That's fair to say. And so maybe might have the upper hand jumping in here. Pearl Ban, an interesting one, as both teams don't want to see Melody. No Max Cordelius or the Angelo this time around, banned out from Eclipsar as ZETA gets first pick, and it is Kit. Hate it. Well, you're not the only one. There's quite a lot of people who don't like it. But 56% ban rate. If it's not banned, it's going to be picked. You know, drops just below Angelo, and Angelo was banned out, so you can't blame him for that pick. You kind of expect it to be paired with a tank or something like that. Buster's usually the go-to, or a Miko, something like that. Gene going to be slotted in there again for Eclipsar. Didn't really, I mean, it kind of worked out in the last one. It had its moments, but overall wasn't really what worked. Buster going to be taken by Eclipsar. I feel that's just preventative, you know. It's just we don't want ZETA Division to have Kit and Buster, or we just lose.
Exactly. The Kit Buster combo just a little too insane. Kit takes yourself off of the map, and then Buster just provides the shield for the thrower. Yeah, it's a little silly. Gene, that's 1 pull. Buster, that's 2 pull. Do we see Gray? Is Gray going to be the third? I'm just kidding, but We'll see how Clipsar will round out their draft here, as Kit's going to have the Shelly to go along with. A tank is usually where we see Kit kind of paired up with, giving her a beefy brawler to jump on the back of and just sort of toss things overwards. ZETA finishing it off. That's why we see I think the Shelly kind of takes away a tank counter, and ZETA trying to figure out where they want to go. And it's a Byron, so not a tank, but a little bit of support.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. You know, I think we're probably going to see the Kit just jumping on the Shelly's back, providing a bit of support in that Buster matchup, which she already has that kind of winning mentality in anyway. But I will say, Jean and Buster apparently do have the most amount of wins on this map, so definitely a decent combo. Brawlers that can work, and it's kind of complete flip from what Eclipse did in the last one, picking extremely low win rate brawlers to now picking some of the highest. But Poco's going to round out their comp. Kind of double healer, you know, Jean can have that healing capability, not the most, but it works, and especially when you're going to be around Buster, which you're going to be around Buster because he needs you to be there to be able to get his super. So I like what Clipsar have gone for here. ZETA Division 100% have a chance because Kit is just ridiculous on this map, and Shelly, if isolated, going to be able to deal with that Buster quite well.
Yeah, that's my analysis as well. I'm looking at Eclipsar. Are you concerned with lack of damage by any chance?
Not really, because I don't think anybody on the ZETA Division side is really that tanky. Yeah, they got some heals, they got a couple of support ballers in the Kit and the Byron, but it's the exact same on the other side. You know, it's kind of just like that heavy hitter, and then the healers.
Pretty standard start here. Eclipsar just 3-man group up the left-hand side, very standard as far as this map is concerned. So nothing back-breaking. Mebius and now we're gonna try to trade shots up the mid. Probably just wait for the map to start to close in. The Buster and the Poco not exactly able to dance in the mid. Hero and Meow just kind of hanging out in the grass. So what's the weather like?
Honestly, not bad today, actually, surprisingly, for where I live. But overall, I mean, it's not really a lot going on in Brawl Stars, so the weather might be the more interesting of the things to talk about at this point. But barrier goes up now. Kit going to jump over here onto the Shelly. Clay Pigeon going to be used. Mebius goes down. Super follows up as well. OP's going to be able to get the kill up top, but it's a 2v1. Poco actually might be able to win this heal as well, but Shelly says no to that. Super's back into the gas, and it was almost clutched by the support.
That's the biggest advantage that Kit has. I mention it every single time. And sorry, not sorry, Chad, I'm not going to stop. That said, Kit not even in this fight, and Shelly gets deleted. So it's usually normal for teams to kind of walk up the left-hand side. Eclipsar walks up the right side, and that's a big enough curveball to surprise ZETA. ZETA expected the sleepy, slovenly play from round one. They expected a whole bunch of nothing till the gas, and Eclipsar throws a curveball and kind of catches them sleeping. I like that play from Eclipsar.
I'm not really sure what ZETA could do now. The Byron can hit all the shots in the world, and the same with Kit, but I'm not sure how they're going to be able to win this 3v2 matchup with all the heals and the Buster's still alive, sorry, and gas starting to come in. Now he pinned against it. Just head back into it. We're going to see the Kit go down, accept defeat in this round. Don't want to provide a Poco super, don't want to provide a Buster super. I mean, he's going to get the super in his own right, but you might as well accept defeat in that point and not feed anything else.
Yeah, that's just an okie doke. Just like, oh, okay. Guess that's the way it goes. ZETA Division says, fool me once. They avoid the surprise right side pathing. They don't avoid the surprise pull. Jean grabs one. Byron goes down. Here's a hypercharged Shelly, though, with a Kit on the back. Gugu falls. Ope falls. And that hypercharged Kit combo coming on through. Oh, choo-choo, Mama Jamma. ZETA Division with the 2v1.
Well, Jean can dream at this point, but I think dreaming is all he's going to really be doing in this 2v1. It is to decide the game as well, so I'll say should, because I don't want to call it too early, be going the way of ZETA Division. And if it doesn't, something's gone massively wrong. Kit's going to jump onto the back of the Shelly, pull available. Hypercharge might just want to grab him in here, but actually, maybe it was going to go the other way, but little clay pigeon, Band-Aid kicks in, and Shelly gets some heals in there as well, and that's going to be the ZETA Division game. Eclipse, they came close. They started strong in both round 2 and 3, but the Shelly Hypercharge kit combo, just too good.
Absurd. A little absurd, honestly. That Shelly Hypercharge just swings. And it brings them the round and the game. So ZETA Division up. Eclipsar here. Gonna split up this time around. So consistently bringing something different to the table. But it's the same song. Pull, into, kill, into, kill. And round 1 goes to Eclipsar relatively easily.
I mean, it's either been a long-winded win for ZETA or a quick win for Eclipsar so far, so maybe this will go a bit further. Eclipsar carrying on this kind of aggressive stance on things, but OP getting absolutely burnt down. Little gadget comes in there from Gugu to stop the burn down effect of that Byron shot. Just flanking over to the left-hand side here, rotating. And he's not really finding too many shots here. OP still flying under the radar in this portion of the map, but Meow's doing that even better. Heal available from Gugu, keeps his teammate alive. But that's not really the situation he'll have wanted to use it. Might have wanted to save that for late game.
Meow half HP and being kept there, though. I agree. Those late game options are what these squads are going to be looking for. And the back off is good again. Arrow looking at somebody to jump onto. It looks like ZETA is going to be pushing the gas pedal relatively soon. Little split up from ZETA. Garo's still thinking about it. Jumps on all the way over there. Finds the kill as Meow. As Ope falls down, that's going to be the frontliner that falls down. And even though Mebi is able to answer back just a little bit, Gugu versus Garo is going to go the way of the Kit player. And so again, we find ourselves at round 3.
Yeah, didn't back himself in that matchup, so saved the super till the next round for the Poco there, and OP and the boys choose the wrong side this time. They wanted that aggressive route again, but it's going to be left to right, and ZETA still finding that out as they're continuing to scan the right-hand side. Obviously, a little bit worried about what could happen again, but the late game has seemed to go their way the majority of the time, and that seems to be the way it's going in this one.
You know, I want to make sure not to paint this as a negative, but Eclipsar has gotten the wins when they kind of get the surprise, sort of like gimmicky. Like, I don't want to use gimmick or cheesy because I don't think it's a negative. They deviate from the norm, that is just walk up the side, and they've gotten the wins because of it. I do think that they need to find just some straight up brawl victories, but the problem is, Trav, Kit just changes that equation so hard by taking herself off of the viable target list.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, even at that, if you want to go and stun someone, you can do that as well and take someone out of the equation. But the pull comes in and he actually jumps onto him midway. I'm not sure if that kind of put them in a worse situation or saved it. Yeah. Splash from Naui there, and super still available. Huge stuff coming in from ZETA, and honestly, that jump, it turned out absolutely incredible. I'm sure he was a little bit worried along the way when he's getting dragged into everybody, but it played out perfectly for them in the end. And ZETA Division take their second set to make it 2-1.
Fantastic play. You know, maybe we got to ask the guys later on. I'm on the other side, Trav. I think that jump in was beautiful. You're getting pulled and you're gonna talk on the way to the enemy's clutches. A fantastic performance. Just that's what you want to see. Again, Kit in knockout. If I am very far away, but if I'm coaching or on one of these teams, there's no way I'm ever playing against the Kit in knockout. She changes the rules, and you see silly stuff like this. I'm not saying it's unbeatable, Trav, but she changes the rules.
Yeah, I mean, a cheeky little screeching solo in that
Look
first
at that.
interaction and have actually made it go the complete opposite way. But yeah, I mean, you can't beat that. Even when they took the Buster out of the hands, they didn't. Do they really want the Buster? They might do. I don't think so. I think they're taking it out of the hands of ZETA. But they just pivoted so well. They moved on. They were like, okay, have the Buster. We'll have something that counters the Buster, and we're still going to stick with this Kit. And it just worked so perfectly. I mean, you know, there's a few shots in there OP might have been able to have, but the barrier was up, and then from there it was all kind of just downhill as they just seemed so strong. And now you know, 1 kill. I'm fine with that. You're a support brawler. Gero with 6 as a support is definitely a good stat, though.
I think there is one problem with the Zeta draft, though, that I really want to point out. I think it's very important. The player Meow is not playing Kit. What's that about?
It's a rough one. It really is. That'd have worked out pretty much perfectly if he had. But, you know, he's clearly just too confident on the Shelly. And I mean, after that performance, his name aside, I'm not going to question it.
All jokes aside, yeah, I mean the Shelly went nuts as well. The Shelly Kit combo we saw just win in certain scenarios. I'm thinking about that play on the right-hand side. It is interesting, though, the way Eclipsar got their victories. Again, don't really want to paint it as a negative, but it is pretty much tried and true on this map. You walk up the left-hand side, right? That's why we always see the opposing teams on either side. That's just what you do. And Eclipsar got wins when they didn't do that. So keeping your opponent on their back foot, always a thought, always what you want to be thinking towards. And as we approach Beach Ball for Brawl Ball, I always mess that one up. That's got to be where they're thinking as well, because I think that when it comes down to it, Zeta, I mean, y'all mentioned it a number of times. They have the upper hand here, according to the fans at event.brawlstars.com. You guys have intelligently seemed to choose them. Eclipsar, I think it's fair to say, are looking up, and so they've got to be looking for creative ways to take down their opponents.
Yeah, I do think they might have to take a few risks here because, you know, all the momentum's with Zeta now. You know, Eclipsar started strong. They took the first. Zeta followed up with 2 perfect second and third. So they're just looking to close it out here. They don't want to take it any further. They want a rematch from last month against SK Gaming. Bans are in, though, for Beach Ball. Larry and Laurie up top. Melody going to be the first pick from Eclipsar, and that goes a very long way in Brawl Ball. The breakaway plays you can make, unmatched, and it is the second most banned brawler. So, of course, it's going to be the most picked. Amber and Angelo going to be the other bans from Eclipsar. Flip over to Zeta. We've got the Max, the Sandy, and the Angelo. The Max Sandy combo is just a little bit too strong. Can't let that slip through. And now Angelo's Angelo.
Buzz still on the table. Got to bring it up after watching Lanaz's performance earlier on. Something that definitely still in the memories of everybody that was here. You missed it. Well, that's your own bad, but I'm sure we'll get a chance to see it a little bit later. The first pick for Zeta Division going to be Surge into the Crow. So the Crow is a character that we see in other regions often. EMEA seeping on through here. What are your thoughts on the Crow?
I mean, it just plays that range game, right? It's kind of mid-range, but you hit those shots, you get some slows in there, and there might be a few breakaways for your teammates. I don't like it. I don't hate it. It's kind of
same.
It's fine. I'm okay with it being picked in Brawl Ball here. Jesse going to be selected again by Eclipsar. It worked last time, so why not try it once more? And then obviously they do have their third pick as well. So we'll see what they do choose to go with that. Last pick will be Zeta Division, so have the opportunity to counter quite a lot. The Charlie, I like it. There's very few bad matchups for Charlie, and Jesse being one of them already on their side makes it even better.
Little bit of control for Eclipsar in the Cocoon. Not a lot of bit of control. So they're going to be pressing W. They're going to be walking towards you, just leaning forward. A little bit of slow from the Crow. Not sure if that's enough to stop the onslaught. So Zeta's got the choice. Do they go for control? No, Sandy's obviously, but something like Gale. Or do you go and meet fire with fire? And they're going to do the latter. Willow coming through obviously has the haha gotcha super. And we'll almost certainly see that come through in the clutch. A lot of times people think using that super on offense to kind of control the last defender. I think we might see some defensive supers trying to control things for Zeta.
Well, I like the Willow. I really do. I think it's pretty solid. Going to be able to, you know, hit a good few shots, kind of stop the spiders along the way as well, because they do group up off the start. And playing through this mid, it's going to be very hard for Jesse to get a super unless the rest of the Zeta players do feed it. Pinching down these lanes is a huge help too. Obviously, as we see, already a shot onto Gugu, but he's getting pinched down as well, and not the best time for him so far. Still at level 1 and pushed to the back of the map.
Gugu falls down early. Not sure how much that's going to open things up here for Zeta. A little bit slow there. Mebius forced forward, gets a dash and the kill on Nagaro. Takes a moment, But again, sort of a delayed victory. Mebius falls down after the fact, so not much happening as a result of these takedowns. See Eclipsar pushing forward, but ball's still in the back right. There it is. I like how that came off screen.
Well, little dash available from Mebius now. Might want to go for a goal. Gadget going to be popped as well. Goes in, but now he shuts that down well. Jumps back into those defensive lines. Jump forward now from Meow. Gets slowed down by this turret, but that should be dealt with pretty fast, and there it goes down. 3v1 here. Ball in the top left. So just going to collect it, as they might see an opportunity to get something going here.
Ball pushed forward, 3-on-2, but the respawn should be coming soon relatively quickly. Great spiders from Gugu, grabs the ball and pushes it up left side. Spiders prevent him from dying immediately. Dies after the fact. But less than a minute to go. Nobody on the board. Zeta Division with ball control for now. All three members of Eclipse are up and ready to go. Ope half HP as Meow's been aggressive, but jumps to the right-hand side, takes down Charlie, and Ope still has Crow nonsense ticking. And so a kill onto one, Zeta passing it forward, but it took so long, Trav, that Gugu's up again, half a minute to go till OT.
Well, position power is looking good for Zeta at the moment, but that little Jesse shot pushes them back. Just that alone, great cocoon. And now a push over to the right-hand side. Mebius moving up. Now he's going to have to jump to these back lines again, forced to defend, and does a great job of it. Hypercharge turret thrown high as well, but Ope not healthy enough to make the move just yet. Meow might want to choose to jump out and free up something here. Goes for it, gets the kill onto Ope, but another super provided to Mebius, and that turret still holding strong in the back lines.
Well, there's going to be overtime. Mebius passes it, shoots it, perfect timing. And the goal goes to Eclipsar. Perfectly timed. The ball was in the air before OT blew all the obstructions up. You love to see that beautiful knowledge.
You do, and Gugu looking as calm as ever as well. So just taking a little bit of a sip of water, getting back into the action. Wants to force it to that set number 5 between these two teams, and they're going to need to if they want to be able to win, because it is still Zeta up in terms of sets, but Eclipsar have the first game of Brawl Ball, and it did seem very 50-50, hugely back and forward. A great slow there from Meow to be able to allow his teammate to push into a good position. Ope jumped on now, and now he should be able to get that finishing blow. Does pass up, not there. And this might not even be a goal, regardless of all the control he had, but it's actually given to Gero, but still, not enough HP to make something happen.
Now he has just been outplaying people on this surge. Mebius gets the note, dashes him once, and then dashes to another target to take him down. Now he again jumping over projectiles. Meow here, enough HP. Thought they'd be able to take him down, but Meow sneaks on in there. The slim HP'd assassin winds up bringing it home, and Zeta Division, 1 goal above none.
Gero's starting to advance now, especially with Nowie popping this gadget down the left-hand side, extends his range. The Spider's giving him some huge difficulty. A little rotation now as Melody wants that matchup versus the Willow, but now he's just not letting it happen. And Gero with Super can be very dangerous here, and the same with Gugu on that left-hand side, but shot missed by Gero doesn't put the nail in the coffin for Gugu, and he survives, lives to fight another day. Mebius coming in now, but has the Super as well, uses it. Trying to get the ball pass forward, but he's actually just going to be in a position to give Nowie some super, and a cocoon onto him on the left-hand side. Not going to be the best for Gero once more.
Popped. Ball left side. Now he jumps and delivers evil. Nice job again from the Surge player. Gero and Meow spawn, and so the ball on their side of the field briefly. Back to mid. Meow jumps in. Doesn't find the target, but does hit Ope just a little bit. Not enough to kill, but enough to push away. That said, kills go the other way, and the ball's still in mid. 25 seconds to go.
I mean, now he's just proven to be Eclipsar's kryptonite here. They can't hit him. They can't find him. They can't get kills on him. Melody's having a real tough time in that matchup. Jumps on him once again. Eventually going to get the kill here. Feel like it's a little bit too aggressive for how long's left on the clock and the chances of them winning if you just stay up and keep control. But 10 seconds now. Hypercharge being used. Mebius coming up as well. Jump forwards, keeping them both low. Gugu goes for the cocoon. Would have maybe been able to get it if he connected it, but it does miss. And it's a Zeta match point to Eclipsar with 1 and want to drag it to that set 5.
Very, very well played by Zeta Division here. I think Eclipsar have played strongly, but they've got to bring this to a set 5. Is it a disappointment completely after last month if Eclipsar failed to make semis?
I don't think so, because they're against ZETA. Like,
Against
ZETA's
ZETA,
so
right?
strong. Like, it's not like they're defeated. They're not a good team if they don't make it further than this. Because the amount of times ZETA have dropped out in the quarterfinals and people still hold them in really high regard is just so huge. But little dive down there from Gero does just delay it as he does go down anyway. Maybe it's being pinched in, but Gero finding no real shots to be able to power up properly here.
Mebius pushes down the Crow. Now Eclipsar have a little bit of momentum for what seems like the first time all set. I know they won the first game, but it just feels so much more oppressive in ZETA's direction. Mebius sees Meow look at the ball and dashes immediately, takes down the opposing assassin. 3-on-2. Mebius in position, but it took a little too long for the team to find the ball. Mebius tries to find a kill, gets collapsed on by the spawning assassin and Gero, but Gugu opens it up in mid. Gugu gets 2 kills, and with just being out to play defense, Eclipsar is going to be able to find their first goal of this game and bring us one step closer to a set 5.
1 minute and 20, or 10 left on the clock now as it does still burn down. Gero super on the left-hand side. Meow looking for something special with his hypercharge, but now he's still level 1. A minute and a half into the game is not helping them at all. It's pretty much a 2v3 at the moment, and that's huge considering how well he's been doing the rest of the time. Now Meow's going to jump in though, get the slow onto him too. Cocoon available, but now aggression from Mebius gives him the ball, but he's actually collecting the ball himself, not has it on Mebius' hands, which means the goal will not be there, and a defense will for Eclipsar.
Not perfect on either side, but it'll do. Eclipsar, get out of jail. That was a dangerous position. And ZETA Division, they use this Crow super to really set things up. So Meow here looking for, but Mebius just taking the shot from a distance, and it's good enough. That's 2. We are going to a set 5.
I mean, that was incredible from Eclipsar, and Gugu, still as calm and composed as he was right to be just that, because they finished that one off and dragged it to a set number 5. ZETA Division will not be too pleased about that, and I will say, you can't be level 1 2 minutes into the game. It just shouldn't be happening like that. I mean, it is tough for Surge to get those levels, but look at how well he did in games 1 and 2. Look at how many kills he was getting, to then in game 3 to have absolutely nothing. I'm not sure if that's him, you know, having a bit of an issue, or Eclipsar just changing what they were doing and defending well.
I think it's that last point. I think it's really Eclipsar. Just look at how well the Strong was able, how well the Surge was able to perform earlier on. Eclipsar had to have noted that and walked away from Naui. That needed to be their approach, because Naui was just running this game. Mebius, one of the stronger performers for my money in this set, obviously gets the set-winning goal, but a couple of other strong performances here coming out of Mebius on the Melody. We enjoyed watching it go. And then here's just the walk-on in. Made sure to take care of Meow. Push him back first, but good stuff out of Eclipsar. I'm not going to lie, Trav. I thought this was all ZETA's, but that type of heroic performance, that's what won the set for Eclipsar. Mebius.
I mean, that's what we come to expect from Melody, right? It just works, like it just really does. And I mean, look at this: 9 kills, 180 DPS, and he got a maximum of 2 shots in the 3rd game, and still managed to get 9 kills across the other 2. Is just absolutely, it's very good from Naui. But that last game was definitely a disappointment for him. Mebius on the other side, 10, but 5 and 3. Seems like Eclipsar wasn't really getting the kills that they desired, but they got the goals and they got the win, and that's what matters.
I mean, listen, you got to be objective-minded. It's not about the kills. It's about the stuff after the stuff. Kills on Brawl Ball are just a means to an end. It's a way to open the defense to find your goal. But like Mebius showed us in that last one, you can also just walk past them. So you don't need any kills. Heist, a similar game mode. Technically 0 kills needed in order to win this one. Don't think we'll see that as we jump on a Kaboom Canyon. I always get mad at this guy. He hits it right back to himself. Are you good at mini golf?
I'm not going to say I am. All of a sudden, the ball's flying forwards as well, so he must have hit it. He must have hit it up there and actually managed to make a good shot. But
he heard me.
Me, not good at mini golf. I'll put it that way. Golf is just one of those sports that I just will not be able to wrap my head around.
Well, Piper's not going to be out here. 79% ban rate for the Melody, and so she's gone as well. Some other all long-range bans out of ZETA. Piper Bell and Byron and Colette, the staple pick of Heist, able to just get reliable percent damage. Hypercharge pushed it even more so in that direction. Unsurprised at the first pick selection of Colette.
I'm honestly surprised it's not higher up those ban rates, to be fair, but then you look at it and it's Melody, Angelo, and Chuck, and I mean, maybe I'd prefer to face a Colette than those three on this map, to be fair. And they're going to be rolling in after that, obviously, to burn down these bushes. Might be paired with, you know, some more sharpshooter kind of brawlers, but with Angelo out of the way, you've got to look elsewhere, and the same with all three of ZETA Division's bans of the Byron, the Bell, and the Piper, all being long range, and the Angelo banned out. You got to question what they're going to be bringing in along with that. Actually, I just realized the truck actually slipped through. Yeah, I was too busy thinking about its ban rate that I actually didn't realize it wasn't banned.
I mean, yeah, fair to you. Chuck has been sort of Chuck, the kit, sort of talks to Heist specifically. And so I think that you just delete him out. But yeah, we'll see the Chuck. Very rarely do we actually get to see Chuck played, as you mentioned, that ban rate. But Chuck also going to bring reliable damage to the Heist safe. And I think ZETA Division kind of takes that note and says, all right, y'all want to just base race us, because that's generally what Chuck implies. So they pick heavy damage on their side as well. Reliable percent damage out of the Colette was already selected, but then Colt and Carl, both brawlers that can just kind of surge forward and take care of business on the safe. If I'm Eclipsar, probably not expecting too much defensive prowess, more just offense.
And I mean, that's what it is. Just going to be able to provide that speed to the teammates, get the Amber towards the safe, get the Chubby. The Chuck does it himself, doesn't he? Really doesn't need any help doesn't need an excuse to go towards that safe.
The bullet train!
Chug down those tracks and get towards it anyway. But I really like what ZETA Division have brought to the table here. This would be one of those comps that I would just absolutely love to play. So aggressive, so much damage can come down. Flying hook from Carl, the protective pirouette. But you look at the other side and you see a Chuck and you have to worry.
You just got a deal with the train guy. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, well, straight up question to you, Trav. Do you pay any attention to the enemy team, or do you just base race the entire go?
I think they'll have to, especially because Gugu won't be able to instantly just go towards the safe, right? He's got to set up, and for that, he's got to kind of be patient, wait around.
He's half done.
Exactly, he's going to get up here as well and get one onto the safe probably, as Meow's going to burn down, and there you go, that's already towards the safe, lands directly on it.
He's set up.
What a start for Eclipsar.
Yeah, Gugu already set up, going to work here. 79% left for ZETA. Eclipsar has yet to have their safe touched. There's the next engage out of the Chuck. Still healthy. 100% for Eclipsar. Mebius even taking down Meow on the left side. Here comes Gugu again. Meow. Find some damage, and ZETA's half dead.
This is really not good for them whatsoever. The hypercharge came in there as well from the max, and that helps out along the way too. It allows him to get that kill, and Gugu straight back to where he belongs, straight onto the safe, and will be surely sent back to spawn. But he's not going to complain about that, because he can just come straight back up. Now we're going to see something from ZETA. Should be able to get the kill, but maybe has picks up the Colt along the way. Damage dealer gone, and now that super on the safe. 25%, make it 30 dealt. But they just can't compare to this Chuck.
Still a lifetime on the clock, though. Over a minute worth of play. Chuck has done 2/3 of ZETA Division's heist safe for sure. But here comes the rest of ZETA. Now he just lays in 20% remaining, make it 10%. We are racing to the finish. Eclipsar at the bottom and the red team up on top. And it looks like ZETA Division safe could fall. 1% remaining, and it's 2% above none. Eclipsar getting the W by the slimmest of margins.
Oh, I'm just looking at the screen. I think the Colette super was a micro like a microsecond away from returning from the super. He's like the other side of the safe to deal the damage, and it just didn't happen in the end. That's so unfortunate for ZETA Division. He dashed in, he'd got the 5%, he was waiting for the other on the return, and the tick from the Amber Fire just burnt it down. Just so close for ZETA, but it's a match point for Eclipsar, and they were in control. They deserve it.
I mean, the way you deal with this is Colette makes the first jump onto the safe. That's good news for ZETA. I mean, I guess you got to disrupt Gugu earlier on, but he's already got his posts down. Half dead for Eclipsar. ZETA just laying in here. 20% remaining for Eclipsar's safe, and it was a tough one last time around. This one, not quite. So we are at the last point, the last moment. Winner goes on to the semifinals and gets the beautiful prize of playing against SK Gaming.
Well,
and it all comes down to this one.
ZETA will be dreaming of that again, I'll tell you that right now, but should be able to jump straight back into the action here as we get kicked off once more. Gero with a flying hook towards the mid early on, just kind of staying out of the way, knows the range of the opposing brawlers, don't want Gugu to get set up too quick. One post will be placed down now, but not without Gero cleaning up, and this is the start that ZETA want yet again.
Huge adjustment out of ZD, coming through and just saying like, all right, if we try to play it a little bit slow and we just lose. So the more damage that we can get before Gugu even gets started. Look, halfway dead is Eclipsar before Gugu even puts down his final post. ZETA Division have done about 60% of Eclipsar's safe, and they have not had their safe looked at.
And look who's coming up the left-hand side. It's just non-stop aggression from ZETA, and I love it. This is what they needed. Amber Fire is going to miss. Gero's going to come in, clean up, get burned down along the way, but now Meow joins too. And Gero in this back corner, hypercharge there. One shot will slice it through from Gero, and ZETA Division come back in heist and head to the semi-finals.
Excellent dominance coming out of ZETA. That is exactly what a veteran team does. They've been here before, they will be here again, and that's how you show the people at home how to do it. Gugu feeling it, should feel good about that performance. ZETA Division's tough. Another good thing about the team here, but man, it is quarterfinals. It is June. You've got to get these W's, and that hurts.
It really does. And I mean, especially because they're all in the same place as well, right? They're now going to have to go and see each other and be like, good game, we've just beaten you on double match point, right? They're in the same facility. And I mean, they're going to be happy, but at the same time, going to go and shake hands with the opposition who they have just beaten double match point to get to this next phase. And to be honest, it would have meant so much more to Eclipsar than it would have done to ZETA, because they've got further to climb up those point leaderboards. Now ZETA just going to be extending the amount of points that they're able to get here. SK up next for them, though. They might be cut short in the semi-finals, but that is going to be one hell of a matchup and a big rematch from last month.
Yeah, I mean, for Eclipsar, this would have been a victory that, you know, fills their sails of momentum. For ZETA, this is a victory that really matters. If ZETA Division makes grand finals, they clinch the LCQ. They are set to go to that last chance qualifier if they get to the grand finals. Little footnote. SK Gaming are set to clinch the LCQ if they make it to the grand finals. And those two teams are going head-to-head in our semis. So that is the story that the Brawl Stars esports guy has written. We'll see how the script plays out, but the ZETA Division coming out on top of this one, coming out on top of the heist. And a lot of times, you know, we're so focused on the, let me use an older term, like the micro of the games, the way these individual plays are happening. I'm excited about the macro of this matchup. Eclipsar picked the train, the classic conductor of Chuck. He's supposed to win, and we see how that's supposed to go down in game one. But game 2 and 3, Trav, ZETA Division noted what happened, how to fix it, how to adjust their play, and that macro decision making of just, okay, forget them, go fast. Colette needs to super 5 seconds into the match. That's exactly what happened. Meow wins MVP as his team moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there, really. Meow definitely deserving of that MVP vote. Played great in a lot of those sets. As you said in that last one, it's just kind of, you lose the first, and you'd expect most teams to be like, oh, yeah, head down. We've probably lost this one. ZETA Division just changed what they were doing, and it just works. It just works so well. The aggression they brought out, the bounce back that they managed to provide was just really unparalleled, and there's very few teams who would be able to just do that.
That's that veterancy. You know, we talk about it all. This team has been together for a long time. They've played on a big stage before. What does that mean? What's the tangible result of a veteran team? I think that being pushed down by some intense strategies and just digging deep and be able to come back and find those victories. And then again, like I said, the decision making towards the end, putting them in the semifinals, I had leaned on Eclipsar. I am not disappointed in their play, but like I said, man, it's June. You've got to get these W's, and that is a disappointing exit for this squad for sure. A not so disappointing exit for us, as we're going to be right back with the semifinals. You're watching the BSC, presented by the SPS.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Mike's soda.
My headshot.
Spy likes some.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
It's June, it's the BSC, and it is monthly finals time. We're jumping into the semifinals. I'm Dot, I've got Kenny and Trav along for the ride, and a ride it has been. SK Gaming, one of the more dominant teams here in the EMEA region, going up against ZETA Division, a team that I can't say the same for, Kenny, but they're certainly no slouches. That last set was insane, and they're reminding people that they were on top once before.
A really scary matchup for them, to say the least. It went the distance. In terms of entertainment value, we absolutely got that, but polar opposite from SK Gaming walking through Foot Esports. Over on the B Stream 2, we saw Team OGC take a nice W over Pale Fox Esports, who are joining us this month, a team that we don't regularly get to see. Awesome to see them make it this far. And of course, we saw earlier today, Humble versus Pirates. Humble getting the W. I would say, for once in our lives, guys, this is the first time that we've really had just the teams on paper that are supposed to win get it done. No chaos so far.
Well, I mean, there's certainly a lot on the line. Ogre Cheeky, that's Angel Boys squad. Drage playing on that team this time around. They are working. But SK Gaming, ZETA, and Humble all have stuff on the line. SK and Humble, if they make it to the grand finals, they're going to the LCQ. ZETA Division, on the other hand, some stumbles this year. They've got to win grand finals, and that'll clinch their LCQ, their ticket to the last chance qualifier. So certainly chock full of nuts here in the semifinals. Team Ogre Cheeky, I love the idea of Angel Boys squad playing spoiler to what Humble might be able to do, but we'll get there when we get there. SK Gaming versus ZETA Division is the one in front of us. All of us have gone with Humble for the second semifinal. I have stuck with SK win. I have stuck with this black and white team. I guess they wear more vibrant unis these days. But ZETA Division, Trav, you're going on the side of ZD. Talk to me about why you're leaning towards the division.
To be honest, I thought I was being the safe one. I thought I was doing the safe option here, but now I'm starting to doubt myself a little bit. But no, I don't know. I just see ZETA and I'm like, right, they've made it through the quarterfinals. If they don't lose in the quarters, they win. So, logic, right?
I mean,
right.
SK Gaming is the dominant team here in EMEA. Kenny, if you ask me, they're the team to beat.
I think just after the performance that we saw from SK Gaming over Foot, very convincing. I'm not sure that ECP, considering what they did last month, are necessarily on the same level, let's say, as Foot right now. I feel like ECP have been very solid in our BSC as of late compared to something like Foot. But for me, SK Gaming, a recent victory over this team, at least in the BSC. It's been rocky in some of these third-party tournaments, but I believe in the upside of this team. I think they just put an exclamation mark on that first game for me, and it's kind of hard for me to unsee that. So I'm going to go with them. ZETA Division have granted been a little more inconsistent in terms of those wins this season for the BSC. They have the big one, but other than that, like Trav said, they've lost in the opening round every other time. Maybe the streak continues, maybe it's scripted. All they got to do is get past the quarterfinals, and maybe they're grand finals champs. But for me, I'm going SK Gaming here.
I feel you. I'm also going to go SK. I'm curious as to what y'all in chat are thinking. Event.brawlstars.com is how you can tell me what you're thinking. We put the percentage on the bottom of the screen, and you get free stuff, so just go to event.brawlstars.com. That's really the good stuff. So SK Gaming in front of us, like I said, just dominant this season. They've been around for a long time. ZETA Division, same thing though. The Polish squad have been really, really tough to mess with pretty much the entire time. As I said, some stumbles. Let me check that. Some stumbles. I think that they've been tough to mess with. You know, I'll stick to that one, Trav. But they haven't always found the victory. And I think that's why there's some holes in this cheese.
Yeah, for me, I just feel like they've been tested more today already than SK Gaming have. Like, as Kenny said, ZETA Division, I think they've been against a harder opponent than ECP. Obviously, it did go a long way, even against ECP, you kind of expect ZETA to clean it up a bit faster than that. But SK Gaming looked very convincing. But I have to, question again if it was just kind of like them being absolutely incredible or FUT being on quite a heavy downswing at the moment. So it is a very 50-50 matchup, I have to admit. It could have gone either way. I could have, on another day, picked SK Gaming and been 100% with them. But I had to go with ZETA today. I just feel like, especially because the momentum's still going for them. They've just won. They've come off the back of their quarterfinal matchup straight into this. It just kind of pushed me across the line a little bit to go with ZETA.
Well, SK across the way. I think today a little bit of that momentum might be in ZETA's sales, but as far as big picture last month, SK Gaming are the team coming in with that momentum. They wound up finishing in that third, fourth spot, whereas ZETA scrubbed out in the quarterfinals. So I know there's a lot of third-party stuff going on, but I mean, monthly finals, this is the big stage, this is the big show, and this is where you've got to perform. So I think coming in here, Kenny, SK Gaming, they've got a little bit of an upper hand if you're asking me.
I think so too. Just a little bit in that front. And ZETA Division are a great team too. For me, this one was harder to call of the two semifinals. I see a path for either, and a little bit of history, of course, with ZETA Division, and either early exits or late finishes being the way they wanted to go. SK Gaming, though, again, just really solid to open up the day. I agree with the battle-testedness of something like a ZETA Division. For me, though, just the playmaking, it feels like they're coming together. This is going to be an even bigger test for something like ZETA Division. I value SK Gaming in the leaderboard. They're number one right now. If ZETA Division can overthrow them here, this would be a huge disruption in our leaderboard.
Let me just call it. Like, this is an extremely close matchup, right? Like, Trav, you don't think it's overwhelming in ZETA Division's favor, or do you?
No, to be honest, I think it's like a 51-49.
Yeah, that's
it genuinely, it depends on which side of the bed I get out of in the morning who I pick here,
No, I feel that. Which way is the tree leaning? I think I have a six-sided die here somewhere. 1-3 is SK, and up to 6 is ZETA. That's really what it feels like. Is that these two teams are incredibly evenly matched up. Both of them need to make it to the grand finals in order to do something big. 51-49 is how the crowd is split as well. Listen, y'all, Kenny and Trav are going to have this call. I'm going to sit back and watch. It's all you guys.
Trav, you're an absolute wizard, my friend. 51-49 was the call, so be it. Looks like chat woke up on SK's side of the bed this morning, so that's where we're going.
I don't know what to say. Kenny, honestly, I've been gaslighting everybody into thinking I'm the predictions master for years now, and I don't need to gaslight anymore because I'm predicting predictions at this point.
You're an absolute wizard. Good stuff, my friend. We're going over to Beach Ball to kick things off, though. This one's an interesting one. We've watched a lot of Brawl Ball recently, especially Trav. It seems like the basic bans, if you will, have been Surge, Nita, and Sandy as kind of that textbook. That's what I'm going to do. But we have Draco in the mix now. Melody, Angelo still exist, and apparently Max is very threatening for both ends here. This is an interesting one just to kind of see the Griff get in the mix here, too. Of course, you could see there as well Sandy going to be the regular one. A thrower first overall. That's a little bit different than we're used to seeing.
I think it's a little bit weird for ZETA because they have just lost on this map. They're going to have to change things up from what they just did. And, you know, we saw them play a thrower. They're rolling back with another thrower. This time it's not going to be that Willow, and they've got to hope it works out better for them because they just lost this against Clipside. That's going to be a bit of a mentality hit there, knowing that this map is clearly a bit of a weak point for you. But they roll in with the Sandy. Surprising not to see it banned. As you mentioned coming into this one, you know, the Surge, the Sandys, it's Brawl Ball core. To see it slip through, and especially because it's the highest brawler ban rate, is great for SK.
My eyes are on something like an Amber or Anita here, possibly. Instead, they're going to go for Carl. I actually like this in particular a little bit more into something like Larry and Lori. Piercing shot. They do have the spawner on the other end. I think if they end up going with any squishy options or have any in mind, I mean, Carl's going to be a great way to answer that.
Yeah, I like the Carl, the aggression they're going to be able to bring to the table, some, you know, breakaway plays, Melody banned out of the way. It's kind of one of those brawls you're just going to be able to just go with, you know. And Gale, I know you're going to love this one. We saw it in that first game that it was SK who played the Gale, I believe it was. Yoshi who slid onto that, so ZETA Division kind of taking that out of their hands. And it's a great defensive measure against that Carl. Flying up forward, super forwards, you're going to be able to just knock them straight back out of the way.
Both sides kind of daring the other to take the temptation of maybe something like a Draco, the tank of choice going to be a Buster here for ZETA Division. With a Gale on the other end, it is a little bit scarier to kind of go with a bigger, slower, tankier option. I'm curious how ZETA, SK Gaming, excuse me, kind of answer this, right? Especially with the bans out, you're kind of just looking to probably stray away from that. It's going to be Barley. I think that makes sense. Match the thrower for another thrower. It can do particularly well into something like a Gale who can't get shots over those walls. If Buster gets up in Barley's face, obviously that's trouble, but getting there is part of the issue.
I think the Barley's a great shout into this ZETA Division. They've got the aggression, they've got that kind of defensive measure, they got the Larry and Lori to throw over the top things as well. So I think the only answer for SK Gaming was to just go a thrower there. Buster's, I feel, going to cause them some heavy problems. He's going to be feeding a lot of sandstorms, don't get me wrong, but he's going to be able to eat so many of those shots and carry on walking.
Well, here we go. Opening matchup here. LCQ on the line for several teams in this moment. This is a big deal in our second to last month. Garo going to be taking the mid. Joker not afraid to just take charge. Doesn't need this. He's going to be able to get a nice pinch there, a takedown, and an advantage here. There's the piercing blow we expected from Carl. Yashi walking this one forward. The non-5,000 plus HP. Knows now he has a gadget, though, and can't quite get it there. Joker, an opportunity maybe for a Sweet Dreams, but I think a good decision there from ZETA Division to hold off.
Yeah, Gadget comes in from Garo to switch places with the Lori. Wanted that matchup against Yoshi, but came over the right-hand side instead of the left, so not the best of spots for ZETA to be in here. Definitely pinned against the wall quite heavily, but a good slowdown shot from the Gale allowed Garo to get a few shots in onto Joker. Stun comes through, but just doesn't manage to grab the ball in time. Super was used, but now those slicing shots of Carl almost get Gale down, but Yoshi not able to get the finishing blow just yet, and hasn't used the last call to secure it either. Chooses it defensively to stop that Buster coming through.
It's been some tight windows here, and SK Gaming just haven't quite been able to connect yet. Here's a real opportunity for ZETA Division, though, to take charge of this game. They now have map control. Lenon's still alive, though. Extra spawner going down. Dribble right hand in. Garo putting himself into position here, but the last call, great for area control and going to cut off ZETA Division completely.
Yeah, that was nice. Stop that progression down the right-hand side there, and now the montage available from Naui. Not able to do too much against the Barley because they'll just throw over the top of it, but against the Sandy, against the Carl, it can work. Flying hook forwards, and there's the gadget from Naui to shut that one short. But Linane might have an opening here from the shot, just slides it through. Beautiful from Linane. Not sure how Naui didn't catch that, but to see the opening, phenomenal from SK.
It looked like such a good play from Naui, too. He gets the pull. He knows the interaction. Carl is diving in. He pops one gadget. Done. Lenon was a dead man walking, and instead of going down, he gets himself a goal. Insane stuff from them.
Yeah, we're moving forwards now. Meow's so low. Has to use that knockback on Linane. Does get killed, but they're so low. 15 seconds on the clock to make this progression, make this push, and especially with the Sandstorm going to be keeping them low in this scenario. Yoshi's going to walk forward, try and get Meow down. Does. Can now he get the ball? He can't, but eventually gets him, and Carl's still there. Needs to pass, but he can't get it across. Linane blocks it through, and that man has been SK's hero in game one.
Insane. I mean, just look at this. This is an opportunity for SK Gaming. And it looked like it was so bleak, right? Now we making a great play. Pull. Should be done right there. Now we just one step off, though. Lenon just a step ahead. So many times we've seen in Brawl Ball, this guy just makes it happen.
Genuinely incredible from Lenane, and he did it through that first set, through the first game, I should say, the series that they were in, and he's doing it again now. Just a bit of aggression coming in from Naui, though. Joker's going to miss that Sweet Dreams and actually get killed along the way. Not without the trade of Lenane onto Naui, though. With some good pressure from Gero on the right, going to help ZETA get some control.
Dribble on this right hand in. Meow trying to put his teammates in position. Here is Gero. Lobs up some shots. Throws down reinforcements with Laurie as well. Lenon just hugging this left hand in. Those Carl pickaxe slices come back so much faster when you're working with these walls. This is a good opportunity once again for ZETA Division, but we've been here before. A last call cutting him off completely. Now they got to go the other way.
How is Lenane still alive? He's just not dying. He actually gets the kill as well. No, he's on 60 HP for ages there and still not able to get it, and Joker trying to do the same but can't quite master it as well as Lenane. The art of juking is a difficult one, but now those shots coming over the top. Obviously Montage isn't going to be able to stop that. Last call thrown in as well, and Larry and Laurie pushed all the way back to that spawn point, but now he continues this pressure on the left and some good slowing shots from Meow on the right.
Little rotation from SK Gaming of the matchups that they want. Now he claiming one, though. Lenon not going to be able to dodge this time. Gero trying to eat away at Yoshi's HP. A pass forward to Meow. Enough room in the net for them to knock that one down. It's going to be ZETA Division responding in game number 2.
Shoots it instead of walking it. Too scared of that Sweet Dreams to try anything too special. Laurie going to be placed in the back lines. Moving forwards now. Wants to try and get one of these brawlers a little bit low. Now the switch comes in, but the move forward from Lenane, pull back. Can't make the same play this time. Now he will not allow it to happen twice. He wanted to just push up and get the ball and go for the shot there, but Yoshi shuts off the avenue nicely.
Lenon right back in action here. He's somebody to keep your eye on at all times. When you've got somebody like Carl with a flying hook, you know how deadly he can be with a ball in his hand. Now he just puppy guarding this, though. He knows better. He's learned his lesson. He is not going to let Lenon slide easily.
Yeah, he gets a few jukes and managed to get up to the wall as well. Has the pull available if Lenane wants to try and do anything special with the super. But Sandy cut short. Lenane cut short. And this should be a ZETA Division equalizer here as they are one up with all control and the ball in their hands. Joker not going to be pulled in, 9 seconds left. But a twister on the ball will cut off all of SK's dreams in game 2.
And went for a Hail Mary there, obviously. No real chance at that one. Beautifully played. ZETA Division tying things up here. I feel like there's just been multiple times today and just in general where SK Gaming should be in some losing sets, some losing games, but somehow, some way, they find a way to get themselves out of trouble and score these goals. That's what makes them so good at this game mode in particular. Just having that X factor in Lenon. That time, though, they kept him contained. I think that's a big deal, especially in the ban phase. You're kind of a crazy person, right? If you ban something like a Carl or a Buzz, but you have to acknowledge that on the other end. I mean, they can make some miracles happen, and that time they did a great job of just executing on the battlefield compared to one little mistake that cost them game number 1.
A little pinch down from Yoshi and Lenane onto Naui, but a tactical retreat will keep him alive for now. Lenane going to go in, pull back though, and maybe some slight over-aggression, overconfidence from Lenane at this point, because it's giving openings to ZETA that shouldn't be there usually. Barley will continue to get shots in here. Joker not in range, and he's dead as well. Last call goes down, but this should be a walk from Meow, and a much, much better start to this game from ZETA.
They're living and dying by this, Trav. Lenon, I agree with you, kind of overstepping a little bit there. And in terms of this interaction with Buster, every time, as long as he's a gadget, there's no tailspin allowed. Flying hooks are going to be disrupted. It's a tough prospect to try and go for that. I think Lenon going to have to be a little bit more calculated about how he approaches this.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many counters. The Gale Super, the gadgets from Buster. I mean, he's such a tough matchup, but you've got to kind of just keep your range and play that slicing pickaxe rather than going in and trying to spin on them. Because it just doesn't seem to be working. Caught off guard again, and a couple of shots go back the way of Naui. Some supercharge along with it as well. Not able to juke that shot, and he's kept low. Last call over the top towards Gale, who needs this defense. Now they're all pushing forwards. Twister on the goal mouth, but they need to knock back, and he just gets it in time. Couldn't step forwards because Yoshi was there, but got the defense for now.
10,000 HP walking their way, though. Barley just trying to chip away at it. Lenon throwing the pickaxe down. Now he weak once again. A swap here from Gero, getting in the face of Joker, looking for a kill, gets a trade. Meow dribbling, trying to get rid of this ball. Needs a pickup on Lenon and finds it. They're getting out of the goal of this mouth, and somehow ZETA Division have cleared this ball.
I mean, what a defense this is from ZETA to be able to stay alive here and stay in the lead. But Barley continuing to just throw those bottles towards him, and Lenane goes in. This time catches himself in a wall. Much better, much more Organized aggressiveness from him, but now he's getting hit pretty hard. Joker's going to slide over that side. Barrier is up. Sweet Dream's not going to connect, and he gets blocked off. Twister on the ball, and if he can cycle these out, like, oh, he doesn't get it down. Yoshi might be able to grab this. Gero, the only one defending, but he's spinning. He might not be able to grab the ball and cover the goal here. Now he's back in. Oh, the pull off the ball. He doesn't realize he's got a gadget left, and that should secure it for ZETA.
Insane stuff. I thought SK Gaming were gonna pull something out of their bag of tricks once again, Trav. No such thing. ZETA Division close out the set with a nice win here. Really good veteran gameplay.
I mean, that was just absolutely phenomenal from him on that defense. Just from ZETA in general on the defense. Respawn cycles over and over and over. So many defensive measures and a huge stop there at the end. It was just genuinely incredible. That gadget perfectly timed. Knows when he's going to be able to pull them towards him and get over the top of them, grab that ball and get the defense. But not just that. Defense after defense after defense from ZETA. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. They needed an early goal. They got it. And then they just sat on those back lines.
If you're SK Gaming, I think you're kicking yourself a little bit here, right? I feel like towards that end game especially, they had an opportunity to go into overtime, and overtime's certainly not a guarantee, but after such a good play from Lenon, game 2 not necessarily going their way. Game 3, they're fighting and fighting and fighting, clawing their way back into that one just to get stopped by one little gadget. I think Meow was nearly making a huge mistake there too. You called it out, but the Twister, all he had to do is cycle those out. He barely missed the mark. I'm sure it's a little bit of a timing thing there too, right? But maybe another second, he gets a Twister down, and this nearly got scary. This is the play right here. Yoshi running for this ball. Lenon with a clear kill. Now he just in time, though, has one gadget, knows it, grabs that ball in the nick of time. It was a race to get it, and literally maybe half a tile off from SK Gaming, grabbing that ball and just walking it in.
I don't know. The thing is, there's multiple mistakes. I feel like Lenane, does he need to use the tailspin? I'm not sure if that's me, but I go forwards with a flying hook and I wait to receive the pass. I'm not sure if the tailspin's really necessary to be able to get that goal in. I don't know if that's just me being, just dragging up another thing that maybe couldn't have happened, but in my eyes, I feel like maybe the pass was on there as well. But ZETA Division, more kills on the side of them here. 10, 11, 6, 5, 4, 10 on the side of SK Gaming. So Lenane, undeniable DPS, undeniable kills, but definitely some misjudged aggression there.
I think fair to say some mistakes probably on both sides. When you're in real time, live action against one of the best teams in your region, it's really easy to kind of make mistakes like that, especially when the other team's almost forcing them a little bit. You have to make quick judgments, quick plays, some insane mechanics. That's what makes all these guys the best of the best. Meow not necessarily going to be a top in terms of the kill category, but it's safe to say that his defense was insane. That's what Gale brings to the table with the pushback, the twister, all that jazz. Larry, Laurie, Buster doing their part. I feel like the more we look at that on paper and maybe a little reflection, I think they had just better matchups in general. I think Buster's gadget cannot be underestimated at how good of a job it did into disrupting what Lenon was trying to do.
It was incredible. All of the defensive measures were as well, and how well they handled in the draft phase. That Carl being picked was really nice from ZETA Division. But we're on to Hot Potato and Heist. A little bit of a different vibe, different picture be coming through. I'd be quite intrigued to see if we're going to see a buzz from Lenane here, as it has been known to work in the past on this map. But the Barley's going to be banned out, the Nita and the Melody as well, and ZETA Division going to get rid of the Surge, the Cordelias, and the Colette.
I would love to see a little bit of buzz. We know what Lenon can do on that brawler. ZETA Division starting things off with a little safe pick. A little unorthodox, I would say, for most maps in the game. I know there's a lot of fans out there of Crow. Unfortunately for Crow, though, he just hasn't been at the top of the meta. And especially between the two of us, maybe it's more in Brawl Ball that we've, casted more recently, but I feel like Crow has been a little underwhelming for me. I think this is a map, though, where his vision cannot be understated. That's a huge factor in this mid. It's actually going to be a great slowdown to Buzz, but of course, if Buzz is in the face of Crow, Crow doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, at least the buzz has come down. I'm intrigued to see it. Obviously, the slows from Crow will be an issue, keeping him at bay, keeping him low as well. We'll see what SK Gaming do come down with. Chuck is going to be their next pick. All-out aggression, it seems, is what they want to go for. Surprising to see, but obviously, they don't want ZETA to have that on their side, so maybe that's what they're going for, just taking out the other opponent's hands and committing to aggression along the way.
Chuck had a 74% ban rate in our monthly qualifiers across the world. I think it goes to show what that brawler can do. We know what on Hot Potato Edgar can do, though, in the hands of ZETA Division. That's a crazy pick. A little flashback to the World Finals there when they got the icing on the cake and won it all. Interesting stuff with Crow, too. 44% win rate from him. Of course, credited to Nighttime Clasher, a great stats guy. He's been the most played, though, in scrims the last few weeks on this map. So a little bit of mixed emotions for me on that pick still. And now Primo to finish things off. This is a fun draft, Trav.
It is. I mean, it's going to be very aggressive, very engaging, because 2 tanks on the side of SK and an assassin, or a couple of assassins, I guess, if you count Crow as that, and a tank on the side of ZETA Division so far. Going to be a very intriguing matchup. And Shelly to round out the SK draft. And I don't mind it. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to focus Crow down on that and allow Edgar and Primo to be able to deal with the others. But I do like that SK pick. It's a solid last one.
I mean, why not, right? We got El Primo on the other end, Edgar as well. Might as well throw Shelly in the mix, and all the action already ensuing here. Garo right-hand in, diving in for this safe. Joker trying to tag Naui up. He's not concerned. He's going to drop a meteor right on it, and it's a base race through and through. Defense necessary for Yashi. Blasts him down. Meow forced away. Only 1,000 HP. They're going to try and chip him down, but that's definitely not their primary concern, at least on the offensive side.
Yeah, they're going to try to trip him down, but he still lives, and 2 jumps to follow as well. Stun from Joker, going to miss Garo as he just jumps past it. Clay Pigeon used, and now Linane back on the defense, but is it going to be enough? Now they're still burning down on this safe. Primo falls, but Garo comes in with another jump. Not quite, and a chance for SK still remains.
They got Chuck, who has free access there once those posts goes down, but Meow just knows he has to dive in. A wasted attempt there. He gets the double as well. The snipes have to come out from Yashi, and a simple jump in from Edgar seals the deal. ZETA Division making quick work of SK.
Well, that is not how I expected it to go. But I welcome it. It was just engagement after engagement after engagement, which we knew was going to happen, right? But to go that heavy one side, it just wasn't expected at all. I was expecting just like a pure base race and it just see who comes out on top, which, yeah, it would be ZETA, but the defense from SK just didn't seem that strong.
I think SK Gaming got to start off a little bit better, and that's not the way to do it. Naui with the first kill. Now Garo once again free access to this high safe. A dive in. Meow joining in as well. Joker getting some dives. Perfect damage there. That Crow super, a big reason why Crow has played so much on this map, was the #1 most played in practices in the leading weeks.
Well, it is. The Chuck trying to get set up, and a super from Joker goes in, and he's going to be forced to defend alone here against Joker and Linane. Linane might return at one point, but some great damage coming down on the other side too, but it is outmatched by SK Gaming at the moment, but Meow's going to be able to get this surely. Gadget going to be used at the perfect time, and he cleans up Joker still. So much up top. Edgar should be able to do this. Linane knows it, and set 2, as fast as that, goes ZETA's way.
I mean, a speed run to say the least. This is not the start I was expecting. ZETA Division piling up wins right now. 2-0 against the likes of SK Gaming, who just came fresh off a sweep over Foot. This is just, especially considering 51-49% kind of matchup, SK got a huge uphill fight and are really surprising the world right now.
Listen, I would not have expected it to go this heavy ZETA's way, and yes, set 1, very close. Could have gone either way. Probably should have gone the other way if you ask me. But Heist, there's no arguing what ZETA just did there. It was pure dominance, purely incredible through the draft, through the game. It was just so good. And I'm just so surprised to see Buzz gadgeting on top of a Primo at the start of a game and just losing all control. You questioned it at the time as well. It's just not the way the start of the game should be going. You got to play patient. And I mean, yeah, you're going to get overrun at some point, but it can't be that fast.
They just get overwhelmed, right? At that moment, Joker goes down as the Buzz. You only have 2 people left, one of them being Chuck. Chuck is not meant to be on defense, really. I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves. He's entirely drafted because he has free access to the other side. He can go in and out with a super. He just needs a little bit of tags to just cycle that super. But once they're down a member, they're not out damaging an Edgar plus a Primo plus a Crow. There's no way. They need all 3 members on that other side, and just the losses in the early game really allowed ZETA Division to just get some quick victories.
I mean, SK had their chances. They were on the map. Chuck and Buzz were on the safe, but the damage couldn't be matched, and Chuck had to return. He had to go back, had to defend against the Primo and the Edgar. That damage from those 2 is just going to be unmatched by anything that SK Gaming have got on the other side. And then Meow to just get the kills, get the control is just absolutely huge for the side of ZETA Division. And that, if it carries on to the 3rd set, I think it's going to be done.
I mean, this is going to be a toughie for SK Gaming, to say the least. They're now down 2-0, the previous world champions. Maybe the script is right, Trav. Maybe all ZETA Division have to do is get through quarterfinals, and it's smooth sailing from there. Obviously, another set to kind of determine that, to figure that out. SK Gaming going to have to go back to the drawing board as we approach set number 3. It's going to be Hideout. Very different as well. I feel like we've had 3 very different maps and modes, which is kind of refreshing. Going to be a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, Hideout's an odd one. It definitely changes the vibe a little bit from the aggression of that heist one. And we did see quite a defensive Brawl Ball set. Not too many explosive goals being scored. But this is definitely a change in the vibe. You know, Bounty, they're going to be passive. They're going to be waiting things out. Just playing for these, playing for the long game, playing for the stars. But as soon as I've said that, it's going to be some ridiculously aggressive matchup with like a BB in there or something, and I know that I'm just going to completely have jinxed it, but you expect throwers and sharpshooters, right?
That is intuitively what you would think. With the bans in play, though, sometimes we're going to get some kit matchups. Sometimes Melody and Angela are going to show up. You can't ban it all. Draco, of course, I believe showed up here earlier, at least for APAC. This may have been one of the maps. If not, he got in some bounty action as well. A combo for me that I'm looking out for, a little old-timey, but Gene Max might be something that escapes some ban stages. There might just be other brawlers they prioritize. I think we can safely infer who has that first overall pick, though, Trav. You see Piper, Meg, and Pearl on the right-hand side. Those are very unique bans compared to the stereotypical Angelo, Gene, and Melody on the left.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to kind of roll with those kind of the second, third picks as their bans rather than what we see from SK, which is 3 debatable first picks. Byron going to be what ZETA Division choose to go with. With Meg banned out of the way, I'm not sure what I kind of expect to go with that, because that would usually be the pairing, maybe a tank, maybe a buster, something like that to go with it. We'll see what SK Gaming do pick. They're going to take a Bell, one of those last remaining decent sharpshooters on their side.
Gotta cash them in while you can. Clear It's something they prioritize. They want to be able to match Byron's range, and honestly, Bell has a good chance with the bounce shot, especially if they paired this with a tank, to get a little extra value. So that may have been part of the influence there.
Yeah, well, we'll see if SK Gaming go for... Ooh, Larry and Laurie come in. It's early, I feel. It's early for a throw when you can still get overwhelmed by tanks and stuff like that. When there's a Byron on the other side, I feel maybe that is just slightly early. I'd like to see like a buster or something come in. Draco, I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna throw Draco out there just as like a maybe I'd like to see it, but it's gonna be the kit, and then obviously they've got a third here as well.
I mean, Kit plus Byron, it has to be a tank, right? It has to be. This is what they're going for. This is every ladder warrior's dream right here. You and your 2 buddies get a Kit plus aggressive tanky brawler. I mean, could be Draco, could be Buster, you name it. They're going to look for something to just get in the face of the enemy with infinite heals. There's the combo. This is the ultimate test for Draco here. He has yet to catch a W on the mainstream. Meanwhile, my boy Hank, my boy Edgar, they're eating good right now. This is... If Draco can't win here, I don't know if he can do it ever.
I have to agree with that. When you've got the backup that he has, into... Oh!
Okay. Yeah, what? I don't know.
What? Is this like the kind of just Draco counter that I haven't come across yet, or what?
I kind of hope so. I would love to see just an absolute domination from this Daryl just to prove a point, maybe to expose something that the rest of us don't know. I see Daryl about 1 time a year at this point right now. He's not the strongest brawler, very safely to say. I think a lot of pro players and tier lists and such have been downgrading him quite a bit. I mean, D, F tier kind of quality for this guy. So the fact that SK Gaming are down 2-0 into a super kit combo with Draco and Byron, and they put their faith on Hideout with Daryl, is a statement. This is either going to make them look galaxy-brained, or they are about to suffer a 3-0 loss that is going to get clowned a little bit.
Daryl's just one of those brawlers you forget in the game, isn't he, really, at the moment? Like, he's just not really been there. The gadget's can be used. Oh, not kept alive, though. But with Gero supporting this, he should be able to get the kill regardless, and he does just that. Can get out here by jumping onto the Byron if he really needs, but we do see SK back off, do still have the lead, so they're not going to complain too much, but they are forced into the back lines.
And this is the scariest thing on the planet right here. You have Kit riding the back of Draco, Byron healing, charging forward a flamethrower, but Lenon honestly showcasing why this might be good. He can roll away, he can roll in. Still not enough for a kill there, though. Now he marked up, still surviving. Joker, low HP. Yashi with 3 on his head. It's still 6-4 SK Gaming. The scary thing is, though, if they get backed into the corner like that, and they have the Kit super combo ready to go, it is very difficult to get out of that.
Oh, Gero was going for it there. Might just go. He goes for the defensive jump back onto the Byron. Wants to save his life rather than trying to get Lenane down. And this is honestly working for the Daryl. It seems to be taking this matchup the majority of the time. See, Draco doesn't have the highest amount of DPS. Yes, you know, damage over time is going to be pretty good, but the burst isn't really there to deal with the Daryl. Meow getting hit pretty hard here. Low and also marked up. Going to see the nest egg placed onto him as well. Heals all the way through. We're going to see the Kit jumping back onto him and going aggressive once more.
This is where men are made right here. He's going to dive in, isolates the Byron. Really smart play, ends up going down, but they will take that trade all day long. They just got to hold on to the lead here, Trav.
Yeah, we need another kit super. That's going to be the name of the game here. He's just rotating all the way around. And honestly, he might use it to stun, or he might use a hop on someone's back and just go for the thrower play, just like he did against Joker there. Now in comes the Daryl. He's not going to matter if it goes down. Gadget's going to be used. Lane's going to fall. Heals are there as well. Still, this aggression remains. Gero goes for the jump away. Goes in. Now everybody's going to be pinching, but they're not getting anything from it. SK Hull out. And ZETA Division falls short in the first game of Hideout.
These fellows deserve a lot of credit for that W. This is, like I said, an insane combination. Infinite heals essentially from Draco. With that gadget, he can survive quite literally anything. He can remain on 1 HP. It came down to the wire there at the end. This Daryl pick was bold, and it worked. It was good enough, and that is totally fine when you're playing into that combo.
Yeah, well, Gero goes for the very, very quick little invis there and tries to find someone on the way. Now we're going to be getting hit here. But the blue star is with ZETA, and that means SK have to regress, which they didn't have to do at all in the previous game.
Perfect start here for SK Gaming. They're going to dive in. Lenon can't get out of dodge, though. Joker gets the follow through. It's not enough to take a lead, though. This is going to be an interesting way to see how this plays out. ZETA Division are the ones with the lead. They're forcing this defensive stance, which they have so many healings, it might be totally fine. Lenon can kind of hit the gas pedal whenever they want with that super. He can automatically charge that, of course. Yashi, Joker, not necessarily the most aggressive brawler either, but they're the ones playing from behind, so they're kind of forced to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I do feel like Gero's in a bit of a tough position now, because if he jumps on someone, they're asking for the opposing player he's not jumped on to be kind of grouped up on and taken down, because that would pretty much be a 3v1. But they are still in defensive. He can heal up. He's going to go aggressive onto... Oh. Yeah. That was the noise I was going to make too.
Just confused. I don't really understand what... Maybe they thought they could get some follow-through tags. It's just teammates were so far away there, and he was jumping right into SK. Maybe just trying to force himself another super so they can ultimately jump on this guy anyways. Interesting play to say the least. Multiple nest eggs on the ground. Lenon should trickle away here, and now a ZETA Division lead as they're slowed down in the retreat. Joker forced to drop a hypercharge, but they're not in striking distance yet.
Well, Byron's going to be a hefty target here with 4 over his head, but any of them will do, because they do have the blue star on their side. Lenane looking for Naui now, but with Gero's help and obviously with the gadget, he's going to be able to survive quite heavily. There goes the stun. It's actually the stun rather than the jump on the back. Lenane's going to get the kill. Can he get out? Splash should be there. The takedown is for ZETA Division. They need to continue this aggression, but now he's not going to be enough. They need Meow, and that is not going to happen as ZETA Division head to match point.
Such an interesting set in general. SK Gaming survived the first game slimly. I mean, it came down to literally the final second and a Draco gadget that kept him invincible for a long time. I believe it's a couple seconds, which in professional Brawl Stars play is an eternity. And honestly, ZETA Division, I felt like were the ones that were forced into a defensive stance, probably something this comp is less comfortable than being on offense. SK Gaming are really gonna have to find a way here. There's LCQ parameters in this. There's leaderboard stakes in this. I mean, World Finals potentially next month could be on the line depending on how this goes. And they put their faith in the Daryl. It's bold, but they're tied here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he goes in, but he can't get out. That's the issue with Gero. They'll bounce him back and forwards with that bell shot as well, but heals are there to keep them alive. Now he on the aggressive, but just retreating now, as they do still have this lead. And the defense was going well last time until Gero kind of jumped in on them, and I'm not sure if that was kind of just because they wanted to be on the aggressive, but seems to be pulling himself out of place again here.
That's a fair point. He delivered them a free kill, and they still ended up winning that. I think just adding to how wild this truly is. Pseudo thrower on the other end, forced away now. Daryl going for the roll. Now he low HP, can't stay alive due to the invincibility though, and somehow ZETA Division get that exchange with a tied lead, but blue star in their favor.
Well, 57 seconds still on the clock, so plenty of time for an SK turnaround and trying to drag it to set number 4, and then set number 5 after that they'll require. But Gero going in now, wants to kill once Joker jumps back. Doesn't want to overextend too much because that will flip the game. And it'll force him on the aggressive, but has to work for another super now. He did just use it and pretty much wasted it, I'd say.
It's likely that SK Gaming want to bring this down to one more push. Nope, they're going to go for it right now. Lenon rolling in, diving, looking for a kill, gets nothing. Now he down to 1 HP and is indestructible. 20 seconds on the clock, no kill on Meow. Heals going through. This could be a disaster.
And the blue star with ZETA as well, which means one of them can go down. Or now he can go down, and he's the aggressive one. Surely they just plug a load of heals into him and let him go. Junk comes in from Gero, but now they're all in that situation, and Joker can thrive heavily. Lenane gets some, Yoshi gets some. Beautiful from SK, and the retreat's there as well.
The barrel, baby! Way to go, SK! Bold decision, and it pays off. I think we all just learned a little something today, Trav. When Draco's on the map, drop a Daryl. Who would have thought this DF tier brawler would do something special in a monthly finals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm surprised to see it win regardless. I feel like ZETA still should have held on at the end there. But obviously now that Kit can get hit when you kind of just stunning someone, it makes it less useful to stun. And I'm surprised to see him kind of go in there. We knew Draco could die. I'm surprised Kit just didn't back up his other teammates rather than kind of go in and try and keep that Draco alive. But at the end of the day, it is SK who come away with that win. So a huge thing for them. They've still got to get Dual Imbeals and Hard Rock Mine under their wing to be able to win. And ZETA only need one more still. And that last one, absolutely incredible. And Draco remains winless.
On our main stream, Draco can't do it, man. We've got Edgar, we've got Daryl, we've got Hank. Put them all in the S tier. Draco is not it, apparently. That's insane, though. Again, I know he's losing a bunch, but obviously the people at home have eyes. They can see how strong of a combination this is. So I can't understand it. The fact that SK Gaming pick a Daryl of all brawlers, they call their shots. Maybe they found this in a scrim. Maybe this is something the pros are kind of holding close, hoping nobody would reveal. SK Gaming cashed that card in now, and it pays off immensely. This in-game right here, they're down 2 stars. It is a close call. Meow is just throwing down heals. You're right. Maybe Kit jumps on the back of a player instead to try and heal him up a little bit, make it a little tougher, extend that timer, if you will, to get that kill, and things go differently. But nonetheless, Lenon was the man with 8 there in Bounty on an open map where sharpshooters prevail, and we got a Daryl instead being the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Draco, I think, speaks for itself. I think it's so good. I think it should be winning all of the matchups that it's in, right? 0 kills, though. Like, I'm starting to question myself a little bit. I think the brawler is so strong, and I'm sure a lot of people do as well. The people who play the game know he's strong, but he's not really backing it up in competitive.
At least on the mainstream, he hasn't quite found it yet. I think it's safe to say he is strong. He was the #1 banned brawler in APAC. Clearly, multiple regions believe in this brawler. I think EMEA, though, maybe are seeing that you can address it. There are ways to deal with it. There's even creative ways like we've seen here. We've seen Gale today. We've seen Daryl today. Some brawlers that we don't always typically see. Obviously, Daryl being a little more surprising in this case. A lot of credit to SK Gaming. They still have a long way to go, obviously, but it's the little victories like that who are going to kind of come away with some nice wins. I mean, it's the little things at this professional level that make a difference. The fact that out of their toolkit, they pulled a Daryl of all brawlers and were able to get a victory again. This team just doesn't die, Trav. There's so many times where SK Gaming should be losing sets, losing games. Somehow they just pull it out, whether that's Brawl Ball, whether that's Daryl. It doesn't matter. It's going to be tough here. I mean, even ZETA Division, as much as I hate to say it, the job's not done yet. It is 2-1. SK Gaming, we've seen them come back before. I don't know. I feel like this still can go either way.
Yeah, I mean, SK, they can reverse sweep. They've done it so many times in the past. These players on different teams, this organization, they know how to get it done. Pedro going to be pumping that mentality into them, and it can still be done. And it firmly can as well. You know, they've got that saving grace. So that Daryl did a lot. It brought them back this set. As I said, 2 in a row have to be done. It's going to be tough for them. They can do it, and their opponent's ZETA Division. So you've got to still have it in the hands of ZETA as the favorites, but SK 100% can bring this one back.
For sure. I just feel like in terms of the mental game, it's something we got to touch on. This isn't your everyday ladder. These are some of the best in the best of the world going at each other. And for me, it's at least a factor, right? You're coming off the cusp of having Draco, Kit, and Byron, seemingly an impossible combination to stop. And a Daryl just halted you in your tracks in the final moments to go down in such a close fashion. Has to hurt a little bit. It's still likely ZETA Division, right? They are up 2-1. I will add, though, last month, this came down to a set 5, and SK Gaming squeezed by. That was in the quarterfinals. This one means more as well. The ramifications for this are huge. SK Gaming and ZETA Division at the top of the leaderboards right now for this region. We know that 3 teams get to go to Worlds, but because of how close this region is, because there's been 3 monthly finals grand champions that have all been different this year, both of these teams are still looking to just clinch an LCQ spot, and that's wild considering they're in that top 3 right now.
I mean, that's the thing. Even with only 1 month left after this month, there's still so much up for grabs. Like, no matter, Foot they've got out in the quarterfinals, right? They're not in a great spot to go to LCQ, but I believe it's probably still possible. They'll be playing on downfalls, don't get me wrong. But even those players down there still have a chance. So we shall see if SK Gaming have what it takes to bring this one back, get some points under their belt, and head to the grand finals. The same as ZETA Division. That's where both of these teams are striving to get. And it looks like these teams are into the draft, so we should be getting things going very, very shortly. But yeah, ZETA Division are up 2-1. SK Gaming down at the moment. But after that performance, who knows?
ZETA Division were on match point. They're so close. They clinch LCQ by winning the grand finals. They have to win this one and the next one just to get to LCQ guaranteed. Like we said, that's not even a guarantee for Worlds. 2024 is a competitive year, Trav. Not just here. We saw it in APAC earlier. We've seen it in NA, SA, a fun one too. Been loving the competition that all of these teams have been carrying with them this year. So it could be set for SK Gaming can somehow come out of this on top. They can also clinch LCQ by just making the grand finals. They got a little bit of a lead on everybody right now. But here we go, set number 4. Dueling Beetles in a hot zone on the way. Curious what kinds of synergies we get here. There's a lot of different things I feel like recently that have shined on this map.
I mean, Dueling Beetles is just one of those maps. If you lose control once, it can all be over if you're not capable enough of getting it back. And that's all down to drafts, right? If the draft's good, if you get control early on, you're locking it down. And that's why it can be so passive, kind of just playing those lanes, poking each other, getting percent by percent. Draft sliding in here. The Angelo, the Melody, and the Stu banned out for SK Gaming. Jesse, RT, and Larry and Laurie over that right-hand side for ZETA Division. Should be getting those first picks relatively soon, but the big bans, we've seen this before. It's the Sandy, the Jesse, and the Melody. And Crow is going to be that first pick for ZETA Division. Really nice stuff from them. And also, let's not pretend that Sandy didn't slip through.
Sandy slipped through. Byron slipped through, one of the most popular ones. I'll add to Jesse and Stu in particular on this map for EMEA have been very popular selections in scrims over the past few weeks. It's going to end up being a Pam, though. Another one I feel like that shows up more often in EMEA than some of the other regions. Interesting to kind of see that when you see the Crow on the other side. I wonder if they're prepping for any tanky opposition. Just a great control brawler. I mean, having that healing station pressed against that little L-shaped indestructible wall on either end can be really solid. I love having the Scrap Sucker to take away, siphon off some of those shots. Amber was one that stood out to me too. It's a really popular one as a whole, not just on this map, not just this region, but in the world. Is a really frustrating brawler to go against, especially on this left or right hand side where you can just kind of tap down that lane from a distance.
Yeah, well, I like what SK Gaming have got so far. I always love the Pam. Pam's just one of those brawlers that I can just get behind on this map, especially when that Jesse is banned out. Byron gonna come rolling in though for ZETA Division. Not going to have the most damage, especially if that healing turret is up, because it's going to be pretty much negated if you stand in that. So I just feel like Crow's a very odd first pick, but we'll see what ZETA Division come out with. As that, full faith in it again, and I mean,
okay,
will it bounce back, or will it go even further down the drain?
Surely he's got to win one, right? This is really interesting from ZETA Division. The Byron does not surprise me. And when we see the Byron, they clearly have an opportunity to pair this with a tank. It's something very popular in Brawl Stars, whether that's Byron, we see things like Buster a lot, now Draco in the mix. Clearly, people are prioritizing Draco a little bit. The Crow, though, we'll call it out again. Earlier, it didn't have the best win rate on the map that we saw him on. And once again, according to stats, monthly qualifiers data across the board on this map, only a 40% win rate. That's not great. SK Gaming, another creative response. It's going to be Lou. I kind of like this. Obviously, Lou is not the easiest to hit shots with, but if you can manage, his hypercharge kind of slept on. He's not at the tippy top of the meta anymore, but this is a great way to deal with tanks. We know tanks are warm-blooded creatures. They hate ice skating, Trav. This could be interesting, and especially considering it covers up the entire hot zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's fire versus ice. That's the thing. You know, it's the Draco and the Dragon versus Lou throwing some snow cones. I mean, you know, who wins that in lore? Probably the Dragon, right? But when it comes to the actual game, Lou should be in a good spot.
Well, it really is the Summer of Dragons, huh? We've got Naui, Garo, and Crow grouped up together in the mid. Yashi firing down. The Pam can be very threatening here. Lanan, another brawler with a flamethrower of his own. Yashi claiming the first here. 8% going their way. They're just trying to hit that double-digit mark. And again, can't say it enough. Hitting loose shots, it's a little bit of an interesting pattern. You can see it there. They're all staggered a little bit. You gotta walk in a particular way. Only pros can really bring out the best of this guy.
Yeah, and even at that, it's going to be quite difficult as well. The stun comes through, but he's making it work. Gadget going to be used, and not really necessary, because he did survive quite nicely in there. Little scrap sucker comes through, takes all that ammo away, and now he's standing still for a moment in there. Crow's going to get the kill on the backside, just wants to try and bring down this turret and him along the way, but the hypercharge comes through, and we should be saying goodbye to all of ZETA, but Meow somehow surviving out just a tiny bit longer, and almost even on the percentage. But just not enough for ZETA so far. It's just been a respawn cycle, and nothing coming from it.
I think long-term, especially with control, this Lou can really pop off against Draco. But I will point out, it took an entire healing station to Gadget, a Lou freeze, just to bring him down one time with all those gadgets. A great play from ZETA Division 2. This is going to be a close call. I think with the healing station dropped on the ground or maybe backing off, they can get away with this. But once again, Draco just doing Draco things. What looked to be a great matchup for Yashi there, instead it turns into ZETA Division control.
Cycling out this super and getting the heals from the star power, and ain't gonna be able to get a kill in there as well. But now he's gonna be stunned out again, and when they get percentage back, they just lose it as fast as that. 3 people up and only 1 for ZETA Division, and he can't get anywhere.
SK Gaming continuing to climb, over 20% lead now. Another ice rink going down on the left-hand side. It's gonna be hard for Naui to escape up. It's a double super as well. Unbelievable stuff from Joker right now, playing this matchup perfectly. SK Gaming trying to make the dream come alive. One more game, and we're going to a set 5.
It's like they don't want to win, you know? Like, I'm really surprised to see them pick Draco again after it just failed so heavily. It's just not good for them at all. If it happens like that once more, then we're going to a set 5, because SK just looked so much better in the Lou, dominating all.
This is 2 times in a row now we've seen creative responses work into Draco. I love that, though. We see Draco, this seemingly big, bad brawler, and we have options, maybe not even in the A tier of brawlers, if you will, dealing with him so well. Another freeze going down. Joker survives. It's enough to take down a Draco. I'm sure they'll take that trade all day long.
Yeah, Splash comes through. Not going to find the connection on the name, which means he should survive, but just narrowly, as Meow's looking for a little bit of a pinch onto him. Byron should be able to help across as well, and there's the Gadget once more in the super. Pam healing station going to be down, and another cycle out. Gadget not going to be thrown down this time, though, and now we're just waiting for the return. Splash comes in, Garo gets the kill, and now he's going to find one of his own 2. Should be able to get the Amber along the way as well. Nice stuff from him. And ZETA, much, much better.
You mentioned it in our analysis. If you get overwhelmed, if you get pushed back on your spawn, it's a nearly impossible map to come back from. Garo pressed against this wall, connecting Lanan. He's low HP. Nothing he can do. Healing station. Figure 8 in terms of ice rinks. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Draco is not coming down right now. They are already at nearly 80%.
Yoshi's waiting for his teammates. It kind of looked like he just accepted defeat at that point, and that might honestly be the best strategy to take. A 91% to 4, and ZETA not showing any signs of slowing down as they tick over 100, and we're heading to match point.
We can criticize the Draco. It still hasn't won on our main stream. But you can see the ceiling for sure, right? They literally just beat a professional team, the #1 seeded team currently in this region, 100 to 4 with the combo. It was close to winning in our set number 3, and now set number 4. Draco's trying to get his first coveted win, and more importantly, ZETA Division are trying to make a grand finals. They're looking to secure an LCQ spot with a big win this month.
Well, all focusing down on the Draco, and he's still finding some progression. Slow down onto Joker, but just holding out. Some Byron heals in the back, and Yoshi going to go aggressive here. Surprising to see. Gets in that super, now going forwards towards Lane. Pops the Gadget as well, not finding a kill just yet. Gets stunned out and killed. Not the best for him, and we're going back to game 1 bad looks of things for SK. Or maybe not. Byron.
This is where SK Gaming have to shine. That's tough. ZETA Division right back in control. They have the ice rink. Now he doesn't have the distance to cover this, but he does have Gadget. He does have a flamethrower. Joker can't take another inch. They've only got 6% right now, Trav. They are down nearly 40%. This is where they have to take a stand, not just for the win, not just for this game, but this is for their tournament lives.
Gero is absolutely cooking. He's hitting so many shots. Now he's going to head up again. Hypercharge can be used by Joker, but he doesn't have a super yet. Gets it eventually, but not without his teammate going down. And all the heals in the world are just behind Naui. And he's just going forward, super after super. It's so hard to follow, and he still gets the kill.
Nothing you can do about it. This is just overwhelming. Ice Rink after Ice Rink. Dive in from Meow. Heals from Gero. Indestructible is what this dragon is right now. 75% in climbing. One last heave here from Joker, but this is going to have to play out perfectly for SK.
He's just not dying. They're throwing everything at him. He's still surviving. Eventually goes down, but not without a huge lead now for them. And Joker's going to throw down a hypercharge super right there, which is surprising to see me not hold it off for Draco. But maybe they would have been overwhelmed prior if they just held out. Now, Crow coming back with a hypercharge. That can throw some disruption into the mix for SK. Now, coming forwards once more. Going forwards now. Shots coming through. No heals there, though. Jump comes in. Meow needs to survive, and they do. ZETA win it. And SK are sent packing by the Draco. Finally.
It was about time Draco caught a win, right? I love the decision to go with Lou. We saw what it could do at game number 1. If they get control and shut down Draco early, they can win. Unfortunately for them, I think that game truly reflected that maybe we questioned the Draco a little bit, right? He hadn't won yet on our main broadcast. There's multiple opportunities now. Finally, it comes through. You could see it in game 2. Huge victory. And then in game number 3, it just overwhelmed them off the front. Even there's going to be in the replays, I'm sure, a Pam healing station, a Pam's hyphen, 2 Lou rinks, and they still could not bring the man down. It's just too much with the heals and the gadget combined. It's as simple as that.
There's just no stopping him. There's no stopping him. Like the first game, they did it so well, but they couldn't do it the second and third time. Like, I don't know what the difference was. It was obviously obvious. The obvious point would be it was a much better start, and he just carried on. But I kind of just felt like Gero just focused down and just didn't really shoot the opposition. When the Draco was alive, didn't shoot the opposition. But when the Draco was dead, pivoted, started shooting. But the heals that he was providing, incredible.
I think Gero was definitely a point of interest too. I mean, for now, obviously to stay alive, great. But the reason he's able to be in this position is what we're seeing here. He's got a person that is healing him the whole time. He has a pocket healer standing behind him. He's got a super that heals him when he enters the dragon form. And just cycling that in and out between gadgets and Byron and supers, it's unreal. It's just really tough to deal with. I feel for SK in the sense that they found such a creative way to get rid of him in that set number 3. They dared ZETA Division to do it again. They had Lou in their back pocket as a surprise pick because there was no way ZETA Division were going to whip that pick out. Instead, they're sent packing again. Draco's so strong, and I think moments like that are going to bring into question whether or not you can ban him or force to ban him. Unfortunately, for just the pro meta right now, there's tough decisions, right? So many good brawlers. We got Draco in the mix, Melody in the mix, Angela in the mix. You got to make a hard call at some point, and SK Gaming were willing to put their chips on the table saying, hey, we can stop Draco, and it just didn't work out that time.
I mean, the proof's there for Draco. This one game alone and a lot of the other games that we've seen, the proof for it being a good brawler is there. But it being good for a part of a Brawl Stars team is still to be questioned, I feel. Because one success in like 6 games played, I feel like he's still got a lot to prove. But now he is going to be the MVP of this one. Thoroughly deserved as well. All players on ZETA could have had it. And to be honest, SK played really, really, really well as well. Just some tough matchups. Pulled out the Daryl, made it work. Surprised me on that one. But yeah, ZETA move on, and now he's the MVP.
Another big moment for them. Really impressed with SK Gaming still. I think they're going to be right there in the mix. Obviously, this is huge for the leaderboard. SK Gaming could have clinched LCQ with that win. Unfortunately, they will have to wait till next month, get through our monthly qualifiers, and try and do it all again, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. They've got to come back next month. They've got to come back stronger. SK Gaming are out of this month's Brawl Stars Championship. ZETA Division advanced to the final in a 3-1 win. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is one in the pocket, ZETA, waiting in the grand finals in our second semifinals right in front of us. Time to sit down and be humble as they go up against Angel Boy and the guys on Team Ogre Cheeky. That's a fun name to say. But Rear view mirror real quick. 3-1 for ZETA. Draco gets a win. Trav, that was a fun one.
It was very, very fun. It was quite stressful, to be fair, casting it. But at the end of the day, Draco gets the first win, proves himself a little bit. I still feel like there's a little bit to go on there. But yeah, we're heading down to Humble versus Ogre Cheeky next. And this is the first we've seen of the bottom bracket today on the A stream, at least. If you went over to the B stream, you would have been able to pick these games up. Just a reminder for future months, obviously. But Humble versus Ogre Cheeky is going to be the second semi-final.
Now, for Humble and SK Gaming are out of it, but for those two teams, if they made it to the grand finals, they clinched themselves a trip to the last chance qualifier. ZETA Division, well, they were at the grand finals, but they need to actually win it. They don't make it to the LCQ just by getting to the grand finals. They have to find that W. So still some work to be done for the Big Z team on the board. But who are they going to face is the relevant question in front of us. And so as I said, we've got Humble and we've got Team Ogre Cheeky. Ogre Cheeky, funny name, haha, but they are pretty much a tried and true squad. New additions. We will take a look at them as we see Angel Boy and Knob. This is pretty much the core of the Team Cube taking a step out, and Drage coming away from Foot to make his mark on this squad. Trav, what are you thinking? How do you think Drage is going to affect this team?
I mean, so far, it seems like he's affected it well. You know, like, they qualified, they've got through those quarterfinals, which seem to be one of the biggest issues for OGC. You know, they constantly qualify and they're constantly doing well, but getting out those quarters seem to be a big battle for them. They've managed to do it this month, but they're faced with a huge, huge opponent. And this is that Drage versus Semantic. You know, they were teammates, and, you know, although Drage might be on a different team, you know, Semantic's on a different team, but it always lingers. And they're going to want to be able to beat those ex-teammates.
Absolutely. You know, Kenny, I love this is why I'm here. I love the game, don't get me wrong, but I love the culture, man. I love the storylines that we get. These are real people that we've seen at LAN over and over again. I remember when Drage was on stage talking smack. This is just fun, watching these personalities kind of swap around, and here we've got Drage on kind of the underdog team, if you ask me. I think Humble's got the upper hand here.
I think Humble will be favorites too. Love seeing Drage kind of giving it another go, right? I think he's a really good player. He's come close on several occasions at things like the world stage and the big moments like that, but it's been a while since he's had that marquee win, right? In terms of a grand finals victory. Hoping to kind of find that here. Obviously a big personality for Brawl Stars, and that's one of the benefits we have of just the esport being so prevalent and great for the past several years.
I think the league is better when Drage is up here, for sure. The league is better when Semantic is screaming as well. And so Humble coming through, definitely a strong squad to deal with, and a fun semifinals here to match up with. These two teams, I don't want to focus just on Sim and Drage, because these are two squads. I keep calling Team Ogre Cheeky Angel Boy's team, Trav, and I specifically choose Angel Boy. I think he has been the leader for this squad for, I mean, years at this point. He's the front man in my eyes.
That's the thing, you know, like, as good as Drage is, as big as a name he is in the Brawl Stars scene, as much drama as he brings to the Brawl Stars scene as well, Angel Boy is the star man, and there's no denying that. He is possibly one of the best players in the world. His performances at live events, performances at multi-finals, they're unparalleled. His nanny plays, his aggressive plays, he can do absolutely everything, and he's undoubtedly the star man of Ogre Cheeky.
Trying to lead his team against the Team Humble. This is a squad solidified in the scene. Lukey, Semantic, and Kanan, they're coming through. Semantic is sort of the biggest personality on the squad, I would say. It's hard to take a spotlight away from Semantic. But Trav, if we're looking at the gameplay, if we're eyes on the field in the server, who are you looking at?
I mean, from Humble, it's got to be Lukey. He's the aggressive man, and it's weird not to say Semantic, you know, for Humble. He's just, you know, Semantic's the concrete, right? He just holds the team together. He's going to do well. He's consistent. But for star plays, draw ball, you know, getting goals, getting aggressive, Lukey's the man. And I feel like that's a huge, huge thing for Lukey as well, being one of the new players. And last year he was always compared to Joker, you know, and it's a hard thing to live up to. But I feel like he's starting to live up to that, you know, that comparison.
The consistency, Kenny, the consistency, you think it's there for Humble?
I do. I mean, they haven't had the big victory yet, but in terms of semifinals, quarterfinals, qualifying, there's a reason why they're second in this region, at least coming into today. Obviously, with SK Gaming losing here, it does change things up a little bit, right? An opportunity for Humble to kind of take the lead in that sense over them. They were only down 10 points to SK Gaming coming into this, 19 points ahead of ZETA Division. A big Grand Finals win can change all of that.
Certainly eyes on the prize for this matchup. Humble is the top card, but Ogre Cheeky definitely kind of can dance here. I think if I'm Angel Boy in the squad, Trav, you brought up the idea of that aggression, this, that, and a third. I'm curious as to how they match up individually, because Semantic, this Humble team, this is an aggressive team as well. Do you think you meet aggression with aggression, or do you deviate from your thought process and kind of play Humble's game here?
I hope that it's aggression into aggression, to be fair, because it just always amounts to such amazing gameplay when it does, you know, just players running into each other, a pure battle of mechanics, and that is always bringing out the best of Brawl Stars. But yeah, Humble against OGC here, it's equally, I think it's 50-50. Slightly swaying towards Humble, as I believe we all have through those predictions, and the majority of people probably will. It probably won't amount to that in the public vote. But in terms of who can win this one, yeah, I'd say maybe 55-45 to Humble. But yeah, there's always a chance.
I respect that. I think that it would be even closer if we didn't see such a new addition with Drage kind of jumping on in here and being such a newer player on the squad for sure. 65% of the fans go with Humble, and Trav will rejoin us afterwards. Kenny, you ready for this one? Starting on Knockout.
I'm ready. I think this is going to be an interesting starting point here, too. And honestly, with a new teammate in Drage, too, one thing that interests me is kind of how they approach these drafts, right? In the past, Drage has kind of commanded that, but he's the new guy on the block, right? I mean, they've got a little bit of time playing with each other, but I'm sure that plays out very interestingly on the other side. We know how important these drafts can be. Going over to Goldarm Gulch, it's a pretty interesting map, and honestly, in today's day and age, at least more recently, Shelly shows up really early. We actually saw her be a first pick overall earlier as well. Even on something like Knockout, we get some crazy picks. Of course, Angelo, Kit, Rico, very popular ones here like you see on the screen, but I think Melody is something to acknowledge. Pearl, for whatever reason, has shown up here a ton in this region. Some really interesting stuff, to say the least.
Well, first pick Gene overall. We'll see how this one works out. Yeah, you see, so the key to Goldarm Gulch, you see those two lines of grass. Teams generally tend to walk up the left side from their position. So we see these, but last time around that we saw Goldarm Gulch earlier in the quarterfinals, and that's why we see Shelly, because you expect the enemy to be grouped up as three. But earlier when we saw some Goldarm Gulch, we saw some teams kind of deviate from that quote-unquote expected start and get a couple of, like, again, I don't want to say cheesy or just oopsie, we win by not going that expected start. And so that's where I'm looking, almost more so than the draft. Tick coming through here can definitely charge things up. And we do have Boss on the field. Okay, word. That is the starter for Humble.
Yeah, we saw Kanan, who I believe is more in a coaching role, at least as of now. And Boss in the B-roll did show up, so I assumed he was going to be playing but this match as well. It would have been surprising to kind of see Kanan step in there unless there was some kind of an emergency. Gene, Max, going to be a tried and true combination in Brawl Stars. It makes sense why you go with Gene first of all. The hypercharge has really elevated him, and then Max, the same can be said for her as well. The 2-3 turn is kind of what I expected, to be honest with you, just based on what we've been seeing in these scrims at this professional level. They're daring them to go Buster. Buster and Shelly, basically the two most popular that escape the ban phase that get through, and then the most popular thrower to follow that up has been Tick. When you see Gene, you don't necessarily get scared as a Tick. You kind of just want to go for it. It's really pesky. It also brings that chip damage in, and since they have the Shelly, they're okay with letting Buster slide. If they get him, great. If not, they'll just go a different direction, and that's what we see here with this Byron.
Shelly's a little bit scary. You know, you said that the Gene hypercharge has sort of like boosted him up, and I'm gonna slightly, we've seen some hypercharged Gene pulls be problematic, and so the Tick pick I think here is cool. You know, that's not gonna be a problem. The Shelly, if you're trying to pull somebody else, that could be scary, and so Team Ogre Cheeky have to be intelligent with their Gene pulls. Don't just slam it. I think they've got to be pretty smart here, but jumping into this knockout, Humble versus Ogre Cheeky. We talked about aggression being one of the key points to this team matchup here. Neither of these drafts, I guess the Max Gene Buster is a little aggressive, but still you got to sit back and farm up that super for Gene. Drage finds himself relatively low, and we literally are just going to hang out.
That's how early game knockout can be sometimes too, right? We're just going to see everybody try and charge up those supers. It's favored by a 1 towards Angel Boy with the pushback there. Now Semantic trying to do a little bit of scouting. They're going to push back now with a Buster super, and it's going to be essentially a wash, right? They have max speed. They need to get aggressive here. They know this fog is closing. They got to find some kills.
Well, the speed pops, but Angel Boy is the one in the middle, about to be popped. Semantic trying to take it, but Hob comes over, and Nob is able to actually make that one happen. So the 2v1 boss almost thought he'd be able to take Drage down, but almost doesn't really count. So Team Ogre Cheeky winds up on the good side. I think both teams kind of, we saw the Buster super come out, kind of paused the game, didn't really make an impact. Even the max speed, it seemed like that's where Ogre Cheeky wanted to make their play, but Humble kind of kept them at bay. And then it all went chaotic and goes the other direction. Good pull. That should be the start of the end.
Good way of putting it. Drage just hovering over that button, hiding in that grass, just waiting for somebody to stand a little too still. Humble almost punished for their aggression there, and now in a 2v3 situation, OGC huge favorites in this moment.
That's the big deal when you're playing with this Gene. You're just fishing for that pull. The first round, we're waiting for Drage to farm it up. The second round, it's ready to go. That's how they get 2 of their kills, and the third one's just a domino. And so just like that, Ogre Cheeky on the board. Nice play.
And the new man on the block gonna be Drage, of course, making the big play there too. Gene is somebody that with that kit is just so good overall. And to your point as well, the hypercharge, it is a little chaotic, right? When you got 3 hands going out as fast as they go, sometimes you make a little bit of a misplay. You gotta be careful, especially in this case of accidentally pulling something like a Shelly, right? But I think the base stat boost is just so valuable for these professionals. Extra damage or HP, what have you, for these guys really makes a difference. So even if you're not using that pull, I think Gene's just more threatening just based off that.
I mean, that's fair. You know, Gene kind of lackluster when it comes to damage. Hypercharge is just going to give him more of that. And you notice Drage only popped the super when it didn't have the hypercharge. So very, very intelligently tossing it out there, making sure not to pull everyone into the lonely Gene. So another slow start, as you might expect in this game mode. Ogre Cheeky on the right side, and Nob finds himself half HP. Still nobody hitting the gas pedal just yet. For Humble, you got to expect Shelly just to walk at him. There really is no button they press to say go.
Angel Boy has a super charged up. We'll have to see if he elects to use it here, as Drage gonna be combating this. We'll see how it all goes down. Obviously a little bit of a connection issue there as well. Looks like we have advantage for Humble right now. Fog closing in. This one's definitely gonna be a close call regardless of how it goes.
Yeah, tough stuff here, as we obviously having some tech difficulties. Big picture though, Team Ogre Cheeky and Team Humble coming in here with a couple of different draft mentalities. We're gonna come over real quick and show you what's going on with Drage, but we'll return to the game in a matter of moments, figuring things out behind the scenes. As far as I'm concerned, just like, I think it's just a spectator. Players shouldn't be having too many issues backstage, so we're gonna let them play it out and figure out what's going on here. But you know, let's zoom out real quick and talk about like the implications of Ogre Cheeky. You know, it's late in the season, it's hard for them to kind of find some footing, but they're still on that leaderboard, and in my opinion, they really got to find that cohesion, inviting a new player like Drage onto their squad. That's what I'm looking for, big picture for Ogre Cheeky.
Hard to tell, but that might have been a 1-1 there, F-Dot. We'll try and get confirmation of that, but that may have been a quick one for the other end.
I think so, yes. So I think it did go in the opposite direction, and looks like that. If you take a look at our score bug up top, Ogre Cheeky have 1 game, and Humble do as well. So we're into our 3rd game. Cross your fingers for no delays, as we now have a north-south type combat. Usually we see some east-west, largely due to start positions. Honestly, with how many walls there are in this on this map, I don't know if it really matters which direction you're coming from. Got to look at that diagonal, Kenny, but everything else, there's just stuff in the way.
OGC is certainly going to want to group up here. They're going to play this together. They've got max speed, the buster that they can just sit in front, let them walk it forward, reject all those incoming projectiles from something like a Shelly or a Byron. Of course, Tick can lob him up, but he's just a pea shooter in terms of damage compared to some of the other guys. They're going to really have to rely on that big blast from Shelly, especially when this fog starts to close in.
Yeah, Boss really needs to use that super, that head deployment is what he's looking for here. As it looks like Ogre Cheeky now half HP on both of their players on the bottom side. Angel Boy gets popped by Semantic from a distance, and then he does the same thing from up close to Knob. Wonderful play by Semantic there on the Shelly, looking to his 6 o'clock and then his 9 o'clock. Great target swap, and it earns Humble the round.
It's going to be game point coming in for Humble. They need one more round, and they will take the advantage over Team Ogre Cheeky, who are not going down easily. I would say both of these comps have a lot of validity to them. They're very different. Little utility coming in from the Gene passive heals, the max speed, and then they're just going to rely on Buster to get up close in the faces of the enemies. It's all about those in-games. If Humble can just pick one off early, gives them a huge advantage, and obviously really messes with the combination that the red side's going for.
Yeah, that early pick I think is dummy important because Ogre Cheeky, they're the Exodia comp, right? They wait till everybody gets everything, they hit the max charge, and then they just surge forward, and that's their moment. Whereas Humble doesn't really have that moment. Great dodge by Boss. If Drage nails that pull, pretty much curtains. And so Humble getting involved early kind of doesn't let Ogre Cheeky to set themselves up.
Oh, and they go for the pull, and it doesn't end up paying off. They can't find the kill. Here comes some speed as Angel Boy puts him in a corner. Semantic blasts back, though. Knob versus Boss. 1v1, and up close, Knob certainly wins that one. Double game point.
Ogre Cheeky climbed out of a hole. I don't think that one should have went their way. Boss started things off by using the super and getting the kill. And just Ogre Cheeky climbed out. Honestly, it was somebody was stuck in the gas down south. Just a great play coming out from Humble, yeah.
Yeah, just a tough beat, I think. Honestly, it really could have gone Humble's ways. They're cashing in right now, though. All the utility going down. A pull available. Drage hovering over this button. More speed on the ground. They get a kill, but it cost them their low HP across the board, but they do not have the striking distance on the side of Humble to get a pick.
Yeah, Boss doesn't have the super available, and so just tough stuff tossing out these tick nonsense. He's so difficult to wind up trying to make that play on, and so he won't. And just like that, Ogre Cheeky are the first ones on the big board here, 1-0 above the fan favorites Humble so far. Reminder, if Ogre Cheeky make it to grand finals, nothing happens, like, at all. They're not qualifying for LCK like everyone else. For Humble, they gotta get this done, man. But this is a way you kind of put people on notice. And again, just a reminder, a little bit of that server stuff, that's just on our spectator side. Fair game for all the players on the field. Honestly, it's my fault. I was downloading the game update again, but different anyway. We're moving on to set number 2. Center stage coming your way for Brawl Ball. And when I look at Ogre Cheeky kind of doing that work, unsurprised, you know? Unsurprised. That's like what we mentioned it earlier coming in here, that a lot of fans might be a little bit more excited about Humble, this, that, and the third, but Ogre Cheeky, this squad absolutely can hang, and they did so.
Definitely. This is a team with a pretty big ceiling. I mean, we know how good of a player Angel Boy is. Drage has had great success in the past, and obviously this core, like you mentioned, of Knob and Angel Boy, they've been together for a little bit now. That started in last season as well with something like the Snapdragon Pro Series towards the end game. They've moved on. They've had a little bit of turnover in terms of his teammates, but this might be the one. I mean, they're trying to find a way just to get some success, to push them over the edge. They haven't quite hit the mark of teams like ZETA Division, Humble, even Totem, who aren't here this month, but at least got to a grand finals victory, right? They haven't had that moment yet, and this is an opportunity for them in month number 5. They have an opportunity to climb this leaderboard with the Clipsar going down early to try and make a push for maybe an upset at a World Finals spot. They're definitely in the mix for LCQ, but a big win here today and maybe something special in the grand finals could just get them over the edge.
Man, you mentioned something there that I want to look at real quick while we give the players a break in between set 1 and set 2. You mentioned the Totem not being here. Well, Clipstar took him down too. I sent him down to the bottom side, and then Pale Fox Esports, the first timers here to our monthly finals, wind up beating them 2-1. I mean, is this cause for concern? Do Totem fans need to start writing letters to Santa, or is this just, yeah, you know, no worries?
I mean, certainly a little bit of worries, right? They came into the day in 6th place. That's the minimum qualification to get an LCQ spot in this region. We've got 3 guaranteed for Worlds, 3 guaranteed for LCQ. Totem not here this month, and even the best team in the region, the best scenario for SK Gaming today, if they made it to the grand finals, they would have only gotten an LCQ spot. That doesn't even guarantee their world spot. That's how tight this region is. That's how tight the margin for error is. So Team Ogre Cheeky, now with an opportunity, I believe they'll be in 4th place as of now with the early exit of Eclipsar Esport. They've got a real opportunity, though, to keep going, especially with SK Gaming falling.
Yeah, like we said earlier, this is Drage. Drage likes being the villain, and he gets to be spoiler here. Who's writing the script? I hate when esports people make script jokes. Anyway, we've got our bands coming out here. Shelly first pick overall as we jump onto the Brawl Ball map. No surprise to see the Sandys and the Nitas of the world band out. Rosa and the Amber and the Gale starting to get a little bit more notoriety in this world as the control man can handle it. Shelly, though, kind of widespread, obviously thought of as an anti-tank character, but can kind of do a lot of different work. Some wall break at a Griff.
I think I might expect Angelo here, to be honest with you. This is Griff who's going for wall break. They see the Shelly. Shelly oftentimes a early pick to prevent tanks from happening. So Team Ogre Cheeky, you're going to see this. They're going to look at the band stage. Melody, Angelo, not banned, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. Why not just go ahead, open up this map, grab a brawler that's a big playmaker for this mode, and just deviate from what Humble wants you to do?
That's fair. Humble on the other side, though, I mean, do you now look into the Melody? I think you got to start to look at brawlers that can sort of push back. Buster is one that comes to mind. I said push back, but you can slow-mo her into trouble, right? Certainly some way to deal with her if she's getting too up close and personal. That's where my mind goes.
This is a tough one to call. I wonder if they go with something like an Amber here, an Angelo. Yeah, I think you just kind of have to pick that at this point and diversify the comp a little bit. Typically, Melody, the biggest thing that she's struggled into is high amounts of health points on the other end. You've already got Shelly. You've already got Buster. You know this map's going to open up with Griff. Why not at least try and punish Team Ogre Cheeky a little bit in that front, right? You grab Angelo. He's a great sharpshooter when this map opens up, and God forbid it goes to an overtime situation. That's about the best brawler you can have in your hands. The spawners from Charlie, though, are going to be lethal. I feel like Team Ogre Cheeky played a really good draft here. On paper, they've got options. They've got big playmaker. They open map. Shelly and Buster don't like that. They grabbed Charlie, who's going to be a fantastic counter option to tanks, typically into hypercharges with that cocoon, and have the extra spiders if they want to prevent single shot brawlers like Angelo.
Yeah, I love it. I think they really goaded their opposition into picking, okay, yeah, you pick the Griff, you're going to open it up for a sharpshooter, duh. We'll pick the Buster. No, you won't. Lukey walks past the defense. Great start there on the right-hand side. We were still talking about the draft, but honestly, it was just individual prowess coming out from Lukey and Boss, and now looking to continue that. Spiders are down, and Charlie's still trying to dance with Lukey, but Lukey got the shoes on. Trouble is the spiders come out, but just for a second. And Lukey handles business, no problem. Boss gonna take the shield up mid. Where's the ball? Semantics here, passes it forward. Lukey sends it home.
I made a great argument for the losing team of that game, F. Dot. That's really good plays, to be honest with you, from Humble. Because, again, on paper, for a lot of reasons, this doesn't necessarily click. That was just fantastic mechanics, though. Lukey, this year especially, has proven to me that he is special. He's not just good, he is special. Plays like that, even though Angelo's a fantastic brawler, he is making some big-time shots, winning his lane on multiple occasions so that his teammates can get an easy goal throughout that game.
If Lukey doesn't play like that, we don't see that Humble victory as quickly as we do. Trav noted it on the desk earlier. Lukey is the guy, the backbone of this team. He certainly proved it in game number 1. Boss shows up to deal with the spiders. Love that team commitment. Right side still going the way of Lukey. Assisted by the Buster player. Not a goal-scoring opportunity, though.
Boss now with the super available. Nob obviously has that 3-for-1 value that they can get to. And once again, OGC just forced back. They have
nice.
It's a fantastic kill. Semantic looking to stop the opposition. There goes the super. And 9,800, now 10,000 HP, are able to hurdle its way down into that back of the net.
Humble are playing this fantastically. Just the snatch from Buster to just say, okay, this is our moment. Fantastic. Honestly, fun to watch. Just straight up and down. Semantic and Boss combine on the right-hand side, take down the defender. And Angel Boy falls back intelligently. Respawn from Drage. No goal just yet.
Big blast. Not enough, though. Put straight into a cocoon. Nob knows what he has to do. He just has to throw it away for now. Boss going for a gadget, though. The pullback. The double takedown from the red roster, though. In a pivotal moment. Now this could be a counterplay.
Really well done. Again, Ogre Cheeky just... You get beat by it once, not the second time. Humble surge forward and try to do the Buster snatch, but not coming out this time around. Ball on Humble's side of the field. One goes down. Nob leading the charge, and Angel Boy has the HP. They're going to score as well. So 1-all with half a minute on the clock. And Humble, where the super's at. Humble's got the upper hand.
And they're charging forward as well. Semantic hypercharge. He's low HP though. Boss forced to make up for his teammate. Still a 2v2 scenario. Ball dropped. Angel Boy trying to get a cutout. Can't do it though. Tried to play goalkeeper, but Humble are too precise. That's going to be a game and set victory going their way.
I want to give credit to Humble there on the defensive end. They know that they have 1 goal to none, and if the opponent scores, all it does is even the game up. So they keep their utility in their pocket. They don't burn too much on the backside. They go, all right, if you can score on us, go for it, homie. But the ball is going to respawn in the middle. We're going to have all of our supers. One person's going to have a hypercharge. Good luck, dude. And they just played it so smart, keeping that util in the pocket and making sure that they use their supers and their gadgets when they're on the offensive push, Kenny. I really like that play at a Humble. Using their brain.
Using their brain, using their mechanics, all the above, right? Lukey, a huge instigator on this right-hand lane. Gets the first pickup, forces Angel Boy all the way back, and just with so much HP from Boss and Semantic lurking with a big blast at any given moment, it's hard to handle, right? Selly's super is lethal. It can break down walls. It can get you a guaranteed goal with the shot and then the knockback that comes from that. I feel like they just have multiple options. I feel like Team Ogre Cheeky actually had a really good draft. Again, on paper, this looks fantastic. Still a really good one, all things considered, from Humble, though. Just 3 terrific brawlers. Shelly might surprise some people a little bit, but at least in terms of pro play and practices and third-party events like the Brawl Ball League, Shelly is everywhere right now just to try and prevent brawlers like Boss from popping off, like Draco from popping off. I think it still makes a lot of sense. I don't want to take away too much from that draft, but obviously Humble were the team to just play better.
Absolutely. Smart stuff. Again, you know, bringing it up. Shelly having the hypercharge and just saying, nah, man, go ahead and score. I'll try and win this matchup, but if I lose it, that's cool. I'm going to respawn with my hypercharge available, and well, GG, bud. Humble wins this one. Good numbers coming out from Angel Boy. The Griff obviously doing their job to a certain, but only to a certain extent if they wind up with the L. So not a great look, but a good look. I'll give you that, as we've got 3 more in front of us potentially, and jump into Heist. Kaboom Canyon going to be in front of us as far as the next one is concerned. Lukey, though, big stuff on that Angelo. Opened up the game in the beginning, and I think he might continue it here on Heist. All depends on which brawlers we see available and where he goes. I'm anticipating the Angelo ban, but we've seen a lot of Chuck, obviously, and then Colette came out as well. And so, close your eyes. Chuck, ban or pick? What do you think?
I'm going to say ban.
All right, well, open them because we're not there yet. But
okay, I did close them in all fairness. I really was going for it.
I believe you. I believe you. And
I was so wrong.
Chuck available. Okay. We are in that 32% of times where Chuck isn't selected, and that we're in that 1% of times where Crow is first chosen. Hypercharge Crow can do a ton of damage to the safe, and that's why we see it. First pick, though? Question mark?
First pick, I feel like it's just warranted at this point, considering how often he's been played. It's honestly less shocking to me than it used to be. And I think in particular on Kaboom Canyon, you have this huge grassy terrain in the mid, right? Crow is going to be great for scouting reports. And if he charges up that hypercharge, like you said, when he jumps on that high safe, it completely swings the momentum of an entire game.
Yeah.
However, the other side now has Chuck and Amber. That is a lot of DPS going down on that high safe. I'm curious how Team Ogre Cheeky kind of adjusts to this. Do they go for something that directly counters the Chuck, or do they just try and out base race them? Do they just go for it all?
Which one is Draco? I don't know if Draco just wants to stick on the safe or if he wants to stick on the train. Because that's, like, really that's what he is, right? He's just a big stick that you could have hit people with. But do you hit the player or do you hit the safe? Because, I mean, that Dragon Breath is going to truck that safe for sure. So we'll keep our eyes on that and see if they want to go all offense. I think the Griff selection kind of defies that and shows that they might try to disrupt what Chuck brings to the table.
B's an interesting one. I'm assuming that's meant for Draco and kind of to address the wall break, right? It's going to have a good connection to Crow, who's not going to be able to bring down a B with that kind of range easily. It's going to be able to slow down the enemy tank coming in, and especially if this map opens up, it's going to have even more visibility. It's wild for Heist, but I see the vision.
Well, it's Humble that have the vision. Drage did a lot of damage on the left side in this mid Griff, excuse me, but Lukey winning the matchup on the left lane. And it looks like we might see Ogre Cheeky inch on up here. Angel Boy very close to death, and so Amber probably takes him down here. Again, it's going to be all about which team commits to the all-out offense or can commit. Semantic has not been able to put all of his posts up. Looks like he still has some stuff to build. Needs one more up close to the safe. Has not been able to make it through mid. There he is, gets on up there, does find the safe. 30% done for Team Humble as Ogre Cheeky in some trouble as Chuck farms their way up north. But Kenny, looks like some kills have happened, and so Ogre Cheeky fighting back.
Yup, obviously just trying to piece it together. Looks like Team OGC with a real opportunity here. Humble had a slight lead, and obviously Semantic can get to the other end with relative ease. Lukey just gonna have to make some sharpshooter connections. They're gonna have to take down Drage, who's kind of pocketed in this left-hand side as well. There goes Semantic once again, trying to make a turnaround for his team. He just has so many easy access points with those train posts to make a comeback.
Tough stuff here. Obviously working through some things, friends. Don't worry about it. We'll get through it. And again, just want to reiterate, it's just on our end. The players are not dealing with this. Don't worry. So, good stuff coming through. 37% remain for Humble. 29% remain for Ogre Cheeky. And it looks like nobody really has mid control, which is a large part of this game. Angel Boy using what's left of those bushes to kind of inch on up here, and that's a big part of how Draco's starting to get involved, but Amber really needs to take care of it. It sounds like we've got a winner, and it looks like it's Ogre Cheeky that takes it. Draco pushing forward and getting it done.
Definitely a back and forth. Seems like both of these sides kind of have some validity to it, right? I was kind of curious to see how Draco played out here, especially considering we got a Chuck on the field, we have B on the field. This is definitely an interesting one. This isn't something we see every day, at least as of recently, so love the adjustments that they're making here. So it's going to be at 1-0 for Team Ogre Cheeky as Semantic once again takes off for the mid. He's just going to try and establish these posts and then take off.
So, a little bit of a stutter step. But nothing really gained there. I thought with seeing the Team Ogre Cheeky wipe, we would see more of a Humble push forward. That's why I was holding my breath there. To the stutter step, but Humble getting... No, Humble didn't get forward. Now they're doing it, but Ogre Cheeky at all but respawned. 60% left for Ogre Cheeky, 85% left for Humble.
Humble just kind of holding the line right now. Griff is the one breaking down these walls. It's really difficult for somebody like Angel Boy without that distance or super to kind of cross over. Now a dive in from Knob. This is the response that they need. That is a pivotal pickup there with 45 HP on that right-hand side. He's going to have to hold his ground here. Semantic once again taking off, though. Again, once you set up those posts, it's basically free access to the other end, which is why Chuck is banned so frequently.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to double back to what you said about the Griff. I got to agree. Why? I feel like Angel Boy's Draco would be the player, the brawler that wants the cover in the mid, more so than anybody else, maybe B. And so, like, why do you think we see Drage doing that work? PS Humble taking care of Ogre Cheeky here.
Yeah, this is looking like it should end up being a victory. 59% away, and I think OGC are gonna have to play this, darn near to perfection. Otherwise, Humble are gonna be able to walk away with one here. Looks like a little defense coming in from Boss, Knob on the other end, and there it goes. Humble claiming that one here. It's gonna be 1-1 overall.
Chuck stuff. Just Chuck stuff. I mean, that really is all it is to me, Kenny. I mean, it completely changes the way the game is played. It reminds me of, you know, when Colette was just doing it. It was just the whole game revolved around not letting Colette charge her super because it was a guaranteed, 13% off the safe every single go. This is either race Chuck or disrupt Chuck, and Ogre Cheeky has opted to play the disruption game. It worked out for them in the first one, not the second one, so.
Lukey gonna wind up a little bit of a rattled hive here. Another thing he can use at his disposal, just kind of back away the enemy, force Drage away, Knob away, punish Angel Boy for trying to engage in the enemies here, which it looks like he's trying to do on that right-hand side and getting a victory too. Saw a glimpse of that gadget being popped. It makes him indestructible for, I believe, 2 seconds, which again is a long time at pro play. A very powerful brawler. Recently just caught his first win. Otherwise, we were kind of clowning on him a little bit, but I think it's been clear this whole time he's been a pretty strong brawler overall. In the APAC region, they ended up banning him a ton, so it looks like it's going to be no exception here for EMEA.
I mean, you were clowning on him. I'm afraid of Draco. Don't tell him I was clowning on him. Come on now, he's going to jump on his dinosaur. But for real, I mean, what really we've seen Draco struggle because professional players are professional. I think really the key here against Draco is to find somebody that can disrupt him. You know he's going to have last stand and survive on that 1 HP. So as long as you have somebody with an interrupt, this is pro player level stuff. On the ladder, it's tough to deal with. But when you know you're going to be able to find a stun, find some Daryl nonsense even, he becomes much more manageable. And I think sort of how Chuck here changes the game, you've got to manage Chuck. Draco changes the game. You've got to manage Draco, but not an unsurmountable hill to climb whatsoever.
Agreed. When you're in this draft setting, there's a little more that you can do with it rather than just the hand you're dealt. But it looks like Ogre Cheeky, a little pop-off at the end there. We saw, I believe, like 40-something% and then just instantly deleted. Drage looking like I thought that was the live cam. I thought
same
staring at that camera.
I thought he was just giving us the like GG stare. I was like, okay, man, go off. What's funny is that, like, yes, obviously there were some issues, but the game also ended that quickly. That's kind of what you can expect from some of these brawlers with their explosive nature, especially looking at you, Hypercharge. That's what kind of winds up happening.
Yeah, a real tough one there. And
so I was trying to do the Drage.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty... I didn't catch that. That was pretty good. I actually have a lot of respect. I can't look at your straight face. I'm sorry. Good stuff. But yeah, obviously trying to decipher what we can from that game. Doing our best. A little bit of a spectator issue. Again, players not experiencing any of this. It's going to be completely fair on their end. Always want to keep the integrity alive. But it's going to be advantage Ogre Cheeky 2-1 in terms of sets. That's a big deal considering their standings, considering how Humble have been. This is kind of the opportunity for a Humble to have their big moment to finally try and get a grand finals victory. Instead, though, they're in the semifinals now down 2-1.
Yeah, Humble clinch LCQ by making grand finals. All they have to do is beat Ogre Cheeky. They could get swept 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0 in grands, and they're still going to LCQ. But they gotta get there. And, you know, I said it earlier, kind of messing around, but kind of not messing around. Drage likes to be the bad guy. Drage is kind of a villain. Drage is up there saying things that I love to hear, but his opponents don't love to hear on the microphone. Yeah, put him on Ogre Cheeky and let him tear down the opposite. I love it, man. This is a team that gets to play spoiler right now. And Drage, I think Drage likes being the spoiler, dude. I think he likes this role.
I mean, who doesn't? Every good story needs a superhero, and we need a villain. And somebody's got to fill that spot, and Drage does a great job at it. And I don't even know if right now he's really acting like a villain by any means, but spoiler is a great way to put that instead. This is an opportunity to be an underdog, to be slept on, to join a new team, to be forgotten about a little bit in the grand scheme of things as a whole for the year, right? Drage, a household name for Brawl Stars, but at least in this year, it's been Humbles, it's been Totems, it's been ZETA Division, it's been SK. Nobody mentioning him as much as years past. This is an opportunity to remind people, hey, I'm still around.
Still around, we are. As we jump into Bounty, could be the last set if Drage and the boys have their way. But of course, Humble stand in front of them. We go to Canal Grande, as everyone intelligent would call it. Shout out my man Reddy said, calls it Canal Grand.
We all knew who you were talking about. We all knew in the back of our mind.
Sometimes you got to put it in the front of their mind, though. And that is certainly what's in the front of the mind of Team Humble as they jump in here. Because like we said, I mean, if they win this one and they bring it to a set 5, Grand Finals is all they need to confirm LCQ. But they do have to get there. Sandy, first pick overall for Ogre Cheeky, as Angel Boy's squad bans out Kit, Barley, and the Larry and Laurie. Oh, Canal Grand. Okay, weird. Yeah, Barley and the Larry and Laurie taking care of a lot of the throwers here, as Tick is the first selection for Humble.
While Sandy's not in the top 3 bans, looks like Sandy is in the top 5, so just escaping that. We see Kit, Barley, Larry, Laurie. Clearly some teams want to get rid of some throwers, and as a result, we see somebody like Tick slide through, who's typically in that ban rate as well. They're pairing this with a Nita. I think Nita, a pretty strong play into Sandy in particular. You have Bruce the Bear, who can kind of combat that Sandstorm. Obviously, a lot of health points, and Sandy can't deal with that very quickly. I think the distance as well, Nita can do just fine, at least on paper, into that. But we get Melody on the other end, a little extra range, a little bit more of that X factor to kind of diversify this composition. I feel like Team Ogre Cheeky need some frags right now. They need somebody that can kind of get the job done rather than just chip away or provide coverage. It's going to be Max. Interesting combination. I mean, it's obviously 3 really powerful brawlers. I'm just kind of curious to see how it unfolds here on Canal Grande exactly.
I think a lot of the onus winds up being on the Melody player as Buster shows up. Such a prominent brawler. I think Montage is just so powerful and slow-mo. Like, he just has a great tool belt, so to speak. And again, I keep bringing up this. It's interesting here for Humble. They've got a fantastic front line. I think that the Nita Bear and Montage is just hard to get around. It's just a guy with a big shield. But behind it, you've got a Tick. I'm a little curious as to the pacing of this game. Humble wants to play it slow, guard this midway passage, and just have Tick doing work from the backside, whereas Ogre Cheeky want to do the opposite. And this fast-paced aggression is what they're looking for, and everything's coming up Millhouse. 7 gems and the blue one for Ogre Cheeky.
Perfect start for them, right? This is just unbelievable, especially for a comp with a Sandy and a Max. With the Max speed, they get a little bit of aggressive, but these cheeky peek shots with Sandy, with Melody being able to dive in and out, it's actually working out so well into this Humble composition.
Humble grouped up now. Nob could run in and be devastating, but plays it safe. Boss does have all of their buttons available, so gotta watch out for that. Team Ogre Cheeky looking to come down the right side, maybe get a cute pinch here. But Nob has to stay alive for that amount of time in order for the pinch to happen. So the rest of Ogre Cheeky coming from the north. Max pops the super, and that's going to give Angel Boy a kill. Does have Hypercharge available for the next wave. 9-0, Ogre Cheeky on top.
Phenomenal plays for them so far. Now Boss trying to put him in a corner here. A nice pull. They still need the kill, though. They don't get the confirmation. Nob diving in to join his teammates, and the invisibility is going to provide them just enough coverage to stay hidden. They're just digging this hole deeper and deeper, FDOT. It is 11-0.
Still a ton of time, though. 8. There are exactly 11 stars on the other side. So if Humble get a team wipe without dying themselves, they can do it. Semantic wins against Nob. Boss takes down Drage. One more takes it, and they do. 10 seconds remaining. Blue star tied at 11. Humble on the run.
Unbelievable. What a turnaround here. Everything going Humble's way for 20 seconds. It's enough for them to win. And one thing I'm not going to go without shouting out. Fantastic math in crunch time, brother. That was great.
Hey, man, sometimes caster math works out. You love to see it, but the thing is that I did it. That means Humble did it. They knew exactly what they needed to do. That said, that wasn't an easy thing to order. You look at the menu and you're ordering the nuclear wings, but they ate them. No milk required. Humble, one on the board here. Cute little pinch here from Angel Boy, but I think that's going to be, yeah, I think that's walk away.
A phase shift's able to secure them this blue star as well. It's enough to at least start with the lead. It's all about how you finish, as we saw in that last one, though. A Melody shield going down. Bruce the Bear, a Tickhead, all chasing. Still enough for Boss to get a kill, and he's not afraid either. It's another forced phase shift. This time, though, it is going to go Team Ogre Cheeky's way. They're going to start here with a 3-star lead. They're going to try and piece together a few more, though. Lukey forced away immediately. Semantic just keeping up in the grass. Now Humble back together, looking for another good push.
Much different gameplay from last time around. Ogre Cheeky still with the upper hand, but not completely dominant like we saw in game number 1 here. Getting caught in the corner is not what they want to see. Max pops the speed, and Angel Boy trying to deal with Sim, and will. So 8-3 here, Kenny, as Boss dealing with Knob. Not enough.
That shield is just so good for Melody. She can dive away, 3 supers in 1. She has the shield to force away. Just give her that little extra boost, the deceptive victory in that lane there. 5 stars, the difference maker. We've seen Humble do this before. There's the first. They claim 1. 30 on the clock. They're still pressing the issue. But this is enough time where OGC are going to have to hold off for a good distance here.
Well, they don't have good distance. They're pretty crunched in and crunched down. Humble take them, but there is time to respond. Counting down from 10. Ogre Cheeky with their hands on the buttons, but they don't have enough time. There's not enough time to really make this one happen. Lukey's still alive, even punches back. And so it's 15 above 8 here for Humble. Woo!
That was such an interesting set, right? It really looked like it was going to be the dagger. It looked like Team Ogre Cheeky were going to take that game number 1, drag it on to a second. Obviously, you never know what happens, but it looked like momentum was certainly swinging their way. Instead, though, Humble take a big-time stand, being down 2-1. This is the most important, arguably, match they've had so far. I mean, everything amplifies throughout the season, right? This is an opportunity to guarantee themselves a postseason with this win. They're down 2-1, facing a really good team, one of the best in the region right now, and they've drug it to a set number 5. It was a really strong performance, and I feel like a big part of that was once that utility, the sweet dreams, the Melody gadgets all started to wear out. That's when this composition started to shine. They just overwhelmed them. Buster HP, Tick Super, Nita with Bruce the Bear and Hypercharge. It's a lot to deal with for anybody.
Yeah, that front line just making it work. Everybody has to back up when Buster has the montage out. Everybody has to back up when that bear is out. Forget about if it has Hypercharge. It might just kill you, right? You're introducing a 4th brawler onto the map when the bear comes out here. Yeah, you get stuck in the corner. And the composition across the way did not exactly, you know, I watched Rage phase shift a Buster shot. Like, you just still get hit. It's tough fighting when your back is literally against the wall. Humble had their figurative back against the wall with respect to their postseason, and now they're trudging forward. Boss coming through, 7 takedowns on the Buster. Buster has become one of my favorite brawlers to watch because the util it's so simple. It's just a big shield, and if you come too close, we're vacuuming you in. But the way teams can play around it, Kenny, is so much fun to watch.
Buster's just one of those brawlers that pro players make him shine so much more than in somebody's hands like mine, right? There's so much he can do. There's so many brawlers he can be paired with. There's so much utility. I mean, for just a quote-unquote tank, he can run you down. He can be a momentum swinger. He plays in knockout, bounty like we saw here, brawl ball. He can do it all. And that's without a hypercharge, I might add, too. A lot of these brawlers in the meta rely on that extra base stat boost or a crazy super that they've been elevated with because of that hypercharge. But players that use Buster at this level, they just do something special without all that. I think it's just a testament to how skillful he can be and what he can do for any team.
Huge point, mic drop moment. Hot zone is right in front of us. Dueling Beetles. This one for not all the marbles, most of the marbles. because, as we said, so close to that last chance qualifier. So, Hot Zone, it's going to be open business. That's the map that we're going to be jumping on here. And interesting choices as far as I'm concerned. I think a lot of Hot Zone winds up being similar. Maps obviously make a difference, but area denial, regardless of what map you're on, is always going to be interesting. Open business, certainly in that conversation. Some standard bands coming out here, Melodies and Dracos showing up, but the Max will be the first choice overall. Who is the and the Stu? That's the one I wanted to bring up. Stu is just fun to watch on these games because you could just outplay your opposition. So a Stu ban in my eyes is respectful.
Stu ban also pretty typical here too. I think it just brings some util, some aggression, and obviously some Stu Mantic could be a real problem. Kind of surprised they're the ones that end up banning this on their side. But it seems like Max is the brawler that they wanted. Max, a very popular brawler on this map too. This is where things get interesting. B in this region in particular, actually a pretty popular pick on this map. I imagine that's partially to deal with any tanky opposition, has the range, good mid play, but also it's going to be able to slow down incoming Max pushes, right? Or at least return them to the norm. And now they pair this with a Larry and Lori, so they've got their long range. They have an approach for this wall on the right hand end for themselves, or that little L-shaped one right above the hot zone on the left. I really like this start for Team Ogre Cheeky. It's kind of a sneaky one.
Well, the Barley is going to show up again. We saw some Barley earlier, and everybody was wildly surprised. I think it's less surprising on a map like this. A little bit more, again, just area denial, area control. I think it does wind up leaving you with a little bit of need for a front line. And Nita's going to be able to come out and be that tank. Again, just dropping the fourth brawler. Always a little, always something you've got to be concerned about as we take a look at that last one to see where Ogre Cheeky winds up.
Bruce the Bear with Hypercharge, it truly is a fourth brawler. It's not quite Frank levels of 14,000 HP, but 10,000 health points is unreal with that Hypercharge. And to Larry and Lori and to B, they're going to struggle to deal with that. It is going to take a lot of shots to bring that down, especially considering the reload speeds of somebody like B. To finish this off, they're just going to tear this map apart. They're going to make Nita, that Barley, that Max are all going to struggle to keep up with the distance of the shots from Team Ogre Cheeky. Even though we have somebody like Larry Lori that is a thrower, his distance is actually pretty solid, all things considered. I believe at one point, and it might even still be today, I measured it out. It's about what Piper's is, all things considered.
Sheesh.
It's pretty wild.
I mean, yeah, that does sound insane. That was my thought. This was my original thought when I saw when Max, B, and LNL were on the board. I was wondering if we would see any wall break from Ogre Cheeky, because like you said, you can kind of just have Larry and Laurie over there, and then try to break things open for your B. And it was all dependent on who's across the way. So yeah, I like this Griff pick a lot. I think it was really smart to choose it when they did. Last note before we hit the fray. 75% win rate for Knob's brawler of choice here, Larry and Laurie. So Humble, the first one's up, about a quarter of the way done, but Ogre Cheeky, they've got some stats on their side.
Great job to this Humble side for a strong start and trying to utilize this open space. It's not enough here, though. Lukey gonna power up Boss as well. Knob, Angel Boy, and Drage seemingly able to retake this hot zone a little bit. I think it's gonna be difficult for a Max to kind of take over here, right? This is maybe an opportunity for Team Ogre Cheeky to kind of get back on track.
Troublesome stuff. Ogre Cheeky trying to find their mid control. Lukey has been playing out of his mind today, as we obviously have a spectator issue, so we'll get back to that in a moment. But Lukey has really been playing, and I love working with you guys because Trav nails it. He gets it big picture. I asked him, everybody looks at Sim. He's the big loud spotlight player, but who is the backbone of this Humble team? And Trav just immediately said Lukey, and his performance here today has definitely proven Trav correct. I think Lukey provides so much to this team, and Humble and his squad certainly making it happen. Semantic, the last one on the point, that's 100, and Humble wind up taking game number one.
not just a match point. It goes deeper than that, F-Dot. This is for Humble's opportunity to clinch an LCQ spot. If they make this grand finals, like you said, they can be completely swept for all they care, but they are at least guaranteed an LCQ opportunity, a postseason guarantee. That's something they're going to try and cling on to. They got one more game to get, and they'll be there.
I love Lukey dropping the thinking emoji. That's a good pin. Drage in some trouble, targeted by Semantic and Lukey. Success for the Humble squad. Knob in some trouble as well, but Lukey backs off to stand back on the point. Drage respawned, and Angel Boy on the right-hand side brings Semantic down, and so it's Ogre Cheeky's turn to step forward.
A little extra speed to try and juke all this out. Boss holding on to this point alongside Lukey, even throwing down an Herbal Tonic just to keep him a little healthier. Drage, Angel Boy, Knob. This is the time. They have to take a stand. They are down nearly 50%, finally climbing back up a little bit, but a last call is going to prevent them from really stepping on this hot zone the way they would want to.
The heal from Barley has been a big part of why we see this character picked, I think, as Boss certainly needs a heal. Drage dealing with two players on the right. Knob, though, this is the first time Ogre Cheeky's able to step forward, still trailing by about 20%, but they make themselves known. Look who it is on the point again. Lukey standing tall.
Drage can be really threatening here, especially if Boss is away and not able to use these walls. I think Larry Laurie going to have to try and deal with that, but this speed puts so much pressure on Humble. There goes a super. They know that they have to take down Boss. Max can juke, Max can do well. It's harder for her to get those kills compared to something like a Boss who grabs one there. Two pivotal pickups now as it's just Angel Boy standing.
Lukey finds the kill off of the assist of Boss. Humble counting upwards. They're at 85 right now, but they are getting thinned out. Drage walks forward, threatens Lukey. Hypercharge is strong, though, and Lukey winds up number one. Boss with the last hit. Lukey searching forward to the right-hand side as well. Can he? And that's it. Humble's going to the grand finals, and they are guaranteed at least the LCQ.
Oh, and a little Semantic fun there. I like that. Little celebration coming in from him. Like you said, we need some heroes and some villains. I can't really make out. Oh, he's throwing up a code. Okay, interesting. Interesting choice of celebration there. But nonetheless, Humble will be moving to an LCQ spot. And of course, that's just what they've guaranteed themselves. Obviously, with this victory and some exits from other teams that were seemingly ahead of them, they have an opportunity to become the #1 team for now in this region. And obviously, if they're top 3 by the end of the year, they're going to the Worlds guaranteed.
Man, I love seeing how excited Sim gets, and like, you know, because there are those moments where he's hyped for the camera and everything. But you know, you and I have been to LAN a number of times, and I think we get a glimpse of it there. He plays it for the camera, but then after the cameras are gone, he's still going off. I love to see these players give. He just cares so much, and it's just fun to watch somebody be that amped up. So Sim absolutely excited. They know they're guaranteed their last chance qualifier. But as we mentioned before, that's just the minimum. We've got another month in front of us. They might wind up guaranteeing themselves to Worlds, but I'm sure, as they would tell you, one game at a time. And so grand finals confirmed for these guys in five sets. Gotta bring up the idea that Ogre Cheeky, this Angel Boy squad, is a strong one to deal with, Kenny. And Drage coming on through. They got some dubs.
Clearly a very threatening team, and Drage has fit in and done a great job. They got an early win in the quarterfinals, 3-1, and then they show up and take on one of the best teams in the region that have been around this spot all year long. They've made grand finals before. Team Ogre Cheeky are going to be a real threat. They're going to climb this leaderboard a little bit too with this semifinals appearance, so real opportunity next month for them to try and get an LCQ spot. With this loss, I think Worlds is definitely going to be harder, obviously. They still have teams in front of them, at least coming into this month, but this is definitely a step in the right direction, at least to try and secure themselves a postseason. Love Semantic there as well. Obviously, a big personality, a story to watch. I think something that's different this year is obviously the experience that he had at Worlds last year, losing in that reverse sweep fashion with an early exit. He'll tell you, he's definitely more of a leader now. He's definitely learned from that. They know not to celebrate early, so the fact they were able to face this 2-1 and come out with a win, I think is a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen it, I think, outside the lines a little bit. Semantic leaning more into the content creation. He kind of realizes that he's a pillar of this Brawl Stars subculture that we have, the whole scene. And I think he's really kind of like lifted up a little bit of a banner there. And so an understanding on the field, an understanding off the field. And I mean, he understands it, but he is standing over their opposition as they walk towards the grand finals. This Humble team, straight up and down, like if you've seen on Twitter, yeah, they gave me a jersey, but like beyond that, dude, they're fun to watch, period.
Very fun team to watch for sure. A nice victory for them. Obviously a big one. And again, glad to see Team Ogre Cheeky getting this. We're still giving Angel Boy the MVP though. I don't know how often we really see the losing team get an MVP. This is one of those rare occasions. I mean, all right, bro, Esports Nation. I get it. He's a good player. Kind of wild to not see a member from Humble get that though.
I love to see it. Shout out to the Ukrainian. We love to see Angel Boy kind of getting this one. You definitely have a big opinion. Sports guys always have a big opinion on whether or not the losing team is able to be eligible for the MVP. That's like such a large, like, barroom conversation.
Yeah. It's hard, right? I feel like, you know, I'm a big sports guy just like you. It's kind of hard. I feel like you just have to be so overwhelmingly good, and not to say that Angel Boy wasn't. I just feel like there were several players for Humble in that victory that probably would have deserved it. That's not where my vote would have gone personally. Again, I love Angel Boy. I'll be the first to tell you I think he's one of the best players in this region. But in this instant, I probably would have crowned a Humble guy that.
Well, I'll make you feel a little bit better here. We have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people voting on event.brawlstars.com, and he won by less than 50 votes. So always get your vote in there, and always try to get your ticket to Worlds, even if you've got to do it by the LCQ. That's exactly what we see out of Humble. They wind up confirming themselves to the LCQ. Speaking of which, let's take a sneak peek at the LCQ.
Unbelievable scenes here.
It's live.
He finds it in the final seconds.
It's legendary.
Oh my word.
It's the last chance qualifier. And this year we're going bigger than ever at the biggest game conference in the world, Gamescom. It all goes down in Cologne, Germany, August 24th and 25th. 12 teams from around the world will battle for the last 4 tickets to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
And it's done. They do it. They are going to the World Finals.
For a chance to lift the championship trophy and cement their legacy in Brawl Stars history. Watch the action, interact, earn rewards. Watch live August 24th and 25th so you don't miss a minute of the last chance qualifier. Let the brawling begin.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The BSC LCQ showing up at Gamescom. Gamescom's always a good show, and this is just adding some fuel to the fire. 12 teams in total competing, and we even get a chance to see some mainland China teams kind of enter the fray and try to get themselves to Worlds as well. Trav, good to have you back. You excited to think about what's going to happen in Germany?
I am. I was there last year, and I believe you were there 2 years ago. So we've both experienced it. We can both say how incredible Gamescom is. The atmosphere there is genuinely incredible, and obviously all these, well, not all these teams, quite a few teams from the Brawl Stars Championship are heading there to battle it out for World Finals. So I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, every single one of these matches wind up being important as far as who's going to make it to Cologne. Let's go ahead and show you the bracket of how today has rolled out, because some of these victories have been very, very important for teams to make themselves at that LCQ. So we mentioned it earlier that just by making it to the grand finals, Humble confirms their last chance qualifier. ZETA, though, they actually have to win the grand finals in order to confirm their LCQ attendance. Of course, Kenny, this is June, and we do have July, so there's still some Kool-Aid in the pitcher. But these guys got to drink it up now, and Humble already in a seat.
Humble already have the security blanket. They're going to LCQ guaranteed. I'm sure they want more, though, and grabbing some extra points here would be huge. Coming into this month, 10 points basically separated them from first. Almost 20 separated them from third. That's how tight of a race this is right now. And of course, the team that was behind them, none other than ZETA Division. They were behind by 19 coming into today. I believe with a victory here, they could overtake Humble.
Well, we're split a little bit on our predictions here on the desk. I went with Humble. That performance that they just had. So I know I'm going to ask Trav, and he's going to tell me that ZETA had more difficult competition out of SK Gaming, that ZETA are historically the more dominant team. But I'm team recency bias, and Humble just did that. So, hey, Trav, why'd you go ZETA?
Listen, I said at the start, I'll say it now. They either go out in the quarters or they win it all. And that's all that needs to be said.
All right, prediction master. We'll see if you have it like no one ever had it before. Kenny, you agreed with the ZETA Division. Is that the same logic as you?
I mean, yeah, you're going to expose me. Coming into this month, I actually thought Humble as my favorites. You know, if I had to predict the bracket before this entire day started, that's what I actually put in event.brawlstars.com. I'll be honest with you. I've been impressed with ZETA Division, though. I'm buying the narrative. I'm not going against it. Humble, just for me, is such a strong team. I thought they were finally going to be due a grand finals, right? They still might be. Obviously, they have a real opportunity. This one feels like another 50-50 kind of moment. These two teams have been great into each other. I love what Humble are doing right now. Both of these guys have been battle-tested, but I'm riding with the narrative with Trav. Let's go ZETA Division.
You heard him, 50-50. I'm not dumb for picking Humble, but it's ZETA that a lot of people probably agree have the upper hand. Garo, Nowie, and Meow coming on through. Still mad that they played Kit and Meow didn't play it. Well, that's a different conversation for a different day. Here is that Kit play, and the knockout was nuts coming out from ZETA Division as they tussled with Eclipsar earlier today, Kenny, which I think Eclipsar surprised people with how professional and how strong they looked, but ZETA Division just took care of business.
Back-to-back months of Eclipsar Esports surprising people. Last month getting second place, and obviously there's no easy opponents in your opening round, especially when there's ZETA Division. They took it all the way, but it just wasn't quite enough. And then ZETA Division had another tough one. They have SK Gaming in front of them, a team that literally beat them last month in a 5-setter. It looked like it was going to be a closer call, but they stood strong and did a great job of holding them off from a set 5 kind of victory or something like that. So this time around, it is going to be ZETA Division, and again, this is a big one for them too. Humble have gotten theirs. They're guaranteed an LCQ ticket. ZETA Division want that as well. With a win here today, they can guarantee themselves the postseason.
Semantic, Lukey, and Boss coming on through. The big guys of Semantic and Boss kind of supported by Lukey as well. This team, you know, Trav, I think the biggest thing for me out of this team is how well this team fits together. We talk about individual players a lot, but this team really seems to be one cohesive unit.
I mean, that's the thing as well, because we've mentioned so many times that you wouldn't have expected to see this team together. You know, if you go into the roster mania at the end of the year, you're not saying, oh, to be fair, I think Boss, Lukey, and Samantha could be playing together, because it's just, if you did, then you know something that other people didn't, because it's just such a rogue roster that you'd never really expect to see together. But it does, as you say, just work. Everything slots into place, everybody has their role, and everybody executes their role perfectly.
It's a lot of fun to watch. I like the personalities of the guys too. You know, Lukey kind of keeps things a little cool, calm, and collected, while Sim and Boss are just going nuts. It's like Larry and Laurie and somebody cool-headed in between. You love to see it. Humble coming through, as we said, already confirmed. ZETA is the one who needs to win. But keeping in mind, you know, I keep saying that, but keeping in mind July beyond us, excuse me, Kenny, I want to ask you this one. Keeping in mind July beyond us, I mean, Humble, they need to win as well, right?
Need a win. Again, that's the reason I kind of had them or was leaning towards picking them to win this entire monthly finals in my predictions. This region has been volatile. It's been hard to be consistent. ZETA Division last year, a World Finals champion. Even they couldn't win them all last year. This year, it's a different winner every month. And for me, this just feels like a team that's due one, right? Even though I don't predict them, a little jokingness with the narrative of if they don't win in the first round, they're not winning at all. They're going to drag it to a grand finals. Maybe ZETA Division do it. Maybe they don't. Maybe this is just Humble's moment to shine. They're not going to take their foot off the gas pedal. Despite this 85-15, I think that is outrageous. Humble deserve way more respect. I'm glad we have at least one caster on the desk picking him, despite me picking ZETA.
All right, Kenny, before we say goodbye, one word answer. How many games in this grand finals?
Games or sets?
Sets. Got me. Okay, fine.
5.
All right, going the distance. We'll see you after these 5 sets, Kenny. Trav, you ready to jump into last stop?
I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of this final, getting back into it. ZETA versus Humble draft coming in, and last stop is sadly not the last stop. It's where we start. The most banned brawlers: Angelo, Sandy, and Melody. Angelo and Melody and Max banned out on that ZETA division side, and then Humble get rid of the Piper, the Melody, and the Crow. So that Sandy has slipped through. 53% ban rate. It's pretty high, but it's still not the first selected, as Humble opt for Byron.
Always like choices like Byron first overall. Even Shelly first overall kind of shows a little bit where you are wanting to go or where you don't want them to go, maybe in a good way. But Byron doesn't really reveal your hand at all, just mid. But beyond that, there are a lot of different approaches that you can go. You can respond to how your opponent is looking to play as well. So first selection for ZETA division is going to be the Amber, trying to get rid of some of these ways of ingress on the left and right hand side with respect to the shrubs and the bushes, and the Pearl. So we haven't seen any. This is the first time we've seen Pearl picked, and she was confusingly banned once earlier today, but rarely do we see Pearl, Trav, but when we do, she tends to perform.
Yeah, she does. I mean, if I'm Humble, I've got to be looking towards the 8-bit, I feel here. That 8-bit Byron combination so solid. It extends the amount of heals you're able to get. They're going to go with the Otis, though. I'm not sure if that means they're maybe going to pick something like a mid last, or if they're going to run Byron down that mid. But yeah, I do like the Pearl. I think the Pearl's pretty solid overall, able to break up some of those walls as well. Just open up the map a bit more, and that might be what they're looking for as their last pick. They kind of, I feel, maybe lacking a mid, so that might be kind of what they do choose to go for. We're going to see the Carl sliding in as Humble's last pick. So they will be playing that Byron through that center, and then playing, a bit of aggression one lane and kind of just control the other.
Is the Otis a hard response to the Pearl? You can kind of mute out that super, and if she gets too close, you mute and you get an extra chance to take her down. Is that the thought there, or is it just a strong pick overall?
I actually don't know. I'm not sure. We don't see Otis that much anymore, but we don't see Pearl. So, it might just be something that I just don't know. But, that's bold. That is very bold. They're going to go with a Fang, which means maybe Pearl through the center, which is something that I wouldn't really have expected too much. But against that Carl, the Fang can do a decent job. They'll roundhouse kick, get the stun out, and bring it out to the pirouette, or kind of stop it from flying hook in another direction. So I wouldn't have chosen this ZETA division comp. I'm kind of maybe preferring the Humble one, but there's definitely aspects of it that can make the game a winning one.
It seems like a really big brain composition. It seems like a Coach Notebook composition, which usually means difficult to execute. Everything has to go perfectly in order to work out. We'll see if that's the case. Humble's definitely easier to pilot, I think. Just hit your stuff, essentially. The Otis, a little bit of a question mark. We'll see how that goes as things carry on, but yeah, it will be the Byron just sitting in mid. It looks like Semantic is able to kind of gain some ground against this Amber on the left-hand side. If you're just joining us here for the grand finals, first of all, thank you. Our issues that we're having here are just on our spectator side. Our players are totally fine. So with that said, Trav, 6 gems for Humble as they have more mid control than the opposition.
Yeah, definitely a much better start for Humble, but obviously they're going to have that turnaround capability in the Fang in the closing seconds, and it looks like something happened on the right-hand side. I imagine the Fang had a little bit of a trade, and it's going to be the Pearl sliding over to picking up those gems, and if you can get the 2 through the mid, might be able to take the lead here. And also, in those back lines, Luki having some serious issues. Very low. Has to back all the way off. Now we're just looking for another super here as well, because, as I said, that's what turns it around, and in he goes once more. Should be a guaranteed kill, and especially with the help from Gero, they might be able to get more than just one.
Yeah, Semantic falls down, but Boss shades up on the left-hand side, avoiding any sort of like coalescence of the opposition. Humble able to control a couple of gems here, but look how ZETA Division are positioned. They're in front of the gem hole, and so as a result, they're able to kind of push the players back. There's Humble gems down on the ground, and ZETA doesn't even need them to hit countdown. 10 seconds on the clock. And Garrow's holding 8 pretty safe and sound. Now he's going to engage to keep the enemy at a distance. But it looks like a reset right at the end. Garrow's going to have to start us up one more time.
Yeah, now the question is, are there enough gems in the mid? It doesn't look like it because he's only holding 7, unless they've got some in the spawn. That makes it 8, but the countdown is still going. And the mute is going to be missed on the right-hand side. Meow trying to relieve some pressure by going in aggressive. Now the spin comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Garrow surely survives this one out. And game 1 goes Zeta's way.
Great stuff out of Zeta. Able to just kind of play their composition. It seems like, you know, it's funny, like we think of Fang as this turbo offensive brawler because he is. And there we see him use offense as defense, right? Like he just kind of throws himself at the opposition and then allows his team to kind of back off a little bit. They don't follow up on the Fang because the kills aren't what matters. The control of mid and the gems are. So Fang hitting the gas to play defense. Working out for Zeta.
Well, Garrow started well there. Boss going to go in. Surely traded out by Garrow. And he's even going to go aggressive for these gems here. Splash comes down. And now he in a world of hurt as he's just going to kind of watch the opposition pick a couple of those up before he can do anything. Obviously, Fang super in hand. But when there's a splash there, it's not going to be the easiest thing to execute. And a good bait from Garrow as he just lets that splash come down. Now Easy goes in. He gets a shot onto Boss. Gets the kill and might survive this one out too. Does just. And a good cycle for the Super too.
About tied here. And I mean, not just with gems, but also with like mid control. As soon as I mentioned that though, ye old caster's curse. Now he finds the aggression, finds the gems on the back end. 8, make it 9 in the bucket right now. And of course, mid control in Zeta Division's hands. That said, Humble ready to fight here. So 7 on Garrow, but Boss getting aggressive on Anawi.
I mean, this is an issue. Now he's got to stay alive here. Someone's got to spawn in and take these gems when he does fall, and it will be one picked up by Meow. Not the kind of angle they wanted on that one. Boss going to be burning down, but also healing up. Great super there coming in from Nawi, but equally as good from Semantic, but he was just invulnerable for the majority of that. Boss goes in, but what can he do? Semantic falls too, and Zeta Division takes set 1.
One more time, we see now we do it. That's what I was talking about, using that offense as defense. He doesn't care if he falls over or not. He's pressuring the opposition. They can't walk forward because they got to deal with the Fang. And his teammates have 10 gems on the bottom side. See you later, dude. Great performance out of Nawi on that Fang specifically.
I have to agree with that. He did play that exceptionally well, but Humble just really couldn't do too much. I didn't mind their comp coming into it, bear in mind either. I don't think it was that bad, even after seeing the set play out. I do just feel like that Fang, maybe I underestimated a little bit. You know, I was kind of questioning it. I was a bit on the fence about it, but it's completely proved me wrong. It definitely did work exceptionally well. It had its moments, supered in at perfect times. And, you know, even when we saw the mute come down, the mute affects an invulnerable player, but you still can't deal the damage. So when he went in on the defensive there, it was timed perfectly. You know, he tanked that, stopped his teammates from getting any more pressure onto them, and just played it so well, as you said, offensive on the defensive.
Yeah, I'll big brain here and say that I had trust in the Fang, but I didn't trust the Pearl. So, like, you know, 1 for 1, we're kind of even up there. The Pearl, I really thought that Humble would just be able to sort of like default dance their way through this one, just hit their shots and win. But Zeta Division outplayed the opposition. Again, like, my trophy goes to Nawi for this one. I really think Nawi was the difference maker. 6 takedowns, the damage coming out of the Pearl for sure. 8 takedowns for her, 259 on the DPS charts, but Nawi, the initiations were so impactful. Probably the single most important thing in this set. So great stuff for Nawi there. Zeta Division 1-0. Humble looking up. Got to gather themselves as we step on to the next one. So that said, with our observer issues, which I specify are observer issues, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, fix some stuff in the background, and make sure that we can bring you the best game possible. So again, just want to reiterate, our players aren't seeing that lag, but you are. So we're going to try and fix it in the back end and be right on back with the rest of the set. You're watching the BSC, presented by the SPS.
on the grind. Boring.
Somebody likes soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Somebody likes soda. Spy likes soda.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
If your pistol's faulty or your shotgun's jammed, Jess and Pam are always here to lend a hand. If you wanna be star, fix your winning rate. Junker Garage will make your brawling great.
For weapon repairs, upgrades, or even a hug from Mama Pam.
Junker Garage.
People often ask, how can I do become a world championship winner? What must I do to get Arms of Steel and Fist of Fury? The answer? Gimnasio Primo! You will learn to summon strength, summon asteroids, and serve a spicy jalapeno knuckle sandwich to even the strongest of brawlers. Fight with El Fuego in your heart. It will not be easy, but as El Primo once said, no pain, no gain, no glory. Gimnasio Primo. It's showtime.
But the truth is that I let you down. control, but we're stuck here together. So join me and let's go into this trophy shredder. If you ever feel you're fighting alone, count on me wherever you go. As long as defeat is our main goal. We're rolling through this night together. We're stuck here just failing forever. I knew from the start we're falling apart. Whenever you lose, we'll be. We're rolling through this night together. We're stuck here just failing forever. I'm not very smart, but it comes from the heart. So embrace this whole death spree. I knew from the start we're falling apart. Whenever you lose, we'll be together.
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient, I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. But in time, I would save what's mine. Try to sucker punch me, knock me out, never see me backing down. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out and rise, achieve whatever we choose. They know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. We're gonna take back what's ours, we're the champions. Break out, they'll never get the best of us. 'Cause they know it's our time, they know it's our time to rise up to the top like we always do. Rise up to the top. Keep on fighting, I will never run away. Learn my lesson, defense is part of making plays. I'm not gonna let you down today. I'll be by your side, yeah, I'm here to stay.
What's good and welcome back to the BSC. We're in the middle of the grand finals. Obviously some stuff going on. Our production team crushing it in the background. We're dealing with server issues and I think we've got them fixed. Again, shout outs to our squad that are doing everything they can, but it's time to brawl, Trav. So let's jump on back into our grand finals in a matter of moments. If you're just joining us, ZETA took gem grab, so that means we're going on to knockout on New Horizons. And so, like we said, fingers crossed, server stuff should be fixed, Trav, as we jump on in here and see ZETA and Humble one more time.
We can hope, we really can hope, because this game deserves the best of shows, because generally these two teams fought all the way to the finals, played against some really tough teams to get here, and now battling out against each other. As you said, ZETA already ahead. They're already 1-0 up, they won gem grab, saw some lovely Fang plays, and this is what the community had to say. 85% to ZETA, 15 went for Humble. I don't think that's really fair. I think it's probably close to 60-40, 55-45, but at the same time, if I had to pick one or the other, I think it's fair to say ZETA's the favorite.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely are. I did lean Humble, though. I think this squad could have it. Kit banned. Happy. That's when it comes to knockout, just ban the cat. If you don't, I'm automatically angry. So Max and Melody also going to be banned out by Humble as they have the first selection, and they'll go RT as we jump on into this one with the robot there. Across the way, we've got the Gene and the Angelo and the Tick ban as well.
Yeah, well, RT is a strong starting point for them. Obviously got the ability to change between the two modes. Differ how you want to play that brawler in the late game. Definitely nice to drop your legs and get that extra damage down, and with that gadget rework that he had, you can just press it and get the super back to be able to transform back into his long range form if he wants as well. Larry and Laurie dropping down now. Zeta Vision pick Valve down the sides. Absolutely incredible. Quite hard for any of the other throwers to be able to match up to it, especially with Tick Band, probably why they opted to do that. So definitely some smart stuff coming in from Zeta Division. They do have the follow-up pick as well, and they're going to go yet again. Full faith in the Pearl.
All right, back to the oven. Worth noting about Larry and Laurie, I mean, you know, break some walls and jump on them, right? That is absolutely a strategy, especially in knockout with multiple rounds, so to speak. The map going to stay the same. So we'll keep an eye on. There's a little bit of Sprout. Lock players in. Sprout is sort of a classic knockout selection because of the way you can kind of trap players into the gas. But as of late, I don't really see too much of the Sprout selection.
Yeah, I mean, the Sprout, it's always a very good last pick on certain maps, but when there's a thrower, you kind of know that there's going to be a thrower coming in the other side, so it doesn't matter picking it up early, and especially when you have those two picks, obviously, as well. So the Buster following up, Tank in the mix, and now Zeta Division, we're back over to them. Obviously, the thrower versus thrower matchup, it's already established. We know that's happening. Pearl might be able to face up against the RT, but won't complain about a Buster either, so I wouldn't mind if Zeta goes something ranged. They're actually going to double down.
Nice. I like it.
Against the Tank. I mean, it can work heavily if you've got a full lock, but as soon as Tank makes up any room, you're going to be in some issues.
At the same time, though, you're able to toss over Buster, and the opponent didn't fully invest in wall break behind. So I like it, man. I think that Zeta, I think they're cooking. I mean, literally with the Pearl. That wasn't intentional. In fact, I apologize.
I can see it. I think it's a solid comp, and if you can work double throw well, it'll work perfectly. But there's also that slight chance if they don't play it perfectly, then it's going to just be quite bad. I mean, having this match with Barley on the right-hand side, I can't complain so far, and Larry and Laurie against Sprout, probably what they could dream for.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, the way you deal with throwers is you rush them down, and Humble don't have the Leons, the Crows, the Maxes of the world, and so Zeta can kind of just do this. Slow pressure, throwers make it work. Humble already lost the RT. Semantic gets trounced by the Nowy Meow combo, and now Boss just gonna try and farm up some supercharge, but round one goes to Zeta, and Trav, it looked easy.
Yeah, especially with 3 supers being acquired as well by Zeta, should make it even easier. Larry and Laurie definitely going to be a big help against the Sprout here. Wall comes down, tries to trap him in, actually does it successfully. Going to have to use his super to tank some shots here. Actually switches places, great from Meow there to bounce forward. Semantic goes down, Boss fairly low too. Last call comes in, and they swap places once more. Boss trying to move around the side, but what's the barrier going to do? It's a thrower, doesn't even use it. Lukey's the last one alive, and in a 3v1 situation, he can dream, but it's not going to be a good dream.
It's a nightmare, dude. Just like that. That was out of our entire day today. All of our rounds, all of our sets, that was the most one-sided. I don't think I saw Humble even approach something that could be construed as a positive.
Yeah, it really did feel that way. Zeta Division just dominating them all over. I don't think a single player dropped down across the 2 rounds, but switching things up. Buster's going to be heading straight down the middle. Luki against Meow here, just taking the risk, and it's a good risk to take.
Nah, just lost the roll.
Oh dear.
Meow with two takedowns to their name, and well, Sim already has the super, so he's just waiting till the gas comes. Like, you know, round 1 done.
Yeah, he's just trying to cook up this last call, and that's about all. So about all that can happen now. Gero doesn't even matter if he gets hit really, because Semantic's not going to win it, and now he gets his super now from that final little cookie shot at him. I just don't see any way Zeta can win. It doesn't feel like Humble won to win.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that, Trav, but when you're right, you're right. It's just really rough here for Humble. They haven't just maybe on to the next one. It's a best of 3. They can technically afford to kind of lose this here. Of course, I mean, Humble have already secured their LCQ. This time around, they've secured a takedown as well, so forgive me for moving past this set, because Humble all of a sudden, all right, we've got a set here, Trav. Couple of kills go the way of Humble, and we're moving.
I mean, much better, and it all stemmed from Semantic there as well. He played that really well, locked in the barley, and just used that extra range as leverage against him. Just kept him at range, burnt him down when the wall was placed, and now they have that favorable matchup for ZETA again with this Larian Lori against the Sprout. But instant rotation, they're just going to double down in that mid until something opens itself up.
Yeah, I had moved past this set, but Humble forcing me to sit down, thankfully. I always love to be proven wrong, because that means you stood up and did something, and that's exactly what Humble wind up doing here. But ZETA, the way they found their easy wins was just a slow walk forward, and this is the position that Humble found themselves in. Boss puts out the montage, but nobody's really following it up. Forces some nonsense out of Garo, and Semantics relatively low. Boss by himself, isolated. Still alive though. Slow-mo replay is going to grab Meow. One more bullet, and it's Meow on the good side.
I mean, that could have changed the entire game if you just got ammo like a split second earlier. They'd have definitely changed it, and now it can still 2v2. Garo and Naui versus Luki and Semantic, but down goes Semantic, and that's rough. Luki left alone and can't do anything here. The super's used against him is brought down, and ZETA extend that lead even further. 2-0 now.
Close one there for Humble. I think they got a little bit of momentum, found something, but they found it a little bit too little too late. I mean, it's a cliche for a reason, and that's exactly what we got. We got too little, too late. We saw a glimpse of it, but I mean, I'm going to stick to what I said earlier. I mean, that was the most one-sided set. I always get game set match confused. That was the most one-sided set that we have seen all bracket.
And I can't disagree. I really can't, because it really was just all ZETA. Yeah, we saw a little bit of fight back from Humble eventually. And that was, by that point, I think we'd already kind of written off the set for them, to be honest with you, because, you know, it was just kind of like they threw down a wall, got the barley a little bit exposed, Gero overextended, and he's not going to do that again. If he does it once, it's not going to happen twice if they've just got that dominant comp. And, you know, you were right to back it. I was questioning the double thrower a little bit. I was like, yeah, if you don't get it right, you don't get it right, and you lose. But they got it right.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, I'm so high on Buster, and what if you can just go around him? That's pretty much what ZETA said, and that's what they did. And then Humble, and also I want to bring up the map specifically. You know, New Horizons having those two, you force the opponent onto their back foot, and you've got two safe and secure thrower positions there on the backside. So certainly a strong look coming out from ZETA Division. And, you know, I've been sitting here really back in Humble, really questioning how close these, you know, I think Humble, I'm really strong. I think they are very strong. And I have not agreed with the assertion that ZETA is as strong as they were last year. And this, basically what I'm saying is y'all think more highly of ZETA than I do. And that set told me to shut up. That set made me put some more respect on ZETA's name. You know, I'm a what have you done for me lately type guy, and for ZETA, I haven't seen it, but moments like that remind you, Trav, just how high the ceiling for this team can be.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they have very low lows, but their highs are just ridiculously high. The skill cap that this team has is just through the roof, genuinely. Occasionally it can drop down, and that's when they drop out in those quarterfinals. But when they find the rhythm, when they get going, it's usually a grand finals win. And that's, you know, what this team has. They gather points. They're really consistent at getting to the monthly finals. But then they do seem to occasionally have some struggles in the quarters. But now they're in the finals. They want to go all the way. Sneaky Fields and Brawl Ball will be, possibly, if ZETA Division win it, the last map we see today. A very aggressive, very closed off map, so should be seeing quite a few tanks or a lot of wall break.
I'm trying to remember if we saw Hank earlier today in the APAC region. I don't remember if it was this map or not. This is one of the maps that you could do dumb things like that. Snake's very powerful here, and so we say goodbye to Nita and goodbye to Rosa and some of the characters that enable them, like Max and Sandy. Cordelius is here. I like this choice. Whoever is the most threatening or has the most utility on the opposite side just immediately becomes the Shadow Realm target. And so Humble, not really showing their hand, but sort of preemptively getting in front of whatever Zeta Division kind of want to bring if they want to bring something wild. Amber, on the other hand, Trav, I think is just a standard selection here. A lot of grass. She's the rock to the grass's scissor. So thumbs up. Love the flamethrower.
Yeah, I can't complain about the Amber either. Definitely has been used time and time again across a lot of different maps throughout today. Stu's going to be joining that as well. A little bit of mobility. You can see the speed zone can definitely be a big help. But if they have to, if they really have to, if they don't have any other wall break, they can bring that breakthrough and break a few of the walls here and there. Not too many, just the favorable ones for them. But we are back over to Humble for their final 2 picks to go along with the Cordelius. It's going to be a Poco. And that probably means they're going to gamble a tank or something very aggressive along with it and hope that Zeta Division don't have anything left to be able to deal with it.
Cordelius and Poco, and there's something aggressive. The Dragon Rider coming on through. Again, worth noting, Draco has not been successful overall today. We've seen a medium amount of Draco, and he has lost almost every single time. So I will say I don't know if that's indicative overall of Draco's strength level. I think teams have just been repeatedly running interrupts, ways to stun him against this brawler, and we see some of that across the way. So Shelly, the last pick to round things out. We're jumping into Sneaky Fields real quick. All eyes on Draco, that's the new brawler, and with Cordelius on the same side, don't have to worry about it being courted.
Well, this isn't looking great for Zeta Division so far. Boss might burn down, but a little heal in there, slides it in the left. Meow can't get there in time, and Boss just slots it in perfectly. Really nice stuff for Humble and a great start when they're down.
Draco later in the draft seems to be a smarter choice. Obviously a ton of offensive output, but if you can deal, you can deal. Looks like Zeta can't deal with Humble. 3 players above 2. Of course, Cordelius has 1 grabbed. Goal scoring opportunity, but not successful. But if it doesn't work the first time, try again. Immediately returns to the goal line and finds the back of the net. Humble on the good side.
I mean, that's one way to bounce back, and it's a very good way to do it, I'll tell you that. It's just unreal pressure coming in from the Humble boys there. It was just unstoppable. Draco can't be stopped by anybody. The gadget coming in as well, and Brawl Ball's so influential in those kind of goal-scoring moments. It really is, and just being able to just walk that ball in or walk to help your teammates and pass it to them is just unparalleled.
Draco 1v1, DPS. What does Amber do against? Well, I guess that's what Amber does. Just out DPSs him. Gotta have a little bit more finesse than that. But in general, especially on the Dragon, a very different story combined with the Poco. This is the first time Zeta's getting aggressive. Some wall break is now he pops things open in the mid lane. 3rd player falls down. Boss is alive thanks to Last Stand. But he survives just long enough to watch his teammates respawn and play defense. Great stuff from Humble. Last Stand making the difference.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great defense there from Semantic especially. Gyro's going to break through his own wall here. Kind of opens things up for the opposition, but I mean, at this point, they're in a wonderful spot anyway. Boss just going to try and walk this one forwards. Gadget might be popped here, and the ball should be walked in, but Semantic's cleaning up anyway. They've got no defense, and Humble do it again.
Well, a goal away from taking the set and bringing us to set 4. It's been all gas, no breaks for Humble. This time, a little bit of a forced stoppage from Naui as Boss is dealing damage to all 3 players. Dealing with them, actually trades out successfully 1v3.
I mean, it's just crazy how he can stay alive for that long. Like, you can't do anything against him. It's so difficult to be able to defend this, even with all the DPS in the world and all the tank counters that they have on the side of Zeta Division. It's still just stand there and just shoot at him, and he just survives it on out. But eventually a bit more control heading back the way of Zeta, with the ball pocketed nicely here and defended out by Boss.
Humble's got, honestly, a pretty long time here to play D. 40 seconds. Now we're trying to find their way onto the left side. Burns out some of that protection that Boss has, and now zooming. Garo trying to deal. Can't dodge the wide cone from the Dragon Master, though. And Boss winds up on the good side again. Humble doing work here, friends. And with just a couple of seconds left here on the clock, Trav, Zeta Division have one shot to make this goal and bring us to OT.
I mean, Luki and Semantic are like, get the ball, we need to score. But Boss is like, no, we're chilling, we've got him cornered here. And I mean, it might not be the best idea in the end, but they do get the defense. He just can't die. Humble just holding onto it, just not going down. Luki healing, Boss tanking. Everything is done right by Humble in that, and it all started with the draft. They've dragged it out past set 3. 2 more to win. But Zeta still only need 1, and they've got to get that draft right.
You've got to draft something specifically for the Draco. You need some sort of stun, some sort of knockback, some sort of knockdown. If you fight 3v1, you lose. Like, you still wind up. That was the only way we could see them contend with the Draco, Trav. I think you cannot just draft a regular comp when they pick the Dragon. I think kudos to Humble for picking Draco third in that slot, giving Zeta only 1 opportunity to lock it down. But when we saw Draco taken care of earlier today, it was, I mean, weirdo characters like Daryl, sure, but it was brawlers with stops. And I think you need some sort of tangible stop to deal with the Dragon.
Yeah, you really do. Like, you need to be able to stop them when he's transforming, stop those heals, just hold him in his tracks so he can't press the gadget. You know, we saw it with Lou earlier. It worked once out of 3 times. Stunned, can't use his gadget, can't survive because he doesn't have any heals from the super, doesn't have his infinite life with his gadget, to put it that way. And it just becomes so difficult to be able to play. But if it's picked so late, as you said, it doesn't leave Zeta enough time to have that answer.
That's the key there. That's what you've got to interrupt. Thank you for going that second layer. That is, you just don't let him hit the button. It's that, I mean, simple. It's complex, but don't let him hit the button. That is the fix there. Zeta don't have it in this third set, so we move on to our 4th set. Zeta Division, a little quiet there. I don't know if that's cause for concern, but worth a commentary mention. Safe zone is where we're headed. Heist. We've seen all the usual suspects today. Chuck has been successful. Chuck has won some and lost some. You know, not an auto win by any stretch of the imagination, but I think changes the parameters of the game mode when Chuck gets picked.
Yeah, it really does. It just throws a spanner in the mix, right? You've got to be able to account for it. You've got to be able to do something about that on the defensive, whether that's something like a Cordelius, or you just go all out attack and play the exact same way they are, but with more DPS. That's the thing. So the Carl, Max, and Sam going to be banned out by Zeta Division. They know how good Semantic is at Sam. And also the rest of the players on Humble as well. Nani going to be the first pick rolling on in from Zeta there.
Good choice. Long range damage for sure. Not seen much Nani here today. I think this is our first Nani pick overall. But long range, high damage for sure. And there's the Colette, staple of the game mode. Hypercharge just pushed it more into that direction. I'm starting to like those sort of those signpost picks of game modes like that. You know, you just have to be aware of Colette on maps like this, and Ruff's going to team up with her as well.
Yeah, well, Colette definitely a solid pick, but that range that Zeta Division have started with can definitely deal with it quite nicely, if not managed well. The Ruffs, the power-ups it provides, the extra damage that comes along with the Colette and the Colette Super is really, really big. Crow going to slide in as well. Another thing to deal with that Colette, low health, so won't get much back from that gotcha gadget, and slowing down and allowing these heavy hitters like Nani to make those connections is a big thing as well.
Also, you know, double-sided, two for one here. Yeah, Crow can go on to the Colette, but Crow can also blow up the safe. Crow with that hypercharge definitely does a ton of damage, but seeing the long-range sharpshooters, you reckon Crow going to be more on the brawlers than the safe?
I feel like that's, for the most part, he always has to come into it expecting that. But then it's like, if he gets a breakaway, if he gets a chance to be able to get the safe, then he just will take it. It's not like you don't come into it expecting to be able to have that kind of chance, I think, because it's a very rare chance that you can get, and if you can get it, then it's going to deal a lot of damage. But I think the players have got to be the target. Bell going to be brought in by Humble. ZETA have got too many sharpshooters for them to be able to do anything unless they take one of their own.
Long range, certainly something to deal with. That said, do Humble have the tools to deal with the Crow?
Yeah, I think so. Bell and Ruffs should be fine. Sandbags being placed down, that kind of thing, should be perfectly all right. But if you get a slow and the sharpshooters start hitting, then ZETA Division are going to be in a very good spot.
Yeah, I think a lot of the onus of this game is going to be on Meow, as he's the one piloting the Crow. If Crow pops off, if Crow's able to get these supers and able to get these slows and really set things up for Nani and Garo, then we're in a world. Humble's in a world of pain. It's up to Meow, Obviously, now and Garo can pop off, but I think Meow is the crux of this composition, as we're stuck in mid. Nani peep, beep, and Nani's on the other side of the field, ready to go.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but the pinch is there now. Meow starts to make a move and gets instantly taken out, but Piper does get a bit of damage along the way. Should be evened out almost exactly by Semantic there. Another peep coming out. He's just going to go for the TP play again, and who can blame him? It works once, do it again. Brings all pressure back into the hands of ZETA Division, but Semantic staying up. Luki just trusting his teammate, and I mean, now going to have that hypercharge going just for the extra speed, as it's not that influential for Bell.
A little bit of damage, the shield, of course, but yeah, the speed. Just use it, because you're going to continue to build it up, right? You save it in the pocket, you're wasting it. So 71% left for ZETA Division, make that 65. Humble, something similar, but the lead is in Humble's hand. They also have map control here, as they're sitting in the mid, and ZETA are kind of stuck on their safe side. Meow not really getting too involved here. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, he's marked up. That's kind of the issue they've got going on here. And it is Humble just extending the lead over and over. And this is a position they're going to struggle in when they're on the defensive. That's when they're not going to be able to do anything. These sharpshooters, they need to be in a position, pinning the opposite team in spawn, not being pinned themselves. And look at this from Humble. It's just genuinely incredible. They're just hitting shots on the opponents, knowing when to go for the safe. And it's working absolutely perfectly.
Luki on this Bell, absolutely just tapping, but also a great selection. The bounce shots that are coming out it killed Meow. Fantastic play out of ZETA, keeping that Crow at bay. Sim's feeling it a little bit. That's right, warm up, buddy. We're in the grand finals, and Humble are standing up.
Well, they do need to now, because obviously their backs are against the wall regardless of that win. It is still 2-1 to ZETA Division in sets. But that is one way to show that you're still in the game and ready to fight for a set 5. ZETA doing things a little bit differently. Double down the mid this time, and they should be able to deal with Luki quite quickly, and that's exactly what they do. Little change in tactics always doesn't go amiss.
Mid control. Old-fashioned sharpshooter meta, man. The wall break coming out from Garo on this left-hand side. Can make things a little bit easier for Piper to walk on up. Now he can't do that. Still, nothing doing as far as the safes are concerned.
A little shot on Boss there. Does fall low, falls back into the comfort of that unbreakable wall, and great taps from both Garo and Nawi there, and now focusing down on Semantic. Peep's going to come in, TP going to be available to this right-hand side. Should be pinched down though, might go to the back side. Oh, he's going to flank all the way back round and just go for the damage on Semantic, as his teammates have the control anyway. I'm not sure if I'd have preferred maybe a little TP in there and try and get something happening, because it is only 9% done, and that's even just that is equaled out and taken the lead by Semantic.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to do something different. 2 TPs in a row, try to fool them a little bit. They were not fooled. 91-87. Slow-paced game this time around. And you know what? We saw the Chucks and the Crows earlier today, so I'm down for a little calm heist action. Sim though, go ahead and finds that percent damage on the save. Humble with the upper hand at the moment. They did win game 1. But I do stress at the moment as Garo walks up and brings us to a essentially tie game, but Humble's still technically the leader.
Yeah, Meow doing a good job here. Nice TP from now. He gets the kill, gets the cycle as well. So a bit more control back for his team thanks to that, and he will be able to just go up again and try the same. There is only 30 seconds on the clock. Now he goes towards that save, gets some big damage in, down to 48. And both Naui and Gera ready to keep this control. But Semantic, you're looking for the save with his super.
That's the second Crow Super of this game. You see how impactful that is? It's all up to Meow. Humble, though, pushing their opponents back against the wall. 8 seconds on the clock, and Colette's going in and collecting the damage. Lukey's backed up. Meow is here. 1 second left, last second damage. Humble wind up bringing us all the way to a set 5.
Wouldn't have it any other way in the grand finals. Humble really showing up now, and ZETA have got to be sweating. I know it's not really in their nature to show any emotion when we see ZETA Division in a second. They'll probably just be chilling in the seats, which is good. You know, if you've lost a couple of sets, there you go. He's just on his phone, messaging some friends, you know, like who can blame him for it? Keep your head down, keep calm, keep composed, because that's what you're going to need to do. If you've just lost 2 sets in a row, a lot of teams, their mental's just going to waver. They're going to be scared of being reverse swept, but ZETA, they're always ice cold.
I mean, you've got to be. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to peel a potato, and I am always going to be team, you know, Semantic, chaos yelling at people, Drage on the mic. I am always going to lean that way. That's me. That's probably obvious. But across the way, I mean, that cool, calm, and collected, that does, I mean, ZETA, they don't get tilted that much. And I think a part of that is that mentality, is that just like, all right, you know, fine. That said, Trav, we started this one off 2-0, and ZETA looked fantastic. I don't know, man. Rough.
Yeah, they don't seem like the team that they came out as. That's the thing. When they started 2 sets in a row, dominant fashion, so dominant. A knockout and gem grab all went their way. There was no opposition whatsoever. And now these past 2 sets have been the exact same for Humble. Dominance, complete dominance in Brawl Ball. And now in Heist, not much pushback from ZETA either. So it all comes down to this last set, whether or not ZETA Division are going to be able to bounce back from their slump, or if Humble are just going to be able to power on through and get this reverse sweep done.
Big questions. Of course, ZETA need to get this victory if they want to confirm their attendance at the LCQ. Reminder, we do have July monthly finals as well. The song is not over, but you still want to get your stuff done early, right? Absolutely confirm, and that's what's on the line for ZETA. As far as Humble across the way, they've already checked this box. Just by getting to the grand finals, Humble have confirmed their attendance at least the LCQ. Of course, the actual world slot looms in front of us as well, but this region is too tight, too closely matched. I mean, literally, with respect to the numbers on the scoreboard, to really call a world's ticket punch just yet. We'll have to wait till next month. I hope you guys join us there for our monthly finals in July, but we've got food on our plate right now. Bounty, Shooting Star, comes down to one of the more classic Brawl Stars game modes as we jump on into the Blue Star mode.
Yeah, well, like a bit of bounty, good decider, as it's pretty much all down to skill, right? It's just get kills, don't die. Like, and that's the name of the game for most of Brawl Stars, I guess. It's a good objective mode for it to finish on. Shooting Star, so sharpshooters should be returning once again, and an even better display of skill, just those long-range sharpshooter brawlers. Maybe one of them will just slide a max in and go aggressive, but for the most part, it's usually long-range.
Well, I mean, that was one of the cooler changes to Brawl Stars overall. If I shout out the devs real quick, when they added that 20-star max, it really, the only strategy was kind of like long-range wait for it, and then last second jump forward. Now with that maximum star change that we saw, you know, last year or whatever, definitely changed so you can have multiple approaches. Sim's going to go with that long-range sharpshooter approach, and that's what I would expect as well, despite me kind of highlighting some of the changes here. But Carl, a little bit of both. Can obviously flying hook at you and just do it, or sit there from a distance. Carl obviously makes getting the blue star a little bit trivial, so meow. We'll see if he's playing it, but Carl and Bell showed up. That long-range sharpshooter meta is forever intact.
Yeah, I don't mind the Carl and Bell picks. Both pretty decent against that RT. If you drop in legs, Carl's going to be able to slice right through. And if you drop in legs, then Bell's going to be able to bounce those shots off you. So definitely some good picks there from ZETA. Surprising to see the tick still come out when a Carl's there. Should just be a free flying hook kill. If you step the tiniest bit out of position as boss on this tick, then you're going to be punished by the Carl. So surprising to still see that come down when the aggression is clearly something that ZETA Vision desire. Humble now onto their last pick.
I'm a tick hater. I just... even when I see his application to the comp, I question it. And so I'm certainly not, you know, thumbs up here with the Humble pick. The Meg selection, much more along the lines of something I want to see. Obviously, you know, you said it before, get kills, don't die. It's hard for her to die. So a nice selection there for Humble. Overall, RT, Tick, and Meg. 0 out of 10. 10 being the best. What do you grade this draft?
I give it a nice little 7. I don't know that's what, you know, the person would say if they were just kind of like trying to be nice, but I would still say a 7. Pearl on the other side. We've seen ZETA Vision play this so much now. It's surprising me over and over and over. Worked the first time. Don't think it worked the second time. But I do not mind it at all.
Why is that?
I mean, I think it just does pretty well against the Meg, really. Like, if you charge up that damage, it does incredible. And I think you've still got to do the same against the RT and stuff like that. You've got to be able to charge it up, stay out the fight for a little bit, and do that big damage at the end.
Well, ring the bell. Carl's up, gets the blue star. Semantic walking up this left-hand side, dealing with Garo and Meow. Lukey here on the tick. This is good position for the tick. This is ideal for Humble. And I think this is a position that ZETA want to actively deny from the tick player, from Humble in general, is this safety spot on this unbreakable wall.
Yeah, I mean, the Pearl rotated to the right, so that's clearly what the matchup that they want. The Pearl versus RT over there. And he did trip a nest egg, so yeah, now he's got super now. Definitely got quite a lot of charge off that shot with the nest egg, but Boss has one of his own. Not really the most useful until maybe late game when you're defending or trying to attack, redeeming yourself to get those stars at the end. But yeah, another swap. We're swapping absolutely every time someone moves here, and the mark's going to be missed by Naui, and still a little bit of a stalemate, but some damage coming in from the ZETA boys.
Sim's going to walk it off. Important to go ahead and heal that up. Now he's stepping forward to try and confirm the kill on a boss, but ooh, the range is strong. Really just playing on a string, avoiding that bell. Meanwhile, Semantic getting 2v1'd here by Garo and Naui, and the rest of Humble stepping up to deal with Naui.
Well, some good positioning now. One shot will secure Naui, but he doesn't get it. Gadgets him to keep him low. Samantha just searching for another mech now, and he needs it in these closing seconds. Garo might choose to go aggressive and try to relieve some pressure. In he goes. Just going to go for the mech, but got caught on the wrong side of the wall. I'm not sure if he just kind of accidentally did that, or it was a bit of a mistake, but straight in again and just feeds the mech.
Garo will fall down, so it's 4 above 1, but enough time for ZETA to make this play. Boss will confirm, Lukey won't. And now with 6 above 1, I don't know, Meow's got to do all the work, can't get it done, even with a kill. 6-5, Humble win game number 1. The reverse sweep is on the menu.
I mean, it was incredible from Humble. I can't feel like there was a bit of a mistake in there, to be honest with you. The flying hook in, he was relieving some pressure. I feel like he maybe could have gone for the kill there on the Meg, just try and secure it. I felt like he was caught in between the two mines,
yes,
waiting
you
it
saw
out
it.
And then going in. Yeah, he kind of got caught on the wall and he was like, oh, do I go, do I not? A little bit risky, but if you're going to risk it, just risk it.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where, one of those rare moments where you see the brain process on camera. We saw him go forward, backwards, forward. That moment of indecision means you got to retreat. If you don't immediately decide to hit the gas, just go. And that's kind of what we saw, but then Garo engaged the second time and wound up just feeding the Meg, like you said. So we'll reset one more time. Humble on Grand Finals point. The ZETA Division looking up, but a slow-paced start again.
Well, it is this blue star that decides so far, but that's exactly what it was in the last one, and Humble managed to just hold on, keep the pressure, and just stay in the front lines against ZETA Division. possibly need a little bit of a mark on someone to deter them from going in so aggressively. But at the moment, it's just not ZETA getting the supers. It's all the side of Humble. There's a tick head, instantly dealt with, to be fair. So nice stuff from Meow, obviously having a lot of time to just kind of think and charge his super whilst he's evading all these tick shots. But I'm sure he'll be not so happy about the position they're in at the moment, pinned in spawn against these brawlers.
Semantic, still in the mech, ready to go. All the tools in the world. Boss dealing with Garo. Garo way out in no man's land. Throws the super. Doesn't get punished for it. But Semantic now looking on the right-hand side with the pinch. Shoving Team ZETA into the corner. Humble pick up 1 and 2. So it's going to be 4 stars above 1 and a third. Even though Garo answers back, it's still 6-5.
Yeah, they have the lead, but honestly, I don't think ZETA mind this position of having to go aggressive. You know, they've been on the defensive the whole time, and they've only got 10 seconds to try and bring this one back. Super guaranteed now by Garo. Hypercharge activated by Naui. They're all going to go in. Boss is so low. Can they get the secure? Meow didn't even use his super in that position. Semantic's going to secure it, and they've just let that go. Humble win it all. The grand final champions of June.
Semantic letting everyone know to be humble. The reverse sweep completed and completely earned and deserved. I thought he was just gonna spear Boss right there, but Semantic's feeling it. As per usual, a strong performance out of the guys. As I said, well earned, man. You know, fighting back up against the 2-0, against a crowd favorite team, that requires all of everything. And they showed up and they ate. Manja, boys.
I mean, look at that. 2-0-2-0. 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. Huge reverse sweep there from the Humble boys. Really, really nice stuff from them. They played every single one of those sets that they won pretty much perfectly. Started weak, but then got going. And, you know, the end's what matters. If you win 3 sets, then you win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Nobody remembers the earlier games if you win the later ones. And took 5 sets, but this is ZETA Division, one of the most accomplished teams on the Brawl Stars map. And so, yeah, Humble comes through and they get it done. Again, fantastic play out of pretty much everybody. This Humble squad is a unit. I like watching them, Trav, because sometimes Sim's the guy, sometimes Lukey's the guy. They trade that spotlight so often, and it really is about that. All 3 guys coming together right in the middle and bringing it home. You'll have to see it. That's the type of Brawl Stars that I enjoy watching. So I'm sitting down. I'm being humble.
Yeah, it really was great from Humble, and that's another. That might be the first one they found, if I'm thinking correctly. They've come second a couple of times. Maybe they have come first. I'm losing it. I don't know. But they thoroughly deserve this one. Like ZETA Division, they come out swinging, but Humble are the ones who finish it. So yeah, a massive congratulations to them. All 3 players on that team played pretty much perfectly. Can't help but feel like ZETA Division should have had a few sets here and there that they should have won, and especially that last one. I do feel like they maybe should have got that one if it wasn't for a few kind of hesitations, mistakes in there, a few supers being popped at the wrong time. But Humble are the ones who win it, and they held on to it so greatly at the end.
Yeah, you know, we brought up that ZETA generally kind of keeps a cool head. They seem unshakable. I'm not gonna lie, looked a little shaken in that last set. That looked like a little bit of just, oh man, they got us. You know, you start off with that 2-0, and then they start clawing them back. I wonder if they could hear Semantic, because he certainly can make a lot of noise both on and off the server. And y'all made a lot of noise for Semantic here, making him the MVP, as voted on by you guys for sure. I think he can actually make noise here. Semantic should be joining us for an interview. We'll get a chance to talk to the man. Yo, Semantic. How you doing, man? Congrats on the win.
Hello. Thank you. Damn it. It's been some time since we won, but I take the W. First ever Monty final for Boss and Lukey. We are so happy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, talking about you guys as a unit, you know, we were talking a little bit about how you take a lot of the spotlight. Lukey winds up being kind of a concrete, reliable player on this team. You know, talk to me a little bit about the gel of this Humble squad.
Honestly, I think, especially Lukey and Boss, like, we are all insane players, and by any means, I should not have a spotlight by myself. Luki, especially against Oceanos, he completely carried our ass in the grand finals here as well. He played so amazing. Boss as well. Like, there's really not one spotlight player in Humble. I think we all just play really, really solid. We all play really, really good. And our team synergy makes it up for that. And it's just, everything is just insane for us right now.
I completely agree. The way the three of y'all come together as a unit is really impressive. Different styles of brawlers, and you see the strategy on the field for sure. And as a result of that camaraderie and how you guys have kind of unified together, you win your first monthly finals for you and Luki, as you said, but you've also confirmed your attendance at the LCQ. Of course, we have next month to see what happens with Worlds, but like, talk to me about your mindset now. Confirmed, you're going to the postseason.
If I am not wrong, we are probably just getting some points in the monthly qualifier away from qualifying for Worlds. So we definitely have our eyes on Worlds. We are not going to LCQ. You can be sure of that. And we will see each other on Worlds.
I mean, is there a secret plan? You've got LCQ, Worlds in front of you. What are you telling to the fans, either the ones that support you or the ones that doubt you? What are you saying to them about World Finals?
So I think the plan now is, because we know we are in such a good spot, is that we play without pressure. Playing without pressure is just fundamentally different. You just play 1,000 times better. So that will help us a lot to achieve that. Last thing, and thank you, Eric, for every single Humble support out there. Since month number 1, honestly, it's been crazy how many people support us, how many people from the Spanish team from both side, German team from Luke and me side, or Italian scene from the Humble side. Like, everybody just supports us, and it's just been so much different than all the other years before. And I just want to say thank you. It's been amazing.
Well, y'all have been amazing as well. Thank you so much, Dankeschön. We appreciate you. Good luck next month, but you've got a chance to relax. You've earned it.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man, that's my man, dude. You know, Sim has been a part of the Brawl Stars scene for so long. It's you know, it's so cool being a part of this scene and seeing guys like that just time and time again show up. Yeah, we see him on the interview stage, but you see him at LAN, and he's just that guy. When he says thank you to the fans at home, he means it. You can feel that with the energy he brings into the room, the way him and his squad win this one. They've earned it. They put on the performance on the field, in the server. But, you know, Kenny, I think they've earned it outside of the lines as well. These are fan favorites, and they finally got their W.
A little bit for switching my prediction. I had Vint.Brawl Stars. I was can you all hear me? I was gonna say,
yeah,
you can hear me,
yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah. No, please tell us how you got your prediction wrong. Please, we can hear it.
I got my prediction wrong. I changed. I bought into the narrative. That's on me. I trust the prediction master, and I was totally wrong.
Trav, you also went with the Zeta. You know, all jokes aside, we have a lot of fun up here when we talk predictions. All jokes aside, though, you know, I think the Zeta was a safe go. They took down SK Gaming, who was unequivocally more difficult than Humble's trip to get here to the grand finals. I just, you know, there's something about that squad that I've got trust in, and we saw it come out in the set 5.
So close yet so far. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. Look at that. I'm actually going to shed a tear here in a minute, because that'd have been my first perfect prediction, and it was so close. I was like 2-0 up. Come on, it's going to happen. Going to be tweeting all about it and laughing in your guys' faces, but it's not going that way, is it?
Instead, it's me laughing to the bank. Ha ha ha. We get that Humble victory in here. Much love to all of our teams, though. Again, I want to point out Pale Fox Esports, their first monthly finals, and they took down some big players. They wound up denying Totem Esports their trip to the monthly finals. Pale Fox Esports fall down to Angel Boy's team, but that's how they got here. So big shout outs to them. And of course, Pirates, we've seen them before. So Humble wind up taking the victory overall. Zeta Division taking down Foot and SK Gaming. So, I mean, all right, Kenny, your choice. Favorite match of the afternoon?
Ooh, that's a good, I mean, hard to go against the Zeta Division and Humble one. I mean, honestly, just a grand finals that had so much on the line. You know, we could have seen Humble just sit back, go down 2-0, and just give up, right? They could have just turned over knowing that they were happy with LCQ. Instead, though, they're setting themselves up for what is likely to be a World Final spot come next month. They should be atop the leaderboard if my mental math serves me right. I mean, top 3 teams make it. They get their first grand finals victory, and there it is, 358 on the board for for them. With 132 points, I might add, too. I believe Foot are unfortunately going to be out of the equation entirely, right? Even with 100 points, still going to be behind. I mean, Reply Totem just a few monthly qualifiers points away from being guaranteed to be above Foot no matter what. So we might be down to 7 teams, fellas.
Oof. I mean, it certainly looks like it. Looks like Drage made the right choice. We'll see how it goes for sure. Humble up on top with 358. SK Gaming in second. And Reply Totem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is where Reply Totem sits. That's the pain of missing a single monthly finals, Trav. Reply Totem not going to be here. Actually, hold that thought. We've got play of the day. I know exactly what this play of the day was. And Kenny, why don't you walk us through it?
I mean, I think we're all thinking the same thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
This one was absolutely bonkers. Foot Esports looking good right here. Prime position, some good takedowns. One lone Gale survives, a pushback for the follow-up kill, and Rage goes down, and the rest is up to Lenon, one of the best offensive generators in the entire world, going down to the opposite net and just putting it in. Unbelievable play.
Oh, man, you caught me there. I'm just sitting there like, leaned back, just like, do you see this? That was, sometimes we have these play of the day conversations where we're like, maybe, I don't know. Trav, as soon as that happened, I was just like, play of the day.
Yeah, no, I think we all were. I think everybody probably was as well at that point. You guys were like, maybe play of the year, and I was like, maybe so, maybe so, because it wasn't just Lane, right? It was the two parts of the play, the perfect defense and then the offense as well to follow it. Just nothing went wrong at all.
It's always fun because, like, me, I'll speak for me, but Kenny, you might apply this to you as well. I tend to make things big. I don't know about exaggerating, but I get excited, and then Trav is always the one to be like, calm down. It wasn't that good. When Trav goes, no, it was that good. Yeah. It was that good. Shout out Lana and the rest of SK Gaming. Shout out you guys out there in chat for hanging out with us. It's been a blast here at the BSC presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I want to thank my homies to the side, Trav and Kenny. You guys killed it as usual. Production doing the work, putting out some fires as well. We've got one more. We got a couple more regions actually, but South America is the next region on the docket. Join us tomorrow at 12 p.m. BRT for the South American Monthly Finals. It's going to be a gas. Thanks so much for hanging out, Brawl Nation. We appreciate you. Peace and much love to you.
Damn. Unbelievable defense, and now a hypercharge from Anon. Coast to coast for Buzz. Swinging his way the other way. Grabs the ball, puts it in the net. Unreal.
Choo-choo, Mama Jamma.
One. Surely they just plug a load of heals into him and let him go. Junk comes in from Gero, but now they're all in that situation, and Joker can thrive heavily. Lenane gets some, Yoshi gets some. Beautiful from SK, and the retreat's there as well.
Well, they don't have good distance. They're pretty crunched in and crunched down. Humble take them, but there is time to respond.
Boss is so low, can they get the secure? Meow didn't even use his super in that position. Semantic's gonna secure it, and they just let that go. Humble win it all. The grand final champions of June.